Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to a rather sodden Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. We're here for round number 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is John Ratcliffe, and joining me alongside in the commentary box, it's Mr. Alex Goldschmidt. How are you doing this morning, sir?
Well, I'm waiting for Noah's Ark to turn up here in Daventry.
It's a bit like that, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, the amount of times we've been talking, so Noah's Ark, Moses parting the seas, great weather for ducks. I mean, I was on my way up here this morning at about, I think it was about 30 minutes outside of Whilton Mill, and the heavens just quite literally on the A14 went, yep, here it comes. Well, this is a complete game changer for today because we've already had the first set of heats, 7 of 30 races yesterday, John.
Slightly different conditions yesterday for the drivers.
Yes.
It was nice and dry yesterday, and as we were speaking about previously, it's been dry basically the whole of the season, really. We have to look back really to some of the earlier rounds where we only had a little bit of rain, but today, very different.
Yeah, and also, actually, you know, you can see there on the weather on your screens, moderate to light rain. I think we can throw the weather, any sort of weather app or weather browser, you know, forget AccuWeather or the Met Office. I mean, the weather's going to be changeable today. Let's put it that way. But yeah, nearly 190 drivers. A few of the X30 drivers actually over the IAME World Finals over at Le Mans, including a few drivers. I think Carly Atkins might be over there, Kai Bicini, who's also been dovetailing commentary with competing as well.
Very impressive, very impressive.
And yeah, well, you know, we had some exciting racing yesterday, but looking at the championship standings, I mean, the thing is that we're still going through free practice. We're about 10 minutes delayed at the moment. And I've just noticed that was actually Lucas Blanford's car, I believe, the number 59 in the Minimax class, currently coming into this round before the heats got underway yesterday, had a 4-point advantage, and it's 4 points separating the top three. But, you know, the championships, you know, next month, November 27th, it's the Whilton, it's the WM plate, the first ever running of it. And whoever wins that plate at the final round of the championship, if they not only get the championship but also get the WM plate, it's double bubble.
Indeed, yeah, it's great to see Whilton Mill bringing in that WM plate. It's a nice achievement for a driver to win the championship because, of course, it's a really long season for Whilton Mill Kart Club. So to be able to finish off in first place is a fantastic achievement. So, yeah, we're seeing a lot more of those type of plates coming now, aren't they? We're going to end up where a whole grid is all letters and we won't have any numbers anymore.
Yeah, we do have the odd GP plate or the E plate like we do with Mr. Rocco Shenton, of course.
Shenton.
But yeah, looking at the championship standings coming into yesterday, Jarrett Clark continues to lead the championship standings. Before yesterday's heat was on 912 points. That was only 14 ahead of Rocco Shenton. who his second place finishes in heats 2, 3 in the final. Last time out at round 9 closed the gap. Oliver Majewski rounds out the top 3 with Finley Lyons and Max Endicott. Max Endicott becoming, I think, one of the youngest ever seeded drivers in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, second in Kart Masters this year. And also, I understand, I had a chat with his mum Claire this morning, that Max will be racing in other categories after this weekend, apparently.
Fantastic. Good to see him moving up through the order, through the ranks, and yeah, he's a very quick driver.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember when he was a little pipsqueak at Rye House. I'd have known Claire, Adrian, Alfie Cockrell, his guy behind the spanners, ex-Rotax 177 Rye House champion through their IKR championship. Cole Denham, actually, last time out, was the top place driver, last time winning the final at round 9.
Yes.
IAME Cadet, Finley Hines, still leads, 886 points, 31 ahead of Max Mason, who was second in the final back at round 9. Levi McGrath is on third on 782, 21 ahead of Austin Gibson, and those two rounded out the top 3. Austin Gibson is on fourth, and Enzo Bertolazzi rounds out the top 5. Jensen Chalk was the driver of mention last time, winning both Heat 2 and the final at round 9. Jensen Chalk, funnily enough, has just qualified through Motorsport UK's Micromax Grand Finals qualifies for the Rotax Grand Finals in Portimao late November. So finally, Mike Chalk is so happy that Jensen has got that ticket at long last.
Yeah, that's very impressive. It looks like we already have a driver pulling off at first corner. I think we're going to see a few retirements through the fields today, just from the weather alone. The karts aren't the biggest fans of these types of weather, but of course, all the drivers having the wet tyres strapped on. I think if you don't, you're asking for trouble. I think it's a definite wet day today.
This is not the time to put in a Jensen Button call like he did in Canada in 2011.
No.
But coming through to other championship standings, Minimax, Lucas Blanford from X-Kart, the number 59, came into round 9 with 837 points, and then tied on second position with 833 Josh Salvadore and Joshua Turnbull. Michael Dalton's fourth with Victor Hansen. Finn Leslie, the GP plate champion from this year, won the round 9 final, ahead of Harrison Whitcomb and Harry Bartle. Junior X30, Henry Gregory, 3-point advantage ahead of Micah Taylor. Kai Bacchini, who I mentioned earlier on, third in the championship, but not here this weekend. He's obviously at Le Mans. Morgan Hill and Archie Heron have a chance. They're fourth and fifth in the championship standings and could pass Bacchini for third in the championship and maybe fourth. Sam Baker leads Junior Rotax on 876 ahead of Spencer Braum, who's on 833. Jessica White is third on 809 points. And it wasn't a great final for both Spencer and Jessica. P20 and Jessica, I think, if I remember correctly, DNF'd in the final.
I think you're right.
Ended up classified P33.
I think it was a bad round for all three of our top 3 in the championship. Was it a drop round for all 3 last round?
Considering the fact that round 9 was also a warm-up for the final round of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, which happened last week, and congratulations to those new champions. I think Callum Bradshaw picked up the Senior Rotax title, I think, and I think it might have been Brandon Carr that picked up the Junior Rotax title.
It was.
So I was very, very busily entertained with the dulcet tones of 2 fellow commentators, one of which is currently gearing up to take Team Bahamas to the FIA Motorsport Games. So a very good morning to our good friend from South Wales, Mr. Henry Baudet, and the man that normally works alongside him, who I understand is at Snetterton this weekend. Right. We've got a first order of business for those that are not with us, but you're watching at home. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And also, don't forget, we are also on Instagram. So please make sure that if you do like what you see, why not share the reels, the stories, and also follow the Instagram page whilst you're at it.
That's at Alpha Live Productions on Instagram.
Yes, it is indeed. But yeah, Lucas Ellingham could wrap up the title in Senior X30. He was 142 points ahead of Harry Torpey, with Jordan Brown actually on the entry list. Obviously, we have to say a big shout out to Kian Leon Gamiao with obviously what happened last time. So he's on the road to recovery. Alex Johnson is currently P4. Alex did win the final, but So I think this is our last practice. We've got actually 2 more practice sessions after this. So we've got X30 Junior out at the moment, X30 Senior and Senior Rotax. So they've got 3 laps of warm-up. And you know what I said about Moses parting the seas? Well, it looks like the wet weather tyres on the back axles are doing that, but they're spraying it backwards, not side to side.
I think warm-up is an interesting term for this. I think it's more just keep it on the black stuff for 3 laps and try and just feel out where there's any sort of possible grip. As there we see drivers flying down, and there's lots of standing water already. And also, I did see in the middle of that pack a certain Dayton Coulthard getting involved as well in the Scottish lid.
Oh my goodness.
The puddles are ridiculous. Look at that.
That is just... that's... Where's that coming?
The outside of Ogiers there.
Oh my goodness. And that's coming through the chicane. That's going to be hairy, and these curbs are going to be absolutely sopping wet.
Yeah.
And
we've lost...
we've lost something off the carts. That possibly might be something on the top of the engine. Well, that's a chain guard.
Yes, it is the chain guard, yeah.
Which was securely fastened by cable ties, which unfortunately... might have
absolutely clattered that final curve.
Clattered it, and then the chain guard just literally got launched about 6.5 feet in the air. But yeah, Lucas Ellingham, I was just talking about, Mr. Senior X30 in this championship.
Yeah, he wasn't here for last round, was he?
No, he was here, but he was not competing.
Sorry, yes. He just wasn't competing.
But Alex Johnston won the final, but got a post-race penalty dropping into P3, but he's still 4th in the championship, so he's got an opportunity. Luke Taylor, currently on 745 points in P5. It was Vishal Patel that actually got promoted to the race winner for the final last time out. And then, last but by no means least, Senior Rotax, Harry Gibson, coming into before yesterday, was leading on 809 points. 4 ahead of Scott Smith, with Ryan Willis in 3rd place on 775 points. Jamie Perrelly, P4, and Alfie Brooks, P5. Sam Hawthorne took the win in the round 9 final ahead of Jamie Perrelly and Jude Fernihoe. So that really rounds up. But then we had the races yesterday, didn't we?
We did. Yeah, it was some good action. Like we were saying earlier, slightly different conditions to what the drivers are seeing today. More what they're used to in the dry conditions. But, yeah, still very, very close throughout the field in all the different races. But some that have not really changed the championship too much, but some that have really started to heat it up as you get into the last couple of rounds.
I think it's now coming to that crunch time. You know, when you've got a championship that runs from January to November, and then 2 months later we start it all over again for 2023. So there's no real respite for any of these drivers, especially when, you know, probably from, like, maybe say September, they'll already be thinking about what they're doing next year. And a lot of drivers will remain with this championship. I mean, it's... I think we've got close to 190 drivers. The biggest grid that we've got looks to be Junior Rotax with about 35. They're the only ones that are going to have 4 heats, plus a B final and an A final. So top 4 from the B final will go through to the A final. So expect some fireworks there, I think. It
might be quite useful for some of the drivers as well, getting in that B final, just having more experience out in these conditions to then try and drive through the pack in the A final, and that's going to be, I mean, it's always a challenge driving through the pack from the back if you do well in the B final and move on to the A final, but in these conditions that's even more tough.
And it's anyone's game. You know, the wet weather, always known to be in karting a great equaliser.
It is.
And with the amount of standing water coming out of Pit Bend, I mean,
full wet lines today.
It is definitely sideways.
Get nowhere near that racing line, or you're going to be finding yourself facing in the wrong direction, as that driver has found out.
Right. That looks to be... That is actually out of Fine Lady.
It is indeed, yeah. Made it. And as you can see, as soon as you get on the grass, you're finding yourself pretty far away from the circuit, because you just keep going, and even you might speed up. Luckily, it looks like he stayed out of the barrier, or possibly it's bounced off the barrier and come back on towards the circuit. That's the 88 of Tristan Powell there, just rejoining. So hopefully able to get back to the pits soon enough, and we'll get the our other 2 practice sessions underway.
Yeah, I mean, looking at yesterday's action, 7 of the 30 heats were completed. Finley Lines took the victory in Honda Cadet ahead of Oliver Majewski with Rocco Shenton. the E-Plate champion, taking third place. It was only just under 3.5 tenths between first and second position. And on the last lap of the race, Finney Line set the fastest lap of anybody, 53.08 seconds. Biggest movers, Max Endicott, P22 to P6, Rocco Shenton, P18 to P3, and Luca Holmes-Ballack, P23 to P9. So some great moves up the order there. IAME Cadet.
Races. I just wanted to say with Honda Cadet as well, with Finney Lines, it's good to see him back at the top in there as well, because last round really didn't have a great round. He's dropped out of the top 3 in the championship after that poor weekend, so good to see him right back at the top, getting some good points, and hopefully going to force his way back into that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Finley and the Lines family for quite a time. Obviously, we have to give a shout out to his mum and dad, Stuart and Nikki, who run TCR UK, that are currently having their final round at Snetterton this weekend, which is also being broadcasted on Alpha Live.
It is indeed, but
yes,
don't go anywhere, because you can always watch that back after.
Exactly.
Whereas this, you don't want to miss this. Look at the conditions. Don't be turning this off, because it's going to be crazy.
Ah, right, Ollie Cook. The one time I'm not racing, it's wet, and it's the crying emoji follows suit. So don't forget to get your comments in.
Lots of people saying hello. We've got Terry Ellingham in the chat. Good morning from Tennessee. It's probably a bit nicer in Tennessee than it is here.
And then we've got Jasper from Melbourne.
From Melbourne, yeah.
Good evening.
Naming other places that are definitely not nicer than the UK at the moment. Look at that puddle. That's on the outside of Osiers, I believe.
That is a river.
Yeah,
that is a river. Textbook river. Have to give a shout out to the Marshall crews and also our camera team out there, Laura, Tim and Johnny, who are braving the elements. So at least you people watching at home can see all the action as it happens. So we have got, there's going to be they're now bringing out the X30 Seniors. But yeah, that's not a puddle, that's not an estuary, that is a full-blown river. It's like the River Stour near where I live on the Essex-Suffolk border.
It's absolutely mental. This is we were saying before the stream started. This is when we're pretty happy that we're in the commentary box rather than out on circuit. To be honest,
I mean the funny thing is, because I did the B&L karting series, there was one question that I asked a lot of the drivers, parents, and mechanics. And it was so funny. There was one standout moment, and it was the youngster Sen Lindemann from the Netherlands and his mechanic Rick Westerlaken. And so I went, right, final question, wet or dry? Sen went wet, and then Rick started laughing and went dry. And then I got asked the question by Esmir Osman, the series organizer. So, and it was not asked in the traditional, like how I would say, wet or dry. It's like, Alex, do you prefer driving in the wet or dry? And I said, oh, right, a bit backwards there. That was Jack Cox there.
He's going to have the sad walk back to the circuit. Try and pull it back onto the circuit. You can get it restarted.
Oh, dearie me. Right, let's...
Did someone say puddle?
Yeah. No, we said river.
Yes.
But yeah.
The FIA would be squirming in their boots right now. They saw this.
So like I was saying, I got asked the question. I said it doesn't matter whether it's wet or dry. I know exactly where I'm going to be.
Yes, exactly.
Spin. That is for the number 50.
Lewis Halliday, that is.
And that's right at the top of Christmas Corner, heading down to...
Oh, and another spin, another 15. This time that's Benjamin Southgate.
That's sympathy spinning.
And he takes the escape road. I think that's pretty fair.
He's taken the Joker lap.
Yeah, exactly. This is the time where you want to be having those spins. This is where you've got to be testing out the kart. This is the practice session. It doesn't matter if you have a spin. You're not trying to set fastest lap times. You're not trying to go for any positions. This is where you're trying to find that limit and find where the grip is, if at all.
And then also if there's a quick setup change that's quickly needed.
That's very true, yes.
So that's going to be quite crucial for not just the drivers, but then also you have to think for the mechanics and the awnings, because those awnings, those floorings will be needing a proper clean-up.
Out the front of our commentary booth building, there is a river now. We can't leave.
Yes.
It's just a complete lake.
So
yeah, we are forted in.
We are in Fort Knox, ladies and gentlemen. Who needs the Federal Reserve? We've got it here. Yeah, so the brollies are out. The wetsuits are on. The galoshes, welly boots. I'm wearing Gore-Tex boots at the moment, just to be on the safe side. Even
a wetsuit isn't going to really help today.
No, you need one of those deep sea diver suits.
Yes, you really do.
There's a little bit of a touch there. That's Tiger Dixon and Hugo Gilbert there.
So all of them are going in deep to try and obviously cut back on that wet line, and then realising I can't actually go wide here because I'm just going to be in that river.
The word of the day today, I think, is probably going to be the word yeet. If you yeet it over those curbs, and I mean, they back in the old days, like the 50s and 60s, if you knew you were pushing at the limit if you were going sideways, and in wet weather conditions, it's exactly the same. But you've just got to really make sure that when you come out of those corners, you plant that throttle correctly. Don't go too early, because we've seen that quite a few times in the practice sessions already. That's going to be the difference between either being in third place or being in 15th at the end of it.
No, exactly.
We've still got one more session to go, so we are running a little bit behind on schedule. About 20 minutes, folks. So I still, that was actually Jack West. He's the one who said, did someone say puddle? I reckon slicks will be the best tyre right now. You think?
Jack West just wants to see carnage, doesn't he?
He does. He does.
Right, so we've still got another practice sessions to go, so I think we're just going to switch over to a couple of advertisements.
Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around the circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit, where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and you clip the first apex, clipping the second, and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one, where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3, and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well, as you hit both those apexes. Round the final corner, we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb, and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill. Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Well, welcome back to Whilton Mill Kart Club for the penultimate round of the 2022 Be Faster Whilton Mill Kart Club season amidst torrid weather conditions. Keep your comments coming in. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And also, for those watching on the Whilton Mill Kart Club Facebook page, thank you very much for joining us. And also, head to at Alpha Live Productions to like and follow us on Instagram. Final free practice session, 3 laps apiece. John, it's not getting any better out there,
is it? It's getting worse. I think it's getting worse. Some drivers finding that, river, ocean, whatever we want to call it, on the outside of Osiers and realizing I probably shouldn't go out there anymore. But yes, as you say, make sure to follow us over on Instagram. We're trying to get 50 new followers today over on the Instagram. And if one thing is anything, the reels are fantastic. I know Adam from Alpha Live manages those. And James. Sorry, James.
And funnily enough, James is our producer today as well. So he said that it sounds
okay.
that comment he just said to us in our ears basically sounded like the seagulls from Finding Nemo. Mine.
Well, I've had some slightly different chats with Adam, so I think we'll have to have a little debate about that.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, make sure you go over and follow on Instagram. I saw there was a reel yesterday of going around fist bumping all the drivers. That was a great little reel. That's James's fist. James lays claim to that fist.
You know what? James and Adam can get a room for that argument as far as I'm concerned. Right, the number 43 went off there. That was Wilkins and Ocean.
That's great. Yeah.
Or how about Wilkins and the Red Sea? I mean, that's what it's going to become. It's not going to be a river anymore. It's going to be like the North Sea just off the Dutch coast by Zandvoort or something like that.
It really is. Yeah, we're quite far away from any ocean usually, but today we're pretty close.
Well, the ocean's come to us.
Yeah, the ocean's come to us. The world has picked up all of the water from the ocean and just dumped it over Northampton and Daventry. So
yeah, and the man upstairs definitely had a say in the matter. He went, right, here we go. Open the taps, boys. And here it came.
It's gonna provide some interesting racing, so I'm fully up for it. We've got a few people in the chat wishing well wishes to some of the drivers out there. Come on, Finn Leslie, number 60 Junior Rotax, and Alfie Richards, number 83 Junior Rotax. Good luck to Team X Kart. That's from Gemma Burgess as well. Oh, also from Mick Barlow, good luck to X Kart as well. We've got lots of love for X Kart in the chat.
Yes, and also Harry Hurstgrover's mum saying stay safe. Thank you, Emma.
Yeah, I think that is the aim of the game today, isn't it? Just keep out of trouble, and you should probably get a pretty good result.
And don't spin it. Don't pirouette.
Yes, the throttle control is going to be huge.
There's Tim.
Oh,
hello,
Tim,
Tim.
Isn't it? Sorry, Johnny's on the final corner. Tim at T1 is just trying to make sure that we can actually see the action on circuit today.
Yes. Well, I mean, the words of Jeremy Clarkson, mildly moist, are the biggest understatement if you decided to put that in your repertoire today if you are here at Whilton Mill. But I know for a fact that there are brollies up at the balcony just by the cafeteria. By the cafeteria.
Usually, that balcony from the cafeteria is absolutely full of people. Today, not so much. I think I can understand that. Instead, just tune into the Alpha live stream.
Well, I know for a fact there will be quite a few people that will be on their phones or on their tablets, or if they've got a laptop, they'll have that to hand. So if you have not subscribed, shame on you.
It's a very easy thing to fix.
Yeah, it's a click.
Just make that red button silver.
Click a button. But then also the benefit of that is whatever else comes up on Alpha Live, you get a notification. So
exactly.
Jack West, I'm sorry.
I reckon Inters will be amazing with these conditions. Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you there, mate. Inters would be interesting. Full wets, I think. We were talking earlier about Met Office and weather conditions, and here we were talking about the weather conditions. And it does say on the Met Office that it should clear up around lunchtime, but I'm not really sure if I believe it, to be honest. We'll see what happens there. And even if it does get nicer, then it's still going to be pretty moist. But I think we're going to go to the Sting for our first race, which is indeed Junior Max. Here we go then. It hasn't suddenly dried up. These are simply old bits of footage of the circuit. It looks much nicer there than it does here today. But anyway, let's get the racing for round number 10 underway, the first grid of the day. Junior Max, heat number 2. It's Jessica White who lines up on pole position. Alongside her, it's Luca Magni. Behind them, it's Daniel Gurney, Harry Hurstgrover, James Tester, and Jacob Jukes. Then behind them, it's Harrison Whittaker and Deacon Russell. Then Harry Maynard and Ross Tyler, Tom Holden and Alexander Zingarevich. Then behind them, William Pemble and Zach Heslop, sorry, my apologies, Zach. Then Holly Meal and George Spilsbury, and it's Spencer Brahm and Finn Leslie. Behind them, Zaki Hussain and Blake Noble, and it's Oliver Kerr and Arthur Thacker. Then Thomas Behrman and Mr. Macmuc Farquhar. And behind them, Harrison Morrow, Reg Hayward, and George Donald finalises the 27 kart grid.
And also, many happy returns to Arthur Thacker, who turns 15 today. So, congratulations. We've got a birthday driver. So, good to hear that. But funny enough, Macmuc Farquhar, or Lord Farquhar,
we love Lord
has
got
a new skid lid. And he was messing. And and you know what? I'm going to have to put this out there. Macmuc Farquhar, I asked him on Instagram, right, are you changing your name via deed poll? He said, yes, that's the plan. So Lord Farquhar could be imminent.
First name Lord, last name Farquhar.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
Our Lord and Saviour in Junior Rotax, Mr. Macmuc Farquhar. But yeah, his new lid looks absolutely splendid. Lord Farquhar across the back, so no one ever forgets who he is. Not that we have any bias in the commentary box, but we'll be watching out for our Lord and Saviour, Macmuc Farquhar.
Well, you can.
But oh yeah, waiting in the pen for this. I don't know what your sort of feelings would be ahead of this. It means it depends on if you like the rain or not, I guess. Whether you're a bit nervous for this or whether you're sort of rubbing your hands with glee, thinking this is it. I'm going to make up loads of positions here.
Well, some drivers will be thinking, right, this is a bit of an equaliser. I've got an opportunity here, but the start's going to be crucial. The spray's going to be stupendously ridiculous, and the biggest thing is that clear visors are going to be crucial. If you have a tinted or a darker visor, your peripheral vision might be a little bit hindered. And like I've been to so many different races, like over continental Europe. Last weekend I was in Spain for a 30-hour endurance race, and there were people that were going into the night with tinted visors. And I'm like, oh, that does not look good. And normally, like say, if you're over here in the UK and it's dark conditions, you get a black and white warning flag for tinted visors. So clear visors might be the order of the day. Make sure that they're cleaned correctly so they don't fog up. We're not going to have any, give me the clear visor or whatever. Those will be prepared. So the drivers will have anticipated that. The teams and the privateers would have anticipated that, thinking, right, it's going to be wet, very wet, and I need as much vision as possible. And with that spray, that's going to feel even worse coming onto the visor for the race helmets, especially if you're, say, row 6 downwards. Yeah, that's going to be worse. If you're at the front of the field, like say Jessica White and Luca Magni are at the moment, that's going to be crucial for them because they'll have the best getaway, but it's about whoever profits by whatever transpires behind the front row.
Exactly. You can simply focus ahead and not have your vision completely impaired by the spray from others. So yes, definitely agree with you there. Clear visors are indeed the order of the day. So let's see how that goes. We've got a few more people in chat as well. Terry Ellingham saying Lucas Ellingham was a national rowing champion, so he should be in his element.
Shall we give him some paddles? It'd be like Cambridge and Oxford at the boat race all over again. I think there was a bit of chat in our group saying, yeah, we're building a boat at the moment. I was really tempted to say, anyone got the blow up canoe ready?
Yeah. Yeah, we could do floating interviews, just floating down. How are you doing, guys? Get a little interview, but yeah, hopefully we'll be getting out.
I mean,
relatively shortly.
Yeah. Also, one of the other things, because of the really difficult weather conditions, we haven't been able to do a paddock show today.
Cameras plus water don't usually go together.
They never do. Plus microphones.
Yes.
Oh, right. Now, there's the Red Sea, folks.
Down at Ogiers/Ocean.
I mean, any higher,
he'd be ankle depth.
He's nearly up to his knees now.
Yeah. That is mental, and yeah, doing a great job of clearing it, but that is a serious job. And look at the exit of Fine Lady as well, through Oblivion and Fine Lady. That is a pretty significant puddle as well.
Also, what I noticed coming out of Pit Bend, the rumble strips on the outside coming through,
of course.
There is a lot of water, and that could really spell danger because you don't want to run wide coming out of Pit Bend. I mean, we saw that lovely yeet of the chain guard a bit earlier on, which went 6.5 feet up in the air, but the curbing it could be one or two things, either a help or a hindrance. It can help to rotate the kart through the corners, but if you attack it too gingerly or you go a bit too full bore, it could turn you around very, very easily, and then that could spell trouble for the drivers trying to avoid behind.
No, exactly. We'll see Yeah, especially for this first heat, it's just going to be going out there and just seeing what happens, trying to stay out of trouble, trying to keep it on the black stuff, and just trying to have as good a result as possible. And we'll see how it goes. We've got a few more people in chat as well. Arcast Furnaces. Just shout out to all the Jax drivers today. Enjoy the rowing out there.
Oh, dearie me. Here we go. But first of all, talking about Lucas Ellingham being a junior rowing champion, and now Jax Motorsport being told, yeah, enjoy your rowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, your paddles are the 4 tyres. And the side pods.
I think, yeah, we just don't know if they given up. I think we're more just getting ready for the first heat, and then they need to get back to their posts. But I think they've done a pretty good job there, but it's a bit of a difficult task getting rid of the water there because, as you can see, there's just more water coming down to replace it.
Minefield, in other words. Right.
Here we go then.
Right.
Out of the pit lane. Let's see how this goes. We'll just hope for as relaxed as a Whilton Mill Kart Comp race can be. Let's just have fun out there.
Yeah.
Let's keep it on the black stuff.
Yes.
Let's have a good race. Now, as you can see, Jessica White, they're leading the field up towards Christmas Corner. They've got 1 lap to just try and find any extra grip that they might not have been able to in the practice.
I mean, to be completely honest, you remember what happened at round 9? Terry Ellingham saying it was not Lucas, it was his father that was the rowing champion. So, yeah, I mean, I think we might go round for another formation lap. Because of the fact they've only had 3 laps practice, I think it could be a matter of safety precautions.
Doesn't look like it,
but
it
doesn't look like it. We'll see what happens. I mean, Jessica White now just waiting for Luca Magni to pull alongside.
Looks like we are just going to have the one warm-up lap. Yellow flags out at the final sector. Drivers just trying to get those last little bit of heat into the tyres, what they can anyway, but equally, you don't want to spin it on the warming-up lap.
No.
That is never an ideal situation. We've all done it at some point, but yeah, let's try and keep it facing in the right direction. So here we go then. Drivers come around the final corner, 2 by 2. Are we going to get it underway? No, we are not. False start. The first one, probably of many today, I think.
Yeah, and I did see someone pulling to the left-hand side coming out of pit bend. That was Ross Tyler in the 22. So I kind of thought that might have been the case, that we might have had either a second formation lap or a full start. I mean, we had that quite prolifically last time, didn't we?
We did. We had quite a few of those, and that was in the dry. So, yeah, in the wet, we can definitely expect a few of those today. So, yeah, whether we always say whether the driver's meant to do that and actually just wanted another warm-up lap, as we've got the 22 already off at Christmas Corner.
So whether Ross Tyler might have had a technical issue.
I think he must have done, because he was the one that you were saying was hand up out the final corner, wasn't it? Going a bit slow on the outside. So,
yeah,
going to try and get that parked up safely behind a marshal's post.
Nice work there by Ross Tyler, actually, to get that out of the way. So we'll be down to 26 drivers instead of 27.
Although that is not ideal for his race boots. They are going to be sodden after walking through that grass. He's going to have to put a lot of newspaper in those before his heat number 3 later on today. Here we are then, 2 by 2 formation coming through the boot. Jessica White on the right-hand side of your screen. Luca Magni in the number 98 on the left-hand side. They'll obviously switch as we come down onto the start-finish straight. Let's see if they can do it. Second time of asking here for heat number 2 in the Junior Max. It looks like we are underway. Lights are out, and through Oblivion they go. Look at that spray as all the 27 karts fly down through the first couple of corners.
Great start by Jessica White. She timed that perfectly. And now here comes the number 66. That's Harrison Whitcomb up the inside. That was on I really couldn't quite...
It's going to be a bit difficult to read the numbers, isn't it, today, I think?
It is going to be that case, as that was James Tester, the 127.
Oh, that's a late move.
Jacob Jukes up the inside of Daniel Gurney. Oh, and Whitcomb up the inside gets through. Now Jacob Jukes looking through into Wilkins. The number 34 gets through, nearly a little bit of a touch of sidewalls, and now Jukes makes it through.
You don't want to be on the outside there.
But you know what I said about the start? It was crucial. Ooh. Jessica White has already bolted away, and now it's a 3-way scrap for, that is going to be second position, isn't it?
It is indeed a proper scrap already, and we're only on lap number 1. But good move, and what a move on the exit there. But gets re-overtaken. Too much speed on the entry. Is then going to cut back again, is Jacob Jukes. I'm going to try around the outside of the first corner and does make it stick. Up into P2 he goes.
Yeah, Harrison Whittaker, I think, just went in a bit too hot into pit bend, and straight away he went wide. Jukes switched back to the other side, and he's sideways under braking. James Tester running out the top 4. Alexander Zingarevic now up into 6th position. So the number 16 from Argenti Motorsport moving his way up the order, but Jess White has a 2-second advantage, but Jacob Jukes has already gone purple in Sector 1. That's the number 20 kart. That's Holly Mile, another one of the Jax Motorsport karts, down by the sidelines with 6 minutes and 20 to go. So we're down to 25 here, John.
Indeed we are. Field actually keeping relatively close together. I thought it would be a huge... It would get hugely spread out immediately, but still pretty close on the timings. And some good battles going on already. I think we're going to see quite a bit of side-pod contact today as well, because, yeah, making a move down the inside, you kind of just have to use them on the exit, don't you? A little bit of side-pod contact just to make sure you both stay on the track. So let's see how that goes. A few changes in the top 10. Up 3 positions with Spencer Brown on that last lap. He's one of our championship contenders.
George Donald, though, however, from the back of the field, now in 10th position behind the 114 of Harry Hurst-Grover, as the number 65 of Spencer Brown has a little bit of a touch, front bumper to rear bumper of Alexander Zingarevic. That's the battle for P5 on the road as they make their way down from Inkermans and into Ashby's. You can just see how treacherous these conditions are. The amount of steering wheel control by Alexander Zingarevic in the number 16, and there goes Spencer Brown up the inside, and that's going through into Wilkins, but Wilkins now through into Osiers by the Red Sea. Alexander Zingarevic gets back through.
Yeah, some good ducking and diving racing from those two. But yeah, you can go for that move, but then you're compromising your exit, and they're going to slip straight back through on the exit because you can only get that power down once you're facing a straight line. Otherwise, you're going to be finding yourself facing the wrong direction. Yeah,
very true. It is really treacherous. You can see there Tom Holden alongside X-Kart teammate Harry Hurst-Grover has actually gone ahead of his teammate now into the top 10. It's actually Tom Holden's, I believe it's his debut here in the WMKC. The number 84 has been racing all across the UK this season through IKR championships, but he's made a good account of himself at the moment. And where did he actually start? Well, he started P11. He dropped down the field a little bit, but he's come through a bit sideways from the 24 there, coming through Christmas Corner. That was Blake Noble, and right behind him is William Pemble and George Spilsbury.
This is certainly an interesting one to have as your first round of the year. Definitely getting thrown in at the deep end, quite literally, here at Whilton Mill. So we'll keep an eye on themselves and how they're moving up through the field. Reg Hayward has had a pretty decent start. Was up 6 places on the lap before last, but has stayed as is now. Currently sat in 15th. Started second last in this one, 26th position.
Oh, and Harrison Whittaker gets a contact warning.
I think that's pretty understandable in these conditions.
Yes. There might be quite a few of them today.
Yeah, I would hope that... oh, that's a big off. That's the 127 in the wall. Hopefully keeps it going, and does indeed. So that's James Tester from P3. Gets it all sideways out of fine lane and ends up in the barrier. But luckily, actually, was able to bounce off quite nicely. Kept the throttle pinned and rejoins, but loses a number of positions.
Just keep an eye on the right rear of that kart as well. The bumper might be slightly askew. I don't know if that impacts. Might have loosened the bolts on the right-hand side of the rear bumper. But as long as it doesn't start dragging on the ground, he's absolutely fine. So we're coming, we're 5 minutes down in this 8-minute plus an additional lap race as Harry Hurst-Grover trying to get on terms with Finn Leslie. Thomas Behrman, who started down in 23rd position, now rounding out the top 13.
Yeah, we'll try and keep an eye on James Tester's rear bumper if you can see it through the spray. We'll try and keep an eye on that. As we saw a move there, that was George Donald going through on Luca Magni there at the last corner. That was a good move. And James Tester, after that incident, where is he going to end up? 14th position for James.
Race lead could be possibly changing. Jacob Jukes.
He's been closing and closing, hasn't he?
The gap was 2 seconds, and now he's going for the lead. And he's got it. That's going down from Inkermans into Ashby. So Jacob Jukes was 2 seconds behind, and now on lap number 6, he takes the lead.
Yeah, good move. It was, only a few laps ago. It was about 2.5 seconds, wasn't it, gap to the lead? So Jacob clearly feeling it in his element here in the wet conditions, has chased down Jessica and has passed her for the race lead.
And also, her elder sister Catherine was the most viral video on YouTube so far from Stone
Maybe
Dead
not on
last
the whole of YouTube.
No, on our
Alpha
YouTube,
Live,
on Alpha
yes.
Live's YouTube channel. Sorry, it's been a long day
Not
already.
quite Gangnam style,
I've been up before the crack of dawn. So,
what a turn of events.
Catherine now is in rowing, so she'd be right in her element right now, wouldn't she?
Indeed. There seems to be a bit of a correlation here between kart racers and rowers. An interesting one I've not heard before, but there we go. Yeah, so maybe Jessica using some of her sister's prowess in the wet here to be up in P2 at the moment. And is racing very nicely. But look at that, Spencer Brougham is closing in there in P3 in the number 65.
What a run from George Donald. Stone dead last to 5th position.
Wow.
And he's half a second off of Alexander Zingarevic.
Wow.
Now we've got this battle here. Luca Magni, that's Zaki Hussein up the inside, going through Ogiers. So the 131 makes it through. Nearly a touch between front, well, a slight glance, I might say, between front and rear bumper as we head into the final 55 seconds plus an additional lap.
Indeed, yeah, those drivers closing in, as we said, Spencer Brougham, George Donald, but whether they have enough time now to close up that gap and gain any more positions, as it has just started to eke out those gaps between drivers. And nearly 4 seconds between Spencer in 3rd and Alexander Zingarevic in 4th there.
Yeah, Thomas Behrman now up into 11th position. James Tester now into 13th. So starting to recover from that moment coming out of Fine Lady and hitting the tyre barriers. So the 127 still trying to make his way up the order. Harry Hurstgrover has got Arthur Thacker, birthday boy today, closing in. So the 114 being closed in on by the number 14, going down from Christmas Corner into Inkermans.
What a birthday to have. Wilton Mill Kart Club. And there's no better way to spend your birthday, is there, really, for Arthur?
He might have been thinking, hopefully there's no rain today.
Yeah, maybe slightly different weather, you would hope. But, we've had an off there. The 114 that's Harry Hurstgrover rejoining the circuit. So the 97, is that's got past 87?
87 and 70.
That's Mac McFarquhar that's gone through. So he's lost a good 8 or 9 positions there, I think, as Harry had a little bit of an off. As the 73 clatters the curb there. That's Reg Hayward really taking lots of the curb.
Speaking of birthdays, one of the marshals out there, Paige, is 16 today, so many happy returns to her.
Big shout out to Paige out there. Oh, braving the conditions.
That was more than braving. That was trying to go through the water splash at the 3,000-metre steeplechase, and it didn't quite pay off.
The kart won't like that very much, I think.
I think hopefully the radiator hasn't been saturated on the right-hand side of the kart. That was the 73.
Reg Hayward again. So Reg Hayward, we saw him clatter the curb at the last corner and then goes wide on the exit of Fine Lady there.
Last lap board is out, and Jacob Jukes now has extended his lead over Jess White to just north of 2.1 seconds, and he's got the fastest lap of the race. James Test has gone purple in Sector 2.
And here comes Jacob Jukes then. Over the line to take the win in the Junior Max Heat number 2. A brilliant race with Jacob there. And a change on the last lap for second. Spencer Brougham did manage to just about squeeze past Jessica White. And a change for 4th as well. So George Donald from the back of the grid to P4. What a race from George Donald. I think we'll be seeing here near the top throughout today in Junior Max. Alexander Zingarevic ended up in P5. And your rest of the top 10 saw Zaki Hussein, Luca Magni, Finn Leslie, Tom Holden and James Tester rounding out the top 10. Arthur Thacker just missing out on that top 10. P11 for the birthday boy.
Yep, quite a few other drivers. Blake Noble, Thomas Behrman, William Pemble, George Spilsbury rounding out the top 15 with Mac McFarquhar, Reg Hayward, Harrison Whitacombe ending up 18th, ahead of Harrison Morrow with Harry Hurstgrover completing the top 20 with Harry Maynard, Oliver Kerr, Daniel Gurney, Deacon Russell, Zach Heslop, and unfortunately, we lost the number 22 on the, before we'd even gotten going, and Holly Mile retired on lap 2. So that really rounds out Junior Rotax Heat number 2. And there will be a slight delay whilst the karts are being recovered. But up next, it's Heat 2, Honda Cadet. So, whilst the clean-up operation is going underway on the circuit, we're now going to head over to the dummy grid. But we'll try and see if we can get the grids up for Honda Cadet Heat number 2 here at Whilton Mill. So here's your starting grid. Samir Paul will start from pole position. Alongside on the front row will be Jensen Walker. Harry Freeman and Mason Brooks complete row number 2, with Jaden Mead and Jensen Maplethorpe completing the top 3 rows. Sergio Viertz and Max Wheatley ran out row 4, with Luca Holmes-Ballack and Charlie Wolfett rounding out the top 10. Rocco Shenton and Max Endicott round out row 6 ahead of Arjun Paul and Oliver Majewski, with Benjamin Lawn and Finney Lines rounding out the top 8 rows. Sebastian Behrman and Oliver Spencer completing the top 18, with Teddy Cooper and Alfie Mew on row 10, with Zach Starbuck and Charles Kitely completing the 22 strong grid.
This should be interesting specifically for the Honda Cadets as well, because obviously we see them running very closely usually, often in each other's wheel tracks, so whether it's going to remain like that in these wet conditions.
Then we've also got the added dynamic of a standing start as well, haven't we?
Indeed. So as you can see there, some grid positions looking a little bit more moist than others, particularly that left-hand side of the grid.
Yeah, I mean,
so whether that's going to play an impact.
I think also, you know, you've got to manage that throttle manipulation on the start. You know, you want to build the revs up to a nice point, but then you don't want to go literally put the hammer down in these conditions, because first of all, that's going to spool up the rear tyres, and you're not going to get the premium of traction, and especially when you've got standing water puddles underneath your grid spot.
No, exactly. And yeah, you could get a bad start and drop a few positions, or you could find yourself ending up facing the other direction, which isn't too fun. Isn't great for your race, and especially with the spray here, not being able to see someone spun the wrong direction could result in not the best outcome. So hopefully there, the driver's just going to keep it relaxed under the start. Just make sure they get underway, and then once they're underway, they can start putting the hammer down and working themselves up.
And that rain continues to fall.
Indeed it does. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. It has, I was going to say, eased up a little bit, and then I looked at the puddle, and you could see the raindrops, so maybe not, maybe not.
No, that standing puddle on the sort of like the rumble strips outside of Pit Bend going onto the start-finish straight, that looks to have expanded somewhat over the past 10 to 15 minutes whilst the junior Rotax drivers were out. I mean, the biggest problem is that with standing water, it has to go somewhere.
Exactly, and you want to try and make sure that you don't drive through it, like we saw Reg Hayward do on the Exeter Fine Lady in the last race, because that's never the ideal outcome.
Never would I thought in my wildest dreams that I would actually mention the 3,000-metre steeplechase in a big puddle that someone goes through on the Exeter Fine Lady. Just when you think you've seen it all and you say something, then you say something new.
Yep. Then you come to Whilton Mill Kart Club and it's all hell breaks loose.
Cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war, as they say, or the carts of war.
Yes.
Or the puddles of war, as we're going to say now, with the amount of weather references we've had. How are things looking in the chat, I wonder?
Let's have a look. You've got Alan Harris saying, let's go racing for Kira Harris. Good luck to everyone from X-Kart. That's from Fearsome. Come on, Max Wheatley, says Riley Mason-Lewis. Good luck to Teddy Cooper, number 79 from Cooper Motorsport UK.
Alan Harris. What on earth? Is he trying to do his best his best 300 impersonation? Channeling his inner Gerard Butler. This is Sparta.
Instead of kicking them into a pit, you get kicked into a puddle. Yeah.
Or the puddle kicks you.
Yeah, it does.
Whichever way that is.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, like you say, with the standing start. I'm going to be interested to see how the drivers deal with this.
Yeah, they're all making their way out of the chicane just past Osiers and heading towards the top of the boot.
Of course, being random grids, we've got a lot of drivers sort of out of position as to maybe where they should be. Luke Holmes-Ballack, P9, Rocco Shenton on the E-plate, P11, Max Endicott, P12, Oliver Majewski, P14, Vinny Lines, P16. So this is going to be interesting to see how they're able to make their way through the field. You've got to make those moves stick, but you've also got to make sure you do them cleanly as well.
Yeah, I mean, Finney Lines, Heat 1 winner from yesterday, he's starting on 15th position, the inside of row number 8, so that's going to be quite crucial on how he his getaway. And it looks like, yeah, 15th spot on the grid doesn't really have any standing water, but it's the carts on the left-hand side that have a lot more standing water to contend with, especially Samir Paul, Jaden Mead, Sergio Viert. So those are the outside of the top 3 rows. So they've really got to watch what they do here.
Here we go then. Watch the lights, says the marshal.
So 8 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Lights are out, we're off and racing. And a good start there from Samir Paul. Well, actually nailed the traction beautifully there on the run down to Oblivion and Crook. So they now make their way through Fine Lady. Everyone started, well, 3 wide at about 8th to 10th position. Someone nearly came a cropper through Fine Lady, but at the moment Samir Paul leads the field into Christmas Corner, but then loses it very, very quickly indeed because that's Harry Freeman. That's head down Harry. I remember that young man. He was racing at Rye House quite recently. I think he still does at the moment in Honda Cadet, but he was trying to go for the lead. But at the moment now, it's I'm trying to work out.
Jaden, no, it's the 29. Which we don't have on our timing, so possibly the 26 of Jaden Mead. The 8 now challenging for the lead. That's Charlie Wolfett. What a start from Charlie. And he has made the move stick.
And that's from 10th position.
What
up
a start.
Up to the race lead.
That's ridiculous.
And there's Rocco Shenton on cue.
26 of Jaden Mead is. Oh, Jaden spun it. Down at the boot. Jaden is round, facing the wrong direction. Just gets those brakes locked up, and round he goes.
That's the thing with these with the back brakes on these karts. You put too much pressure in wet weather conditions, that will snap your back axle round very, very quickly, and you'll do a 180 just like Jaden Mead experienced just then. But now Rocco Shenton.
Look who it is.
Rocco Shenton looking up the inside through the Exeter Fine Lady and powers past Charlie Wolfett before they even hit Christmas Corner. And what's more, Rocco Shenton was sideways under braking. Harry Freeman in 3rd place, head of Oliver Majewski and Luca Holmes-Ballack up to P5. Mason Brooks, Oliver Spencer, Max Endicott. Good start from Finley Lines from 16th on the grid to P9 ahead of pole sitter Samir Paul in the number 90.
Indeed. What a start from Rocco Shenton. I mean, not that we don't expect it. He's incredibly quick, but P11 to P1 from basically 1 lap is incredibly impressive. But he had a little check over his shoulder, did Rocco, going down the straight there down towards Ashby, and it was a strong point ahead from Charlie Wolfett saying, just go forward. And we often see that in the Hondas, don't we? Of course, the slipstream being so prevalent that the drivers just say, let's just work together until we get to sort of the last 60 seconds.
Well, the thing is, they've got company. The cavalry's coming. Head down Harry. Harry Freeman is closing in on them, and the top 3 covered by just over 0.6 of a second. Back to Oliver Majewski. A little bit of a run wide coming out of Oblivion and Crook from Charlie Wolfett. That's going to give Harry Freeman the opportunity to get some slipstream. That's still prevalent even in the wet weather conditions. Mason Brooks has dropped down to 8th. Samir Paul's got past Zach Starbuck for 9th place. Alfie Mew and Charles Kitely up to 12th and 13th respectively. Finley Lines was up to 9th position, but now drops down back to 14th, ahead of the recovering Jaden Mead, who's made up 3 positions from 18th to 15th, as Rocco Shenton is starting to pull out a lead. Charlie Wolfett has got Harry Freeman closing in, and Harry Freeman last time around was fastest of anybody, but Oliver Majewski now purple in Sector 1.
Yeah, Harry Freeman and Oliver Majewski, identical lap times last time around, 105.62 for both of them. So clearly working together nicely and pushing forward towards these top 2. Another person to shout out is Zach Starbuck, up into the top 10 now, started in P21. Technically, but we look to only have 20 drivers out there, so possibly not a full grid start for this one as we go on to a new lap. 4.5 minutes to go.
Oliver Spencer went a little bit wide coming out of pit bend, the number 42, still circulating in 7th position, so didn't really leave the door open for Mason Brooks or Zach Starbuck to get through. There's a bit of a gap between Oliver Spencer and Mason Brooks. It was about 1.2 seconds. A little bit of a squabble here coming through Christmas Corner.
It's over P9, I think. Zach Starbuck involved in that one.
Yeah, Harry Freeman, again, just chomping at the bits to see if he's got an opportunity to get past Charlie Wolfett. But what he won't want to do is to give an opportunity for Oliver Majewski. And that, as I say that, that's just happened because Majewski's through. That was coming through Wilkins going into Osiers. So the number 10 up into P3. Luca Holmes-Ballack, I think, has also gotten through on Harry Freeman. So the number 78 drops down to what could, well, that's going to be more than 5th. That's going to be 7th.
Yeah. It is indeed, you're right. So once you lose one position, you lose many. That's what often happens in this level of karting. And especially in these conditions, getting pushed off of the line that you want to be on means you lose a heap of time. So indeed, Harry Freeman down to P7 now after a great start to the race. And look at that gap that Rocco Shenton has built out now. that's it's apparently less than a second on the time. It looks like, oh, we got a spinner out of Fine Lady. That was from down in the middle of the pack. We'll try and pick up who that is.
That might be Charles. That is the number...
Is it Sergio Wirtz? I think it is, the 55.
Oh,
of Sergio Wirtz from P12 there.
He's a good save, though.
Yeah,
good save. I mean,
he's got it back on the black stuff, so he's carrying on. But, yeah, never an ideal way to start your lap on the grass. But, yeah, just still getting used to the conditions, I think, which is understandable. It's absolutely biblical out there still, and you can see the amount of rainfall on the cameras. And that's causing all of that spray. But we look back here to the number 8, to Charlie Wolfert, being closely followed now by Oliver Majewski. Let's see what that gap now is out to the front. Now 1.3 seconds Rocco Shenton has over Charlie Wolfert.
And Oliver Majewski was just over a tenth quicker than Charlie Wolfert in second position. But now, keep your eyes on the pair of Max Endicott up into fourth place in the number 4 Kart and Luca Holmes-Ballock in the number 28. They've got Oliver Spencer just behind them in the number 42 with Harry Freeman. Zach Starbuck now up into 8th place ahead of Mason Brooks with Alfie Mew in the number 31 completing the top 10. You were right. Sergio Wirtz drops down from what was 12th position down to 17th place as we head into the final couple of minutes plus an additional lap of the race itself. But Rocco Shenton looking to make good his intentions. I mean, I can't remember which round it was that you and I were both on. Maybe it was round 6 or something like that, where Rocco Shenton was the standout driver in Honda Cadet that weekend.
Yeah, he's had a couple of weekends where he's been pretty dominant as Rocco. And I guess you would kind of expect that from an E-plated driver. He's very, very quick, and he's showing that today. He clearly enjoys these conditions. He checks over his shoulder as he comes across the line. I think that gap, has that closed ever so slightly, about a tenth or so, but has Charlie Wolfert and Oliver Majewski left this a little bit too late to chase down Rocco Shenton? Just over a minute to go, so only probably 2 laps in this is all. We've got a driver off as well. Once you're in that puddle, it's difficult to get out of it. Just touches the wall on the outside, but manages to get it back together. Oh, tries to rejoin, goes back on the grass.
That was Oliver Spencer in the 42. Oh. He was behind Max Endicott.
They were all involved in a big battle, weren't they, there? And he just got sort of squeezed out wide.
Look, this battle here, Majewski managed to get past on Charlie Wolfert, but Wolfert returned the favour going through into Ashby's. Now into the left-hander here at Wilkins, down the dip into Osiers. And then you got the river, effectively chicane, there. Great job by the marshals here at Wilton Mill to try and close that up. But there's a squabble a little bit further behind Max Endicott, which might have been the likes of Luca Holmes-Ballock, Harry Freeman, and Zach Starbuck, which could be the battle for P5. But here comes Majewski again. That was a nice move going through the top of the boot. So Oliver Majewski in the championship fight as we go on to what's going to be the penultimate lap, with 18 seconds on the clock when Rocco Shenton crossed the line, and his gap has further extended back up to 1.3 seconds. And that's allowed... Oh, Wolfert.
Watch out for that puddle, Charlie.
Wolfert went through the rally splash right then.
He did. The Joker lap with the splash. New fastest lap, though, for Max Endicott in the number 4. He's chasing down those two. But and he's already pretty much closed in on Charlie, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, and I don't think it's going to be long before Endicott pulls the pin on the grenade and generally throws it past Charlie Wolfert, allowing him to follow. But yeah, 1 minute 5, dead on the nose. So and he took over 6.5 tenths out of Charlie Wolfert. And Rocco Shenton now looks over his left shoulder to see where Oliver Majewski is as they head to the top of the boot for what's going to be the penultimate time. Lap 8 out of 9 about to be completed. And Rocco Shenton, the E-Plate champion, will see the last lap board first in front of everybody. A little bit of a scramble down here. That has got...
Luca Holmes-Ballock goes very wide off of the last corner. Just about gets it back on circuit and rejoins, but this group of 4 now nose to tail, headed up by Luca Holmes-Ballock behind Zach Starbuck, Harry Freeman, and Alfie Mew. So who is going to end up at the front of this train by the end of the lap? Moves over to cover off, and Zach Starbuck just pushes him up towards Christmas Corner. Zach Starbuck, as we said, he's had a great race. Started P21, did Zach, and he's battling over 4th place now.
That's a great run there. But down into the hill again. This is the scramble with Luca Holmes-Ballock leading the train. A little bit of a run wide from Zach Starbuck and Harry Freeman. But the top 4, last time around, were covered by 2.3 seconds. That gap looks to have truncated somewhat as they come down in towards the boot for the final time.
It was a fastest lap last lap from Oliver Vinieski, but it was a little bit too late, I think.
Yep, but down out of the boot for the final time through pit bend. It's going to be Rocco Shenton, the E-Plate champion, that now comfortably takes, in the torrid wet weather conditions, the victory for heat number 2 for Honda Cadets by just 9.5 tenths of a second ahead of Oliver Majewski, Charlie Wolfett and Max Endicott. Sharp intake of breath by John Ratcliffe right there.
Close finish between Zach Starbuck and Alfie Mew. 3/100ths of a second across the line.
Oh, my goodness me. Yeah, so Luca Holmes-Ballock...
Oh, we got a spinner after the flag.
And that was through the water splash at a fine lady. That was the number 42 of Oliver Spencer. Twice he's gone through that, once during the race and once after the checkered. He finishes in P11.
He just fancied a bath. That was all.
No, he's already had a shower. He didn't need a bit of dip in the deep end of the fitness pool. But yeah, Zach Starbuck, Alfie Mew, Harry Freeman, Mason Brooks and Charles Kitely ran at the top 10 with Oliver Spencer, Max Wheatley, Jaden Mead recovers to 13th, ahead of Teddy Cooper, Benjamin Lawn, Samir Paul, Sergio Wirtz, Arjun Paul, Sebastian Behrman and Finley Lines, unfortunately retired after just 2 and a bit laps.
Well, that is quite big, isn't it, Finley Lines? We missed that retiree. But that's quite large, so sad to see Finley out immediately in this one, but hopefully we'll see him back out for heat number 3, and it's nothing too terminal. And here we've got nose cone watch as well, just checking that all the drivers are okay. It looks like all our top 3 are pointed through, no problem at all. Right, so that's it for heat number 2 for Honda Cadet. We're going to move swiftly on to heat number 2 for Minimax. Here we are then, just as the drivers continue to make their way back into the pit lane. Here is your grid for Minimax heat number 2. Lucas Blanford lines up on pole position. Alongside him, it's Logan Howes. Row number 2 is Joshua Turnbull and Emily Cotty. Then row 3, Charlie Neve and Harry Friel. Row number 4, Albert Whilton and Spencer Allen behind them. And rounding out the top 10, it's Daniel Hartley and Oliver Smith. Row number 6, Jonas Klimas and Luca Brooks. Then row number 7, it's Maisie Creed and Ellie Baden. Then Daniel Kilpatrick and Toby Bedford on row 8. Behind them, Oliver Meek and Matas Miazanskis. And rounding out your top 20, it's Michael Dalton and Noah McNicholas. Row number 11, Victor Hansen and Joshua Bagembe. Then it's William Webb and Zach McDonald. And finalising your grid, 28 karts on this one. You've got Josh Salvadore, Donald Stratton, Ethan Carney and Will Archer. 28 karts out on track. This is sure to be a belter.
And we're back to rolling starts again as well.
We are indeed.
One of my loves about karting. I mean, you know, Honda Cadet is great for standing starts, but then actually I had a really good conversation with Albert Friend, and I actually asked him, what's it like changing from Honda Cadet to Micromax? And he says, yeah, the standing starts, I kind of like that, but yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. And his dad George went, I'm happy as long as he doesn't get a tramline penalty, which is...
it's something you don't need to really worry about in the standing start, do you?
Well, yeah, in a standing start, you don't need to worry about it as long as you don't do a jump start.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true. But you can definitely still do a jump start in these rolling starts. So still a difficulty to contend with there, especially in these conditions. If you're rolling up relatively quickly to the line, there could be a bit of spray. It could be a bit difficult to see when you actually do need to go. So hopefully the drivers are going to keep it nice and slow up towards the lights. And as soon as we see the lights go out, boot it.
To a point.
Yeah.
To a point, of course.
We've been talking about the throttle progression, haven't we? Making sure it's nice and smooth. Yeah, when I say boot it, you might end up doing a spin like that driver.
Josh Salvadore went sideways going through into Ashby's and he saved it.
One of our championship contenders there.
Yes.
Just finding the limit, I think is the good way of putting it on the warming up lap there for Josh. But he's got quite a low start here, as Josh Salvadore, so it'll be interesting to see how himself, as I say, one of our championship contenders, how he will deal with getting through the pack here and through the spray. Now, we've not really closed up here for the start. I'm probably going to go around again here. Let's see if they can close up before we get to the line. No. We do indeed go round again. And just as I was saying, look at that spray off the start.
I mean, there's a standing water puddle going through Oblivion, even off the curbing.
Yeah.
So that is going to be even more dangerous than people might expect. Don't forget, folks, if you haven't already... Oh, that was Logan Howes.
Watch out for that rear left.
Well, I mean...
Dicing with death there was Logan.
I've seen that kid come through the ranks as well. Still remember when he was back in Bambino's. I think the first time I met him and his dad, James. His dad, dad and lad, those two. Back in Bambino's back in 2018. And they've made the jump to Minimax. Logan's had a mixed bag of results, like a lot of drivers in the Minimax category. And also, someone who celebrated his birthday yesterday, Kasper Tomilewski's dad, Rafal, celebrated his birthday as well. So a bit of a belated birthday shout out there.
Loads of birthdays this weekend.
It always happens in October, doesn't it?
Yeah. Indeed, indeed. Right. See if they can get it going. Second time of asking. Of course we did. Oh, no! 56 of Logan Howes goes for a little spin. He's able to collect it, just... And he's going to hope he can get back to his usual grid spot here. It's going to be a bit of a difficult one. The driver's looking around, oh, what's going on here? Logan trying to fight his way through back to the front.
I hope he hasn't got a front fairing.
This could scupper our start here. Let's see.
Well, he came in front of Maisie Creed on that particular occasion.
Oh, we are lights out and underway.
Look at that spray. That's ridiculous.
All seemingly making it through. Lucas Blanford gets a warning for his troubles, but does end up in the lead, I think.
Well, he got a textbook start at Blanford.
He did get a good start. That's a late send there into Christmas Corner from one of the drivers slightly further down. I think that was Josh Salvador trying to make his way through already. Here's a move from Joshua Turnbull, but switches back, does Lucas Blanford, and retakes the position on exit. I'm not too sure who went through. That might have been Albert Whilton that went through up the inside through Ashby's on Logan Howes and Charlie Neve. But again, that standing water. That was coming out of Ashby's, going through into Wilkins, and it's just absolutely biblical. Look at the amount of traction that these drivers have. It's next to nothing. Oh, that's a good move there. Late one down the inside from the 96 of Albert Whilton. Goes through on Logan Howes.
Oliver Smith, where did you come from? Right up the inside of Daniel Hartley.
Oh, we got a spinner in the boot as well.
And also Jonas Klimas, I think, made a move as well, going through the top part of the boot. Traction is really at a premium, and now Joshua Turnbull has the lead, but Lucas Blanford not letting him get away. Indeed, points forward. Says to work together, does Josh Turnbull. Whether Lucas Blanford is going to agree to that or not, we'll have to wait and see. I think it was Harry Friel might have been our spinner at the boot. Down 19 places on that first lap. Matas Miazanskis down 11 as well, so not ideal starts for those two. Salvador is trying to make his way up into the top 10. He's P13 at the moment. He's like made mincemeat of everyone in front of him. 13 places on one lap for Josh Salvador. My goodness, Josh, take a bow. Well, we got someone off in the ocean. The Red Sea has claimed its first victim. They slowed down to about 3 miles an hour through the ocean there. As there is the number 110. There's Josh Salvador, and he's behind the 44 Michael Dalton, so he's up into the top 10 now, is Josh. But how far? Yeah, he'll be in P10. Indeed he is. Daniel Kilpatrick, Spencer Allen make it up to 11th and 12th position. And the rain is... Logan Howes has just received a warning. You can hear as just the engines losing that noise as they slam onto the brakes up into Christmas, and it can be a bit of a scary moment there. Right, was a late one, wasn't it? I've noticed a couple of front bumpers have been stoved in. The most prominent one was Noah McNicholas in the 81, who's currently P16, and then there was a car a few places back, maybe Miazanskis. I couldn't quite catch the number. We're going to have that difficulty all day, folks, so please bear with us. No, we are indeed. We'll try and report as best as we can. We've got a spinner down at Auger's there. Managed to keep it out of the ocean, I think, but was definitely facing the wrong direction. So I think maybe he was going for a move or trying to defend a move and just got it a bit locked up under braking, and round they went. Yeah, Turnbull's extending his lead. It's now 2.34 seconds. Charlie Neves closing in on Lucas Blanford. There's Tokyo drift there for Spencer Allen through the boot. Oh, I thought I was right. Look at the front fairing of Matas Miazanskis. The sticker has actually come off and it's flapping about all over the shop. It was that much of a hit that it's dislodged the sticker. Wow. And indented the front bumper as well. Yeah, that's more the main
the main negative. Down the inside goes the 60s. That's Charlie Neve up to P2 now. Lucas Blanford gets him back on the exit, though. So I think that's going to be a textbook move that we see throughout the day here.
Did you see just then, Lucas Blanford's left rear wheel was high
high
up in the air.
There, yeah.
Again, he's really pressing on that brake pedal hard just to really get the kart stopped. And that seems to hopefully be working for him. But it's going to compromise him in terms of, you know, catching up with Josh Turnbull. But Oliver Smith has really come on form now. He's pressurising Charlie Neve for third place. Albert Whilton rounds out the top 5. Daniel Hartley is ahead of Logan Howes with Jonas Klimas, Josh Salvadori, now up into 9th position from 25th. That's a gain of 16 places as we're on lap number 5.
Yeah, some drivers really relishing in these conditions. As all down the inside. There goes Oliver Smith then up into the top 3. Yeah, he's certainly reveling in the conditions. Moving his way up through nicely, setting some very quick lap times. Still, your fastest out on track, though, is your leader, Joshua Turnbull. A 1:02.29 for Joshua. Now over 3 seconds in the lead.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on Josh Salvadori's progress. He's he was within 2/10 of Logan Howes for 7th position. I'm not too sure if there has been a change between the pair, but Charlie Neve, look at Oliver Smith. He's like a rocket ship possessed at the moment, and now he's challenging for P2.
Indeed he is. I feel like it's only a matter of time until he steals away that position. Looks for it on the exit, but sticking back for now anyway, and you definitely don't want to be going side by side through Oblivion. It's a bit sketchy in the dry. Today, it's a complete no-go.
Yeah.
And you're right, Salvadori's through.
Oh,
that's the 93, is that? Toby Bedford was off.
Toby Bedford, that was saturation at its finest there for the number 93. I mean, he might have done like the, what was the film? It might have been The Spy Who Loved Me, James Bond with a Lotus Esprit. He fully submerged that thing.
He needs his snorkeling gear today.
No. He needs the deep sea diver suit, and also as Oliver Smith makes his way through that that puddle, and now that compromises his exit coming out of Osiers. So Lucas Blanford got the whole shot, got the traction, but Oliver Smith managed to get out of it a little bit more high and dry than Toby Bedford did just a moment ago.
I don't think any of them are high and dry today, mate.
No, they're sopping wet. It's like when a cat walks in from a rainstorm, like
yes.
completely saturated.
Indeed. 1.5 minutes to go then. Still a huge lead for Joshua Turnbull, but fastest lap now goes to the number 38 of Oliver Smith. 1:02.18 for himself.
Oh, someone went off through the steeplechase puddle and has managed to recover it, kept it out of the barriers.
Oh,
oi!
My
and
goodness.
someone else has gone through the puddle off a Fine Lady as well, and
that's Emily Cotty in the background there.
That was nearly an Oliver Spencer moment there, wasn't it? For her, bless her.
Impressive from Emily actually to keep it on the track there.
Yeah,
ending up half in the puddle. So well done to Emily.
And yes, we are naming puddles. I don't care.
Yeah, we're giving new names here at Whilton Mill. We decide the names of the puddles.
William Webb gets a warning, the number 89, currently sitting in 20th position. But Josh Salvadori up from 25th, now P5. And how far is he behind Charlie Neve? 1.1 seconds, as we've got 30 on the clock still to go. And Salvadori took a second out of him on the previous lap. Brilliant stuff there.
He's down into the 101s, a 101.7. The 46 is off at the boot as well. That's Spencer Allen, who's in 16th prior to that. He's going to have dropped a few positions. But yeah, the only driver, sorry, the one of two to be in the 101s. The other one is Donald Stratton in P13. He started down the order as well. He was P26. So Salvadori was 25th, Stratton was 26th, both of them setting extremely quick lap times.
As the timer now hits 0.
William Webb getting another warning. That is an initial one.
Salvadori's bitten into that lead that Charlie Neve has over him. That's probably going to be less than half. Look at the send that Salvadori just put through the boot, and now he's with Charlie Neve as we go on to the final lap.
So much confidence in the car under him, doesn't he? So much confidence. So impressive from Josh Salvadori. He's got one more lap to try and steal away that position. So we'll definitely keep an eye on him. But there's your leader. Joshua Turnbull has led from, I think it was around lap 2, wasn't it? He got the move done, and he's led the whole way through the rest of the race. He's been really controlling the pace and dropped Lucas Blanford relatively early on. And now should, hopefully not to commentators curse him, should calmly bring this one home. But here we saw Josh Salvadori in the background there, still lapping in the 101s consistently, nearly a second faster than his closest rivals on circuit.
3/4 of a second quicker than Charlie Neve, and Charlie Neve was sideways coming out of Inkermans.
Yeah, it's not like the other drivers aren't trying. Josh Salvadori is just somehow finding some extra grip somewhere that none of the other drivers can find. But here indeed is your leader, number 83, Joshua Turnbull, gets it all sideways, getting into the final corner. He's just showing off now, isn't he? But here he goes. Comes across the line, gives it a little weave, and takes the win, does Joshua Turnbull. Oliver Smith's going to follow him through to take P2, and Lucas Blanford will round out your top 3. And Josh Salvadori does snatch away 4th place in the dying moments there from Charlie Neve, who ends up in P5. Then it was Daniel Hartley and Albert Whilton, then Daniel Kilpatrick. Madas Miazanskas steals away 9th from Michael Dalton in the dying moments there, who rounds out your top 10. Then came Logan Howells and Jonas Klimas, then Victor Hansen. And who was that coming across the line? Was it Zach McDonald? I think possibly Donald Stratton, actually, who was had his fist in the air, was very happy with that result. One of the drivers, anyway, in the mid-pack there was very happy with the result. And anyone should, just getting to the end of the race, I think you should be pretty happy with yourself here at Wilton Mill for round number 10 of the FastR Wilton Mill Kart Club. But it was Zach McDonald rounded out the top 15. Then you got Ethan Carney, William Webb, Noah McNicholas, Luca Brooks, Oliver Meek rounded out your top 20. Then was Emily Cotty, Maisie Creed, Spencer Allen, Eli Badhan, then Toby Bedford, Harry Friel, and Will Archer. But another great race. Some interesting spills and some great moves as well.
And Toby Bedford becoming the first submarine of the day, I think. Yes. Bless him. But there might be a few scratching of heads in the awnings.
Dear, the 59er Lucas Blanford front fairing penalty. That's going to be plus 5 seconds. So that's going to put him down to P6 at the end of this. No, sorry, P5. So not too many positions lost. That's kind of a small blessing, I guess. With conditions like these, the gaps often open out a little bit more, so the penalties don't have as much of an impact.
And now that means that Josh Salvadori is promoted to P3 as a result of that.
Very impressive. So that's a P25 to P3. What a race from Josh Salvadori.
Yeah. So, with that race out of the way, that was Minimax Heat 2. Next up, it's IAME Cadet Heat number 2. So the saturation continues here at Wilton Mill Kart Club. Let's take you through the starting grid for Heat 2 of IAME Cadet. So on the front row, it's Marcel Popical with Harvey Bacon alongside on the front row. Nathaniel Hodges and Colby Patterson on row 2. Simeon Stone and Orion Nayar on row 3. Austin Gibson and Amelie Davey, row 4. Cody LePaterel and Daniel Wiesnauskas on row 5. Finley Hines and Levi Sangera on row 6. Max Mason and Jalath Sayat, row 7. Katie Clark and Luke Millward, row 8. Millen Tomlinson and Levi McGrath ran out the top 9 rows. Completing the top 20, it's Austin Newstead and Enzo Butarazzi with Zachary Brazel Shepherd and Harley Musk on row 11. Max Wright and Elliot Travis complete row number 12. Henry Clark and Sukhmani Kira on row 13 with Will Green and Jacob Nairn on row 14. Grayson Wortley and Josh Cook complete the top 30, and rounding out the packed 32-strong grid, it's Mason O'Connor and Frederick Wood. Yeah, John's getting his air guitar going on right about now with those heavy metal riffs.
The tunes. Get me pumped for this race ahead.
It's like going to a Metallica concert, isn't it?
Almost identical. Being sat over in the box. It's brilliant. Much more action here than a Metallica concert, though. You definitely would. I personally would rather be here than at a Metallica concert.
What, you wouldn't? All I'm going to say is you don't like being in a mosh pit, do you?
I mean, I wear glasses, so it's never my favourite place to be. If they get broken, I am blind as a bat. So, yeah, I've always been the one to... I would love to be involved, but equally I've got to...
So you're a spectator at the side?
I'm a spectator at the side, yeah. I think that's more my role.
Well, there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. John Ratcliffe, not a participant in mosh pits.
Here we go then. 32 on the grid for this one. We've seen a lot of spray. This is going to be, well, to use the phrase again, biblical. The spray in this one.
Has Moses arrived yet? Or where's Noah?
15 minutes out.
Where's Noah and his ark? Right, what's going on?
He takes two from each classification of karts.
Oh, 2 IAME cadets, 2 X30 seniors.
We've got a donation in the chat.
Oh, Sesh Dew, shout out to you. Yeah, best wishes from Manav Dew. Good luck to the Boxo Cosmic Junior drivers, Elliot Travis, Josh Cook and Freddie Wood. We're glad to be watching and supporting you from Florida this morning.
With a little sun emoji, just to rub it in a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, look, can we not start discussing currency conversions, please?
We've been asked to ask for Great British Pounds, please, because our exchange rate at the moment isn't the best.
Look, let's not get into economic discussions right now, for goodness sake.
Yeah, we've come here for karting. This is to get away from our usual daily economic struggle. Let's just enjoy...
Don't vote for John Radcliffe, your new Conservative leader. Right, OK, let's have a look at the poll. 173 votes so far. So what's the percentage, John?
I feel like we should know, but I don't think it is going to be what we think. Oh. OK, it's closer than I thought.
61% say no, or computer says no.
No slicks. Yes, say... 39% say yes to slicks, but as we've just been told on our ear, it does look like the rain should begin to stop in the next hour or two.
You know what? When I do commentary, the only time I look at the weather on my phone is in the morning.
Yes.
After that, it's whatever happens. It's if I see it, I believe it.
Even if the rain stops, we've got so much standing water, it isn't going to make a difference for another few hours. So, as we've seen the marshals doing a fantastic job in these conditions, trying to sweep off that standing water. It's going to need a bit more than a brush to get rid of that.
Yep. Well, just a couple of results that have been confirmed. Top 3 in Junior Rotax Heat 2. Jacob Dukes confirmed as the race winner with the fastest lap. Jess White in second. Spencer Brougham rounding out the top 3 positions. And Rocco Shenton confirmed as your Honda Cadet Heat 2 winner ahead of Oliver Majewski, who set the fastest lap with Charlie Wolfitt completing the top 3. As the substantial IAME Cadet grid makes its way out onto the circuit.
It's so many karts, we can't even fit it on our live timing. It only goes down to 30. We've got 32.
Well, I was going to say we might want to change the zoom aspect on that just to be on the safe side. Amano Shrimp says, I hope the outside cameramen have hot drinks. I'm sure they're fully prepared. James Webb says, get them paddles out. Bush 1E says, we're going to need a bigger boat. Well, if we get the Ark, we're fine. Right.
Luckily, I don't think there's any sharks hiding in that standing water.
Oh. Right. Folks out there in the comments, tell us where you're watching from, and is it wet or dry?
If you're anywhere in the UK, it's probably wet.
If you're in Florida, you're guaranteed sunshine. Yeah. Australia, not too sure. Right. This is going to be a full start off the bat, so they're going to go around for another lap.
Right-hand side of the grid was a little bit too spaced out there, as they still go 2 by 2 around the first couple of corners. That is... they've all kept it on the track.
That spray is so bad. Oh, my goodness. I have to say, I have to compliment every single driver that's ventured here to Whilton Mill this weekend for getting out there and just going for it. I mean, that's the thing. Especially in the younger classes, the cadet classes, these are the formative years where you really, really learn your racecraft. And having these kind of wet weather conditions really, really gives you that opportunity to truly test yourself.
It really does. And it's... yeah, quite the baptism of fire for the younger drivers, or baptism of water, I guess.
Right, okay. Will Foxy Red Photography's camera drown today? Probably. Yes. That girl K saying UK and raining, spitting. Amano Shrimp watching from East Ayrshire in Scotland, and amazingly, it's dry.
What?
Texas from Three-Sided, very, very dry.
Yeah, that's...
Right, okay, we're going to go for a second attempt at the rolling start for Heat 2 for IAME Cadets here at Whilton Mill. So they head into the tram lines. Red lights on the starting gantry. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Who's going to get the best start going into Oblivion and Crook as they 2 or 3 went through the standing water puddles, and it's Marcel Poppercool that leads the field. 2, 3 abreast going through Crook, and we've had a spin around already through turn number 2. And that drive is now recovered, and it's 3, 4 wide going nearly into Christmas Corner for the first time of asking. Down the dip into Inkermans, but Poppercool has got the initial advantage, but has got Harvey Bacon. Someone's gone off the circuit, coming down from Inkermans.
Looked like Enzo Bussarazzi, I think that was, the 20, went a bit wide.
Yeah, Mason O'Connor's just got a warning. Levi Sangera rounding out the 30 strong. So far, but Marcel Poppercool has about a 10.5 advantage, as there are some sends going through into Osiers by the river. Sounds like a name place, like yeah, Osiers by the ocean. It sounds like Clacton on Sea. Poppercool makes a bit of a mistake, and that is the 52. That's Austin Gibson now into the race lead.
Good move there. And up through he goes, just opportunistic there, sees a mistake from the driver ahead and moves his way through. So Austin Gibson takes the lead of this one. That was a good planned move. I think there's quite a few moves, certainly on that first lap we saw, where it was more of just luck, where you sort of outbrake yourself. If you just dive to the apex, people are sort of going to move out your way. So a couple of lucky moves on that first lap, and the 79 and Marcel Poppercool loses another place there at Christmas Corner. The 80 of Harvey Bacon moves through into P2, and a bit of contact there. The 88 gets squeezed wide. That's Cody LePetrel off the circuit, goes over the grass and rejoins, but loses a number of positions there.
Yeah. Cody LePetrel, but also Jalath Sayer started 14th, now P4. Keep your eyes on Will Green, though. Will Green, 27th, and he's already in the top 10 after the first lap. That is ridiculous. 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. There's a side-by-side battle here. To the outside of it is Colby Patterson, and through has gone Finley Hines, and so has Will. Will Green has shot up the order like a rat up a drain pipe.
Got it all crossed up through the entrance to the boot there. We've got a spinner in the background as well. Just goes on to the pit entrance and manages to rejoin.
It's still, I mean, it looks like the sun's trying to break through the clouds, but it's not quite happening yet. Nathaniel Hodges was looking around the outside of Oblivion and Crook, going through past Colby Patterson for 8th position, as we've got 5.5 minutes still to go on the clock.
It was Cody who was the spinner at the boot as well, so Cody, not the most ideal lap for him there.
Henry Clark's had a contact warning as they still filter their way down into Ashby's. I think there was a little bit of a send coming through, just through our line of sight. But the top 2 have really started to pull away a little bit. Austin Gibson still leads, but Harvey Bacon is about 9/10 of a second adrift. Jalath Sayer now up into 3rd place from 14th on the grid, and is chasing down the 2 in front. There is the number 54 of Will Green, who has made up, folks, 21 positions. He's now ahead. We'll make that 22, because I think he's ahead of Finley Hines in the 57.
Once again, some drivers just able to find some grip that no one else are. So Will Green doing an incredibly impressive job, as you say. And through up into 5th place, confirmed on the timing.
That is an impressive run. That's the most positions gained, I think, so far in one heat so far this weekend.
I think he's in 4th already at Christmas Corner.
So Marcel
on Poppercool.
There he is. Yeah. Poppercool's got Finley Hines looking towards his inside, going to Ashby's, and Hines is going to send it. Gets through on the 79. So that is a change for 5th position there. They've got a few trying to close in. Max Mason, Colby Patterson, Austin Newstead, Luke Millward now up into the top 10 in the number 38, with Nathaniel Hodges and Enzo Butarazzi in the number 20 completing the top 12. Sukmani Kira, Harley Musk and Max Wright complete the top 15.
Sukmani's had a good race so far as well, from 26th on the grid up to P13 now, so 13 positions already for Sukmani. One we always like to watch out on circuit. Very, very quick driver is Sukmani, so we'll keep an eye on them as well.
Will Green sets the fastest lap of the race. First driver to get into the 104s.
I'm not even just into the 104s. 104.7.
Like, literally made mincemeat of the 105s and went straight into the 104s. Jalath Sayer now looking very closely to the back of Harvey Bacon as they're battling over P2. Jalath Sayer was slightly slower through the first sector, but is keeping within striking distance. But they've got to watch them, because lighting up the timesheets purple again, Will Green. That's the 77 around. That's Katie Clark, who was 18th. She just put in her personal best lap as well, a 1 minute 7.36. So that's going to unfortunately drop her outside of the top 20. Josh Cook gets a contact warning from race control. But here comes the cavalry. Will Green closing on Jalath Sayer. But I think, did I just see a yellow flag there?
Ooh,
Jalath Sayer looking... Oh, Jalath Sayer looking up the inside of Harvey Bacon. And now here comes Will Green. The barn doors have been wide open as Harvey Bacon loses not just 1 but 2 positions as Jalath Sayer signals to Will Green. Right, let's push. Let's go after Austin Gibson. They've got just under 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap to do so. But with Austin Gibson now setting the fastest lap of the race, he's got clean air. And we've got a yellow flag up into Christmas. So Katie Clark, I think, is just walking away from the kart. Unfortunately, that's a DNF for the 77.
Indeed it is. Not the best race finish for Katie, but hopefully we'll see her out for heat number 3 later on today. But as you say, let's see if Jalath and Will end up working together here, or whether, again, it's just a little bit too late. And no, they're not. Down the inside goes to 54, so Will Green doesn't even think about it. Pushes on ahead, up to P2 he goes. Are they going to fight back? Does indeed. A late move up the inside from Jalath. They're going to be side by side on exit, but retakes that second place.
Well, he was very close. Now Jalath Sayer up the inside, through into the boot. Nice send from the 54. That was actually Will Green on Jalath Sayer. Sayer looking for the cutback through the top of the boot. Now he's going to get the inside line, then he's sideways. Oh, that's a real run wide there from Will Green. Splashes through the rumble strips off of pit bend and manages, as he kept it in front, he has, and Harvey Bacon has got through. But keep your eyes on Finley Hines. He's in the ringside seat in 5th.
He is indeed a proper 4-way scrap now for this P2 position. I was just saying, are they going to work together? Instantly answered, no, they are not. This is going to be a battle for second place. They're going to allow for Austin Gibson to continue to pull away in the lead. And now look at this, down the inside goes Finley Hines. He's going to have to squeeze Bacon off on the outside, and does indeed. So that's the move sorted for Finley Hines. Up to 4th he goes in the 57 kart.
Max Mason, in the meantime, has got past Marcel Poppercool for 6th place. Good, I have to say, good run by Marcel Poppercool. Has kept it in the top 7 positions. But as soon as Austin Gibson got past, he's checked out. As we go, what's going to be on to our penultimate lap of the race. I mean, Austin Gibson about to cross the stripe to complete lap number 7. It has been quite treacherous out there so far. These drivers trying to make the best of it. And apparently the rain might stop very shortly in about the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Austin Gibson, sector 1, 21 flat on the nose, 43.7 in the second sector, but Will Green was quicker than him in sector 2 by the best part of nearly 0.4 of a second. A bit of a send coming here. That's the 74, Austin Newstead on Max Mason for 6th position. Yellow flags on the run down to Ashby's. So has someone come off at the circuit there? There is one driver. That is Nathaniel Hodges, I believe, in the 93 that's dropped down the order from 12th place on the road. But Austin Gibson's miles away. Will Green's pulled away from Jalath Sayer, who's now got Finley Hines chasing him down for P3. As very shortly, Austin Gibson will see the last lap board.
Yeah, Austin Gibson and Will Green just trading times at the top, aren't they? The only drivers in the 104. And the new fastest lap from Austin Gibson, a 104.60 and a 104.31 for Will Green.
0.3 taken out of the race leader on that lap, but it's not going to be enough. There is a yellow flag heading into Oblivion and Crook. So someone might have had a drama. I'm not 100% sure. Can't see it through the great camera work that Laura, Tim and Johnny are providing us with here today, despite these torrid conditions.
Yeah, brave camera work.
Indeed, there's more sends. Oh, right, that was the 37 being passed. That might have been Colby Patterson on Elliot Travis. As we now concentrate our focus on what's happening behind Austin Gibson, who is not that far away from breaking the timing beam. There is Will Green, and a little bit further ahead, who will be going into the boot for the final time, will be Austin Gibson. That is
our issue.
That was the number, I think that was 89, Mason O'Connor, one of the 4 novices. But out of the final corner, it's going to be Austin Gibson in the 52 that comfortably wins IAME Cadet Heat number 2. Will Green crosses the line and closes the gap to just under 3.1 seconds with Jalal Sayer, Finley Hines and Harvey Bacon rounding out the top 5. Austin Newstead, Max Mason, Marcel Poppercool, Luke Millward and Sukmani Kira completing the top 10. Henry Clark next across the line in the 82. As a bit of a drama there for the 72. Amelie Davey coming through Ashby's. So Colby Patterson, Elliot Travis, Max Wright and Enzo Butarazzi ran at the top 15. Followed by Harley Musk, Jacob Dan, Aranea, Cody Lepaterel recovers up to 19th, ahead of Grayson Wortley, who was the top IAME Cadet novice in this race. Grayson was racing in Bambinos until quite recently. Josh Cook, Frederick Wood, Levi Sangera, Daniel Wisniauskas, Levi McGrath, Millen Tomlinson, running at the top 26. And Amelie Davey will be the last to cross the line, I believe, in 27th position, which she would have done now, with Mason O'Connor retiring on lap 7, Nathaniel Hodges on lap 6, and Katie Clark at the top of Christmas Corner on lap number 4. So that's it for the penultimate heat for IAME Cadet. And there, oh, look, we see some blue sky amidst the clouds.
Just about see through the raindrops on the camera, and raindrops on that one as well. It's visibility still difficult, but yeah, the sun just teasing us at the moment. We'll see if it makes an appearance. A couple of people in chat. We've got Georgia Holland, who said, go on, Max Mason. Your brother Kieran, Georgia, Melanie, Dale, and Rolo the Sausage Dog watching in rainy Norfolk. Well, Max got to P7 in that one, so he had a good race.
Ah, right. So we've got viewers from Guernsey as well. So Charas Morant saying Guernsey, dry now.
Jersey as well. Nice and sunny.
There we go.
So all the southern islands
getting
involved. So great to see you all in the Alpha live chat. Make sure you jump over if you're not already. If you listen to us on the Circuit Comms, head over to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can find us live streaming. And make sure you drop a cheeky subscribe as well.
Don't forget, head to Instagram at Alpha Live Productions. Give us a follow there, and if you like the stories, what you see, like the fist bump reel that we had yesterday, during the dry, of course, you know, give us a follow, like some of the like and even share, if you can, some of the reels onto your stories, and share it about, you know, so sharing is caring, as they say.
It is indeed. Well, there we go. As carts just get dragged back to the pit lane. That's Katie Clark. Of course, we saw her off at Christmas Corner. Once they're back in the pits, we're going to get swiftly underway for our next heat, which is X30 Juniors. "27 carts strong, this one. But it's Aras Miauskis who lines up on pole position. Alongside himself on row number 1, it's Josh Jones. Row number 2 is Katie Ashman and a certain Dayton Coulthard. Then it's Kieran Hamdy and Joe Cheek. Row number 4 sees Kira Harris and Harrison Leach, and then Riley Bishop and Tristan Powell round out the top 10. Then it's Jack Mower and Harry Bartle on row number 6. And row 7 is Leo Brown and Luke Sintler. Row 8, Macaulay Guy and James Shotton. Row number 9 is Henry Gregory and Jack Collins. Rounding out your top 20 are Oliver Harris and Micah Taylor. Then it's Jaden Gregg and Rylan Ekberg. Then Archie Heron and Morgan Hill. Behind them in 25th, it's Caden Everett. Then Levi Daniels McKenzie and Will Forber rounds out the 27 kart grid. And there is that blue sky, so close yet so far. Hopefully we'll be seeing it shortly, as it does seem that the rain is starting to ease here, and it looks like it has just about eased. But once again, as we said earlier, that doesn't mean that the standing water goes anywhere.
Yeah, Simon Crook on YouTube saying sunshine and blue sky now in Swindon, hopefully coming your way. Well, with that little bit of blue sky, you can actually see that the darker clouds are being pushed aside. It looks like the wind has changed direction. Archie Forber saying, cheering on William Forber from California.
That's always lovely weather, so we're very jealous.
Standard.
Indeed, indeed. There's some love in the chat as well from George Quartermain. Come on, Tristan Powell. He's in this next race, starting in P10. So we'll see if he's able to make his way up into the higher echelons of that top 10. Here we go then, out of the pit lane. And onto circuit come our X30 Junior drivers.
Right, the poll is now up to 205 votes. 60 say nay, 40 say aye in terms of percentages.
I feel like as it's changing now, I want to change my vote from no to yes, because I think we could. Maybe in the later finals, I think we may see some dry tyres here. But when the drivers decide that changeover is going to be very interesting.
Okay, right, chat. What time are you going to predict when we're going to go on to slick tyres? When is someone going to do a Jensen Button?
And if they call it a bit too early, it's going to be less Jensen Button and
more Sebastian Vettel at Hockenheimring.
Yeah,
at the Sachs curve, if anyone might remember.
Or 84 getting a bit in the water on the outside there. I thought they were going to go spinning off to the outside, but managed to actually just go full left lock going through the puddle. And
did you say 80? Did you say 80?
Yeah, it was Josh Jones, our pole sitter.
Crikey!
So he's going to have, I mean, wet tyres, but they are wet tyres, so having them wet for the start isn't the worst thing in the world. Here we go then. It's not the best start, and indeed it is going to be a false start. So round we go again.
Oh, right. Sebastian Solstick says, slicks at 12:30. Paul Crab, warm and sunny soon. Got to be slicks 1 p.m, my guess.
Yeah, okay. Now, of course, we've got our Marshall's breaker. I think it's 12:40, I believe.
Due to be at
1:40. My apologies, not 12:40. Getting ahead of myself there. So yeah, possibly just before lunch. Then maybe the last heats. People are thinking.
Have you put us on to Greenwich Mean Time rather than BST?
I am.
God, you are getting ahead of yourself. Alan Harris says Kira Harris to be the first on slicks. Laugh out loud. We're back up. Well, the poll has now increased. 213 votes. Still 60-40. Still 60-40 in the favour of no.
Ewan Charman saying good luck to the Argenti boys. Keep the wets on. Yeah, I think for now that's definitely the best thing to do.
The good old Charmander.
The Charmander,
who was with us last time out at round 9.
He was, with the beautiful lid, the Charmander lid. Great to see. Another brilliant lid. Mr. Dayton Coulthard there with his Scottish helmet. Let's see how he does in this one. Right, second time of asking. Let's see if there's not a false start in this one. X30 Juniors are indeed underway. Lights go out to oblivion. They go. Let's see if they can all make it through. No, they cannot. Spin for the 53. Katie Ashman from P3 drops to the back of the order already. So Katie just getting a bit too sideways there and finds herself pointing in the wrong direction. Into Christmas you go. Lots of loading up there. An all-rounder, a couple of drivers. 77 is round.
23, I think I saw.
So Henry Gregory is round, the 23 as well. That would be Jack Mowat. And we've got more drivers taken to the grass on exit there as well. Keeping it in a straight line, though, is that the 33? It is indeed.
Leo Brown on that particular occasion.
Keeps it. Oh, we got another driver off from P4 there. Who was that?
That was Kieran Hamdy.
Kieran Hamdy, was it?
Looks like the rain has stopped, but that standing water is going to be absolutely nasty
drivers
for these drivers.
Still wiping their visors. Yeah, as you say, lots of standing water. So lots of
Dayton Coulthard up the inside of Josh Jones through the top of the boot for P2.
Opportunistic move there from Dayton. But a good send nonetheless. Up into P2 he goes, as you say. Oh, warning for Aras Miauskas there in the lead. So not sure what Aras has done there, but gets a warning for his troubles. Look at those movers on the first lap. Archie Heron up 12 places. Morgan Hill just behind, also up 12 places. So Archie and Morgan working together well, moving up the field together.
Rylan Eschberg up from 20th up to 13th place. Jaden Gregg up to 16th from 21st on the grid. And still, look, there was someone, I think, just exited stage left off of Ashby's. As it's an absolute scramble. The 72, Luke Sintler, has got the likes of Henry Gregory behind. Macaulay Guy, Micah Taylor. Oh, and my goodness me, Josh Jones is not having a good time out there right now. He's just had someone go round the outside of him through the exit of the chicane, through Osiers. And still they're trying to avoid that standing water puddle on the entrance into the chicane.
Yeah, Oliver Harris sort of went half into the puddle and realised, I don't want to be here. Immediately turned left out of it. Lost a position because of it, however.
Dayton Coulthard just sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.04. Henry Gregory gets a contact warning. And that standing water puddle on the exit of Fine Lady looks to have dissipated slightly. I think probably just from the amount of drivers that have already gone through it so far. So that's actually helped to disperse the water. Right, there was a move up the inside. That was probably Harry Bartle up the inside of Jack Collins for 16th position through Christmas Corner.
Look at that, they're 3 wide there down at Ashby. Getting squeezed off to the grass at the 70. Can he keep it on the track? No, he can't. Just about gets back on there. That was cheeky in our ears. And loses a few positions because of it.
Josh Jones definitely getting the elbows back out again. That was past Henry Gregory, who goes to the outside and nearly has 2 wheels on the grass. And Josh Jones loses 2 positions from, and that's Henry Gregory and Archie Heron. Luke Sintler gets a contact warning in 4th place. But at the moment, and there's the number 38. That's Macaulay Guy from 11th place.
We always talk to him on the paddock show. Sadly, didn't have one today. But oh, and we've lost a wheel
and a hub.
Oh dear, that's at the boot. Swiftly gets picked up by the marshal.
Oh, that's the 27. That might have lost that wheel.
It's Will 4, but one of our novice drivers
on the comp kart chassis.
Oh, that was a proper disengagement. You need all 4 of those.
Right, Majalskis is coming under threat from Coulthard. Coulthard was under half a second behind. He took 6/10 out on the previous lap.
He's
so
flying.
Dayton Coulthard absolutely reveling in the wet here.
He is indeed, and as you say, yeah, all over the rear bumper now of your race leader. And now he's almost passed. Almost. Thinks better of it down into the braking zone. Stays behind for now, but can he go up and under on the exit? He's trying it. They're side by side down to the final corner. Through goes Dayton Coulthard, but can he cut it back? And he does indeed. Aras Mijalskis back into the lead. I'm feeling a good battle coming on here.
And Dayton Coulthard literally launches the number 28 through the puddle off of Oblivion. One of the things I spotted there, I didn't see Aras Mijalskis actually look over his left shoulder because Coulthard was there very, very quickly. Mijalskis was actually adjusting the radiator flap on the left-hand side of the kart, and Coulthard was there quickly. And now already, Coulthard started closing up that gap, but was a 10th slower through the first sector, but now he's starting to reel him back in again.
He is indeed. So let's see how this battle continues. Over 3 minutes to go, so Dayton's got time to think about this once again. He jumped at it a little bit, you might say, at the first opportunity, but he's got plenty more of those where they come from. So let's see how he continues through this race. Luke Sintler's not had a great lap last lap. He was P3. He's dropped down to P17 on that last lap as Luke, so clearly some sort of issue, possibly a coming together for Luke there out on circuit as we start a new lap of the race.
And the gap now is just over 2.5 tenths of a second. Dayton Coulthard over the curbs again through Oblivion. And the kart was sideways, back end stepping out on the right-hand side, but he still kept that throttle pinned. So they're now making their way through up towards Christmas Corner. And look at the swarm of X30 Juniors behind. We've got the 48, that's Micah Taylor now ahead of Archie Heron. Behind them is the number 29 of Morgan Hill with Jack Mowat running out the top 9. Riley Bishop completing the top 10. It's getting wide. That is definitely wide, and then up the inside, that was the 29. Morgan Hill sent it, runs wide. Archie Heron stays ahead. So does Micah Taylor, and now Morgan Hill up the inside of Micah Taylor. That was going through Wilkins and now into Osiers, avoiding that standing water puddle, and it was side by side just then between Archie Heron and Morgan Hill, and Heron, by the skin of his wetsuit, managed to hold on. There's a bit of bumper barging going on now, and Morgan Hill up the inside. This is possibly going to allow Jack Mowat to get through, but no, it doesn't happen through pit bend.
Clatters the curb on the inside, but whether that helped the traction on exit or not, he managed to get that traction down and makes up the position.
Just keeping an eye on what's happening behind, in front, because Henry Gregory has closed in on Dayton Coulthard to the tune of about 9 tenths of a second, as it's nearly 3 wide, coming out of Christmas Corner, going down into Inkermans, and again, Jack's Dex Racing duo. Oh, right, that's a nice little move there from Micah Taylor. Splits the pair of them in the meantime, going through Ashby's.
But back through goes Archie Heron. So again, we've seen that a lot today. Initial move down the inside, but then a re-overtake on the exit, getting into the straight line, and you can only really put that power down once you're in a straight line. So if you're able to do that earlier on, you can gain almost maybe a second by the end of that long straight.
Oh.
You've got a spinner there just coming up to Ashby. as we look back to this battle, and they're too wide following. Through goes the 59 once again, so that's Heron back through on hill.
Micah Taylor just had to, well, was very, very lucky. He came across the front bumper of Jack Mowat. Harry Bartle has just set the fastest lap of anybody, and he's nearly. It's really funny. Look at this for a Formula One association. Coulthard and Hill, 2nd and 7th. But with 15 seconds to go, Harry Bartle. Oh! Round he goes. Does the number 29 of Morgan Hill. Coming out of, and that was, as I said, about throttle application. I think he might have gunned it a bit too hard. Or, you know, even in these wet weather conditions, with the wet boots they've got on their feet, you do 1 millimetre wrong on that throttle pedal, you are around. And that's exactly what just happened to Morgan Hill. That's a real shame.
And you've got so much to focus on as well in these conditions. When you're battling, there were 6 of them involved in a battle there. You're trying to figure out where each other are on the circuit. And look at that. Leo Brown drops under a minute. 59.75 seconds. Fastest lap goes to the number 33. But we look back to our leaders here. This is still Miauskas versus Coulthard.
Now, the thing is, because of the oh, here goes the lead change.
Can he squeeze him out? Oh, they made contact!
No, I don't think that happened. Majauskas ran wide coming out of Ashby's. I think there might have been the slightest glance, if not any, and Dayton Coulthard now made it through, was on the inside line. I think it was just Majauskas went a bit too wide.
It was a bit of side-pod to side-pod contact, I think, between the two of them. Just knocked him onto the dirty stuff, and as soon as he touched it, round he went. So, no, I wouldn't put that on Dayton Coulthard at all.
No.
But there was definitely a bit of contact there.
Right, let's have a... We're going to get to the end of it.
He's going to come across the line anyway and take the win, but we will be able to take a look at a replay short enough. There we go then. Henry Gregory in P2. Leo Brown, super quick there, ends up in P3. Oh, we got a spinner at the end. I think that was our back marker, wasn't it? The 47. Indeed, it is Caden Everett there in 23rd position. But what an end to that one. Battling throughout for the top 2, and it all came to a head on that last lap.
Spicy is an understatement for that X30 Junior race, wow. I must admit.
So Aras Miauskas ends up P5. Let's have a look and see what happened there then on that final lap. So they're coming down towards Ashby, a little bit wide there. Miauskas. Coulthard sees the opportunity, goes down the inside, and let's see if there is a bit of contact. There.
Slight wheel touch.
And that just knocks the rear, and he can't catch it. Off he goes into the dirt, and round he goes. But, yeah, I'm going to stick with what I said earlier. I don't think you can call it on anyone there. Just a bit of a racing incident in the wet.
I'd actually 100% agree on that one, because the door was open for Dayton Coulthard to get through. He took advantage of it. But the problem was with Majauskis, he was sideways coming through increments. So his traction was at a premium. And when he went...
was right on the edge already.
He was on the limit of adhesion. And Dayton Coulthard took the opportunity. He knew he had enough room to get through, and it was just an unfortunate touch.
Yeah, yeah. That small glancing blow just tipped him over the edge, didn't he, on the grip levels there, and round he went. Nothing he could do. So ends up P5 in the end as Aras. He's going to be a bit gutted about that, but still a good result. And yeah, clearly showing he has pace in these conditions. But Dayton Coulthard, good to see him back here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and takes a win.
Last appearance was actually round 4 of the championship.
Was it? I knew it was a little while ago. So good to see him back.
Yeah. Well, and he's also been racing in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships this year as well. So good to see him take a victory. So after that, more X30 action. Next up, it's Heat 2, X30 Senior. Right, let's take you through the grid for X30 Senior Heat number 2. On the front row, it's going to be Stephanie Hobika and Vishal Patel on the front row. Christian Brooks and Tiger Dixon, row 2. Jack Cox and Lucas Ellingham, row number 3. Jack Norton-Heavey and Hugo Gilbert ran at the top 4 rows, with Remy Gilbert and Lewis Halliday completing the top 10. Benjamin Southgate and Martin Auger ran out the top 6 rows. Sheldon Davey and Paul Simard, row 7. Jordan Brown and Jensen Buckingham on row 8, with Alex Johnston and Liam Crabb completing the top 9 rows, with Jacob Wang rounding out the 19-strong grid.
As you can see there, despite it having stopped raining, still quite a bit of water on the circuit.
We're still waiting for people to actually give their predictions on when people are going to go onto slicks, and I have still got
look. You've still got it open, have you?
Still got it open. John Richardson says, hello, good luck to Harley Musk, so please don't forget. Ah, right. The sea is hopefully being parted by said broom.
I feel like we need one of those things that they have in NASCAR, the big trucks that drives around and just clears all the water away.
Yeah, I remember one particular incident where a car was still going round on the circuit and clattered into one of those dryer trucks as well. Big old fireball.
Yeah.
A long, long time ago. I can't remember when that was or who was involved with that.
Some dance tunes to get us through these wet conditions.
So from mosh pit to the nightclub.
Oh, yeah. Get out my disco moves.
Right. Another comment coming through on chat. Ella Haynes saying, good luck to the main man, Lucas Ellingham. It has been the Lucas Ellingham X30 Senior show pretty much all season.
It has a little bit.
Well, we were talking about that last time on the Paddock show on for round 9. So I think this is probably my 3rd appearance on WMKC this year, I think it is.
I think so. I think you are right. But yeah, indeed, Lucas Ellingham leading the championship by quite some way going into the weekend. He was on 965 points. Closest to him in the championship, Harry Torpey, 823 points. So looking like he could possibly wrap up the championship today. We'll try and keep an eye on it, but my maths isn't really good enough to keep a rolling one on that. So we'll try and keep you updated, but
as best we can. Of
course.
Looking
it's looking good for Lucas Ellingham.
Well, I think if he starts celebrating, then we know that he pretty much realises he's clinched it. That's the biggest giveaway. But yeah, I mean the amount of even being supporting the team, that just goes with a lot of the teams that are here, like say Jack Dex Racing, MLC Motorsport, Jack's Motorsport. They're quite closely knit. They're like little families, aren't they, in their awnings? And Lucas was there, giving support and probably giving some of the drivers some tips as well along the way. So like, right, I know that I've got a significant enough lead that I can come back for round 10, but I'll be there for the team, and that just goes to show the kind of character that Lucas Ellingham is as a driver. Yeah,
no, that was lovely to see him just helping out. But back on circuit today, it's great to see him. And we'll see if he can continue his dominance. Starting P6 in this one on the number 99. Let's look at that.
Yeah, just seen on Mr. Henry Baudet is currently at Heathrow Terminal number 5, Heathrow Airport, waiting for Team Bahamas to arrive. Henry's going to be over, actually, well, he's done a lot of work with Team Bahamas over the years, going over to Nassau. Was actually over there not too long ago with his good lady Noelle. And Team Bahamas are competing in next week's FIA Motorsport Games, which will be taking place at Paul Ricard in France. So good luck to them and to all the other teams that will be competing. A lot of activities heading to France next week, especially with not just karting, normal karting and endurance. But yeah, a lot of things happening in the world of motorsport now that things have been a lot easier in terms of restrictions for travel this year, which is quite good to see.
Thank goodness. Back to some relative normality. Yeah, still trying to clear all these puddles. The marshals have their work cut out for them today.
But a big thank you to them for all their assistance all the way through the season, and especially with these wet weather conditions. It has been a test, to say the very least.
Yes, it certainly is. The first couple of corners of Oblivion and then to Fine Lady isn't easiest at the best of times. So when there's a huge puddle on the outside as well, then that makes it even tougher. Right then, we've got a little bit of weight around, so let's give it another push. Make sure you're heading over to our Instagram page at Alpha Live Productions. No spaces, no underscores, nothing. Just at Alpha Live Productions. Make sure you drop us a follow over there on Instagram. We're 45 away from our goal. So if you wouldn't mind just helping us out, just click a little follow button. It takes you 5 or 10 seconds, and you can really, really help us out here at Alpha Live.
Nicely put there, John.
Thanks. Thanks.
A few more comments coming in on the YouTube chat. Lee Starbuck saying, massive thanks to the Marshals doing an amazing job. And also says good luck to Zach Starbuck and all the Project One team. Josh Gilbert says good luck to the main man, Max Lee. Albie Lapper says good luck to Alfie Mew. Amano Shrimp has now said East Ayrshire has got rain. Oh dear.
Yep, you're getting what we've had a few hours ago now, so enjoy that. It was interesting being sat having my McDonald's breakfast earlier, and suddenly it goes from nighttime to daytime as the lightning flashes overhead. It was pretty amazing, but luckily calming down here at Whilton Mill now.
Yep, so the X30 senior drivers. Looks like we have got 18 of the drivers actually out. Amano Shrimp says, thank you for sharing it with us, laugh out loud.
Anytime. Anytime.
Oh, dearie me. We've been set a challenge here in the commentary box as well. Plead, Nora.
This is the worst time to take a selfie as well, because we've lost any resemblance of hairstyles because of that rain earlier.
Well, I mean, as soon as I put my hood up, it all went wrong. Well, Henry doesn't need to worry about that.
That's just true. Lovely. Well, we'll get that up on the Instagram. And if you want to see our beautiful mugs, make sure you head over to @Alpha Live Productions and you'll see that on the story, alongside loads more other motorsport content. Right, here we go then. Can they get this first time of asking, Alex? Let's see.
Jury's not out on that one quite yet, but Habeka on pole, Patel alongside, into the tram lines. 8 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap, rev rise, and we are first time, lights out and racing, into Oblivion and Crook for the first time. As someone's gone very, very wide coming out of Oblivion and Crook. And it was the 82 of Christian Brooks that now is in the lead of the race. Stephanie Havika holding on to second position. Jack Cox trying to put it round the outside through Christmas Corner. There is a bit of a scramble in the mid-pack with the number 54. Right, going slowly there was Jensen Buckingham in the number 50. And launches it over the curbs through Inkermans, and everyone's wrestling with the steering wheels. And the number 80 of Jordan Brown goes high, wide and handsome around the outside of Ashby's. Makes up at least a couple of positions, I think, by my count. Martin Auger in the number 76 battling away. It looks like Remy Gilbert in the 54. As they come down the short chute into the boot. 54 of Remy Gilbert being chased by, that is Tiger Dixon, the number 69, who's got Alex Johnston right up the inside through. Oh, and Johnston launches it all four wheels in the air over the curbs through Pit Bend and makes it through on Tiger Dixon to take sixth position. Great run by Johnston so far. He started right towards the back of the field as Christian Brooks sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.15, as again Dixon and Johnston go into battle, and we've had a turnaround, and that is the number 10. That's Jacob Wang, and Martin Auger has nowhere to go, unfortunately, and makes contact. Oh, sideways and then some. Someone was, well, several are going sideways. Paul Simard, and I think might have been Vishal Patel going sideways through the exit of Ashby's using the runoff area. The number 64, that's Liam Crabb, touching on the grass. Well, actually was on the grass. And then Tiger Dixon has now got Benjamin Southgate closing in. So 2 minutes down, 6 to go. They've got the number 51 of Hugo Gilbert not too far behind. But Lucas Ellingham is pushing the limits of adhesion. He's put in the fastest lap of the race. We're into the 59s, 59.15 for the number 99. He's now 1.8 seconds behind race leader Christian Brooks as Jack Norton-Heavey gets a contact warning from race control.
Yeah, top three all into the 59s now. starting to pull a nice gap over the rest of the field. That's been headed up by Remy Gilbert in 4th place in the 54, who we now look at, going down into Ashby. Leading the 17 of Stephanie Hebeka. So let's see if they're able to close in that gap, if they're able to drop down into the 59s and follow that leading group. It's down the inside, late move from the 80. That's Jordan Brown through on Stephanie. Up into 5th place goes Jordan Brown, moves over to the inside to then defend down into the boot. And does so very nicely, holds onto that position. And now that's allowing for the 48 behind to get involved. So that's Alex Johnston involved in this battle for 5th now as well.
Yeah, Johnston showed good pace in the final last time out at round 9. He's going to look for the move. And he gets through over the curbing, past Stephanie Hebeka as Alex Johnston. So that's now a change for 6th position. Johnston's definitely got the bit between the teeth, but Lucas Ellingham still, well, was slightly quicker than Christian Brooks, but Brooks still has a comfortable advantage. When I say comfortable, for the minute, that is. It's 1.7 seconds with 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap.
Indeed, we've seen what Lucas Ellingham can do. Let's see if he can close down this gap, but at the moment, he's not closing it by quite enough per lap. See if he can speed that up ever so slightly. Puts in the quickest middle sector. You can see the differing lines going there down into what we've renamed Ocean Corner now.
Osiers by the Ocean. That was Hugo Gilbert going wide, whereas Lewis Halliday was looking up the inside.
And Lucas Ellingham goes quickest into the 58, so maybe you can hear us out there.
He's
does indeed answer it.
He's just taken nearly 7 tenths out of Christian Brooks and is absolutely flying right now. But the battle here for P5, Jordan Brown still keeping ahead of Alex Johnston. The gap between them was just over 0.3 of a second. And that's exactly the gap that Alex Johnston took out of Jordan Brown. Oh, snaky under brakes was Hugo Gilbert going through into the approach into Christmas Corner. As, Johnston goes rallying. Coming out of Inkermans, he was full lit. Fully lit was the number 48. And he looks at the right-hand side of the kart just after doing so.
We're getting fully lit in the commons.
Oh,
no.
Moment down in Ashby's.
A couple of drivers off.
Jacob Wang was one of them. Deary me. And it is getting a bit close now. This is Hugo Gilbert versus the number 56. That's Lewis Halliday. Bit sideways there from that might have been Martin Auger, I believe, coming through the top of the boot. Alex Johnston still trying to put the pressure onto Jordan Brown. Jordan Brown went a little bit quicker, 0.17 of a second faster than the number 48. As there we go, there's the leaders. Lucas Ellingham took, crikey, nearly 4, he took 3.5 tenths out of Christian Brooks.
So it was Martin Auger that was off with Jacob Wang at at Ashby on the previous lap. But yeah, look at this. Closed in the gap now as Lucas Ellingham. He's got just over 2 minutes to get this move done. We saw Christian Brooks defending into Ashby. Doesn't feel the need to in the boot. And a good exit from Ellingham. No move opened up just yet, though. Onto another lap they go.
I think he's got his best opportunity going through into Christmas Corner. He's just going to... I mean, it was a perfect little drift from Lucas Ellingham, and now he was...
Got a good exit.
Well, it was a bit of a...
exit.
That was a bad exit for Christian Brooks, and Lucas Ellingham just literally... slung shot past. Hello, Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, who's just pinged me on the YouTube chat. Cheeky beggar. But yeah, Lucas Ellingham, you can just see, he was completely sideways. Using the runoff area coming out of... I mean, can you see... You can't really see... Lewis Halliday's just had a mechanical black flag in the meatball flag in 10th position. But look at the right side pod of Lewis Ellingham's kart. I think that needs a thorough clean post-race.
I think so. Yeah, he's going to have his work cut out for him there. Getting that clean before the next heat. As they come round to start a new lap. Very much Lucas Ellingham in the lead now. Look at that gap back to Jack Cox. And then Jack Cox has another huge gap back to Remy Gilbert, Jordan Brown, and Alex Johnston. Was that a move there from Jordan Brown on Remy Gilbert at the final corner?
It was.
See as they come through, and it was indeed. So through goes Jordan Brown up into P4. I see Bharat Banderi. Sorry, it wasn't Bharat Banderi. It was Armano Shrimp saying, lol, we're getting fully lit in the commentary box. I didn't finish my full sentence because we saw some cars crashing in front of us. I was going to say, we're getting fully lit in the commentary box with all the tunes that Mr. James Fitcher was playing us throughout the day.
Keep your eyes on Alex Johnston. He's right with Remy Gilbert for 5th position. And
side by side.
Jordan, Johnson was looking towards the outside, going through into Wilkins. They're going to go through into Osiers. And Lucas Ellingham has now started pulling away from Christian Brooks. I mean, he was 1/100th quicker in Sector 1. He was over half a second quicker in Sector 2. And Christian Brooks was slightly quicker. Lewis Halliday's going to see the mechanical black flag for the second time. As that was a bit of a hit on the curbs there from Remy Gilbert. That could give Alex Johnston all the motivation he needs to get past. Might send it up through Christmas Corner, depending on the exit they get.
As the 95, Vishal Patel is into the pits. A couple of laps ago, out of this race of Vishal.
That would have been the instant probably from Ashby's with Jacob Wang in the number 10. But yeah, we're on our penultimate lap, so lap 9 out of 10.
Alex Johnson still trying his best to just close down that gap and open up an opportunity for a move. As it looks like he might have done there. Remy thinks about it, gives him a little tap. They both keep it on the black stuff just about, though. But yeah, the 48 of Alex Johnson just thought the move was there. The door was quickly closed by Remy Gilbert. And a little bit of contact there, but both keeping it in a straight line.
Lucas Ellingham now leads the field onto the final lap ahead of Christian Brooks. The gap between them 0.86 of a second. Christian Brooks was 0.11 of a second faster on that previous tour. Jack Cox rounds out the top 3 ahead of Jordan Brown as black flag has been given to Lewis Halliday for not having respected the meatball flag being shown. And that means that he'll be bumped down to the bottom of the order effectively. But the leaders now making their way through Wilkins and into Osiers. For Lucas Ellingham, no real surprise. I mean, he started from P6, but as soon as he got into the lead of the race, he's not really looked back. He's had a look over his right-hand shoulder as he heads into the top of the boot for the final time of asking. And it's been the Lucas Ellingham show pretty much all season. As he comes out of the final corner, the number 99 takes the win in Heat 2 for X30 Senior. 1.2 seconds ahead of Christian Brooks. Then it's a little bit of a wait, about 4 seconds or so. Make that 5.5 seconds back to Jack Cox. Jordan Brown in 4th place. And Alex Johnston manages to finally get past Remy Gilbert for P5. Tiger Dixon in 7th, ahead of Stephanie Hobeker, with Benjamin Southgate rounding out the top 9 positions. And despite crossing the line now, Lewis Halliday does place in 10th, but that will go to Hugo Gilbert as a result of the black flag that Lewis Halliday has been shown. With Jenson Buckingham, Jack Norton-Heavey, Jacob Wang just waiting for the last few drivers to come across the line. Martin Auger in the 76 15th. Paul Simard and Liam Crabb will round out the 17 strong running order, with Vishal Patel, unfortunately, due to that incident through Ashby's on lap 6, retiring.
The static camera doesn't want to be a camera anymore.
It's like a mirage,
yes.
Only multiple. Needs a good wipe on the lens.
It does indeed, it does indeed. Jack Cox gets waved through there. No penalty for himself in P3. Looks like, oh no, there is your leader, Lucas Ellingham. So the number 80, that was Jordan Brown in 4th, gets waved through. Here's the number 99 of Lucas Ellingham. He gets waved through as well, so all looking good for your top. Oh no, the 48 of Alex Johnston in 5th though. That's going to be a 5-second penalty.
I'm not too sure. I'm just sort of like thinking where it might have happened, because if it wasn't down to any touching, it might have been when he launched over pit bend earlier on in the race and the car went all 4 wheels up into the air, and that can sometimes dislodge the clips.
Remy Gilbert got one as well.
Oh,
in the 54.
That's looking a bit askew, that bumper.
Yes, indeed. So there we have it for X30 Seniors. We're going to move on to another set of seniors. This time it's going to be the Senior Max. Mr. Shrimp in the chat again saying, if you gave the cameraman a hot tea, he might go and give it a wipe. Maybe. He's going to have to venture out onto the circuit, though, to do that. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll end up sending James out if he's feeling up for it. I mean, the rain's stopped now, so you have no excuse, really, do you? Right, here we go then. The starting grid for the senior Rotax drivers. Max Lee lines up on pole position. Alongside him is Archie Elliott. Row 2, Tommy Lee Davis and Jamie Rogers. Row 3 is Benjamin Ballou and Chris Banderi. Row number 4 sees Alexander Mikos and Alex Duncan. Then running out the top 10, Thomas Byrne and Jensen Watts. Behind them, Samuel Hawthorne and Benjamin Boros. Then it's Joshua Burton and Samuel Cook on row number 7. Row 8 sees Luke Collins and Harry Gibson. Row 9, Lewis Wild and Ryan Willis. And then rounding out your top 20 are Sam Light and Jamie Perrelly. Row number 11 is Jack Cooper and William Young. Then behind them, Tommy Edmonds and Scott Smith. And then on the final row of the grid, it's Kasper Piecki and Marcel Lazicki.
Right, for that comment, Brandon Klein-Nagelfort, you can go and give the camera a wipe. I've got other things to do. Coffee might be more motivating than tea, says Michael Burke.
Yeah, we just had on our ear that Alex needs to go and clean it, so
no.
I can do this one, mate. That's all right.
No. I'm not paid to clean camera lenses, thank you very much. Not my bag. Or what was the more common phrase? Not my job.
I've got my shoes off, so I can't go and do it. Right, here we go then. Let's see if the senior Rotax drivers can get underway first time. They can indeed. Lights are out. Here we go then into Oblivion. A little bit of bumping and barging. A couple of drivers going a little bit wide there, but all managing to make it through as they descend or ascend up to Christmas Corner. Oh no, one driver already pulling over to the side. That was from the middle of the pack. We'll find out who that was for you very shortly. A little bit of side pod to side pod rubbing. That's all right, though, through Christmas. It was a 64, was it?
Luke Collins, I believe.
Yes, it was indeed. Luke Collins already out of this race. There they go then, through Ashby. Oh, the 122 goes wide. Max Lee loses out on the lead. He's going to try and hold on to P2 here.
Oh, we've got a touch.
Two more karts together, and they're not stopping. That was the 40, wasn't it? Well, Jamie Perrelly involved in that one, I think. And then also another driver as well.
That was definitely an Argenti kart, I think I saw, judging by the livery on it.
Oh, down the inside on the 122. There goes the 70. That's Samuel Hawthorne. What a start from Samuel Hawthorne. Up into P4 already. So it was the 63 who was involved as well. So that's Alex Duncan. He was pretty high up the order. So a couple of calamities on this opening lap of his senior Rotax. But Jamie Rogers takes to the lead. He's followed by Archie Elliott, then Benjamin Ballou, then Samuel Hawthorne, then Max Lee, Harry Gibson, Jensen Watts, Chris Banderi, Thomas Byrne, and Samuel Cook rounds out the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a bit too close for comfort out here for these senior Rotax drivers. Will Young looking to try and put it round the outside of Scott Smith. Nice little switch back there. I think that was from the 74. That was Thomas Byrne, who's a little bit further down. Oh, going through the splash right there. That was Harry Gibson. Jensen Watts manages to get through. There's a turnaround. That's the number 70. Backwards. Sam Hawthorne from 4th on the road. I'm not too sure. Was there a little bit of a... that's not become a river. That's become a mud bath right there.
Indeed. And I think now, because obviously they've used the brush to get the water clear, they then obviously pushed all the mud away as well. So it's just a huge drop-off as you exit the corner there. So you don't want to be ending up there.
No, exactly. Max Lee has actually dropped down a couple of positions, dropped 3 positions down to 8th. Benjamin Ballou has also dropped down to 6th position from 3rd.
Harry Gibson, I think, stole away P2 there at Christmas from Archie Elliott. And I think behind Thomas Byrne went through on Jensen Watts for 4th as well. So still all chopping and changing here as the 42 is looking for the switch back on the 38 there.
It's Ryan Willis on Scott Smith. And he's just launched it up the inside of 2 other karts going through Ashby. Says he made it through. He has. That's a beautiful move there from Ryan Willis. And then all of a sudden, Benjamin Boros goes through. That was on the 66 of Samuel Cook. But that was a send and a half there, wasn't it?
Had serious trust in his brakes and had the every right to because he made the move stick. But look at this. This is Harry Gibson now pressuring and now going through on the 59 of Jamie Rogers, up to the lead, but a good exit from the 59. Might see him go back through. No. Relinquishes the position, and that's Gibson to the lead.
Did I just see Harry Gibson's front end go completely skyward, going over Oblivion? That's complete commitment.
Wouldn't be surprised from Harry Gibson. And he started 16th in this race.
Wow.
So Harry Gibson, only 3 laps needed to go from 16th to 1st, and it looks like he's already starting to pull away. Thomas Byrne now trying to get involved with this battle as well, already right on the bumper, well, almost, of Jamie Rogers.
Rogers was sideways going through into Wilkins, complete opposite lock. He was doing a bit of a Stig Blomqvist there.
Points for style.
Yes. 9.2. Sam Hawthorne, in the meantime, has put in the fastest lap of anybody, 59.79. He's got to recover from 23rd position. And now we've got the battle between the likes of Archie Elliott, Jensen Watts and Benjamin Ballou. This is for, looks to be 4th position on the road. Benjamin Ballou, I think, caught a bit too much curb going through pit bend.
A couple of the drivers clattering that curb, aren't they? But managed to keep it on the circuit anyway. Not turning their kart into a plane just yet. He's looking for it down the inside, but that gap closes for Benjamin Ballou, and Jensen Watts stays ahead for now as that battle continues on behind. Led by the 42 of Ryan Willis at the moment. Round the outside goes the 86 of Benjamin Morris and gets both of them. Through he goes, and he makes the position work as well. What a move.
Ryan Willis now looking up the inside this time. This is going through Ashby's. Benjamin Morris stays ahead. Max Lee was a little bit sandwiched coming down in towards Ashby's on that particular occasion. He was very lucky to stay out of trouble. Jamie Perrelly now down in 24th position. Puts in the fastest lap of the race, 59.56 seconds. As you can, I just heard one of the karts just clatter into the curb, and the underside just gets an absolute pummeling.
And when we can hear it through the mics, you know, it was probably pretty loud.
Yes. Tommy Edmonds has made his way up into the top 10 in the number 23, having got past Scott Smith. That was a good... Oh, that's a hell of a run there from Ryan Willis. Slingshots past Benjamin Boris through Fine Lady. And there's a bit of a touch from Max Lee on the back bumper of Benjamin Burrows as they went through into Christmas Corner and down into Inkermans.
It's a proper block on the exit, wasn't it, from Ryan Willis?
Oh, really Tommy Edmonds now. Tommy Edmonds now up the inside of Max Lee. That's for 9th place. Nice move through Ashby's. Lee trying to keep it around the outside, going through in towards Wilkins, but no room there, I'm afraid.
Tommy Edmonds started in 23rd in this one to Tommy Edmonds. So up into the top 10 now for himself. Gives the visor a quick wipe. So still dealing with these conditions, the drivers, even though it's not actively raining anymore. Still very, very moist under those tyres.
Keep your eyes on Scott Smith and the number 38. Could be a stone's throw from going into the top 10.
Another one who started far down. 24th was the starting position for Scott Smith. So lots of the drivers reveling in these changeable conditions. It's all about just pushing those limits and finding where that grip is.
And now it's looking a lot lighter outside, unlike what it was this morning with the dark clouds overhead and the rain significantly falling from the skies. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort has just said, I reckon slick soon. Well, we've had predictions of 12:30, which is just under half an hour away. We've had predictions of 1 o'clock this afternoon as well. And don't forget, folks, if you haven't already subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel or followed the Alpha Live Instagram page at Alpha Live Productions, we've got a target of an additional 50. I think what was it, 45 still to go. At the last call as we're heading into the final. Oh, oh, right. So we've had 11 out of the 50 already follow. So thank you very much to those that have done so far as we're heading into the final 40 seconds plus an additional lap.
Indeed. Battles still continuing up and down the field. We saw Scott Smith under lots of pressure from William Young there in the background. I'm not singing every time we mention Will Young at the producer.
He got told. He got served.
No one wants to hear my singing voice.
No, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, it was 12 o'clock about 3 minutes ago, so you're a bit late on that prediction. He said by 2:30, 3 o'clock, definitely slicks.
Yeah. And that's also after the lunch break as well, so that gives some time for the track to dry out, as we've already got Gibson onto the final lap of the race. But what's this battle? The 42 of Ryan Willis leading this one. under pressure from Benjamin Boris and Tommy Edmonds. He's going to try into the first corner. Oh, just the gap gets closed there. Will Young is trying it as well. Oh, an exit. He's got a good exit as the 23 of Tommy Edmonds. He's side by side up to Christmas corner.
That was like a rocket ship going into space, and he gets through on Christmas. So nice move there from another 23.
Oh, he's tried it up the inside down at Ashby as well. But a better exit for the 42 sees Ryan Willis keep 7th position. They stay as they were. Oh, I thought the gap could open up there for the move there. But didn't quite happen. But here you look back to Harry Gibson, leading by almost 3 seconds at the end there. Clatters the curb, but is going to take the win in the Senior Max Heat number 2. Their first heat of the day. And a great win nonetheless for Harry Gibson. Thomas Byrne there in P2. Jamie Rogers in P3. I think Jensen Watts gained a couple of positions at the end there. Just stole 4th place away from Archie Elliott. And it was Benjamin Ballou, Ryan Willis, Tommy Edmonds, Benjamin Boris and Max Lee rounded out your top 10.
Some good battling up and down the order as well there, John.
That was good.
There was Tommy Lee Davis, Chris Banderi and Sam Light separated by 33 thousandths of a second in the battle for 17th, 18th and 19th. Well, that was nearly 3 abreast coming across the start-finish line, but Harry Gibson takes heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. Well, we now head on to the next batch of heats, and coming up next is Junior Rotax Heat 3. So 26 drivers set to take it through the tram lines here at Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Alfie Richardson, Freddie Ingram will line up on the front row. Jack Spencer and George Allen, row 2. Thomas Behrman and George Spilsbury, row 3. Zaki Hussain and Ross Tyler, row 4, with Harry Maynard. And Heat 2 winner Jacob Jukes rounding out the top 10. George Donald and Harrison Whitcomb, row 6. Deacon Russell and Bobby Rozier, row 7. Reg Hayward and Harrison Morrow complete row 8, with William Ray and Mac McFarquhar rounding out row 9. Daniel Gurney and Archie Buttle complete the top 20, followed by Harry Hurstgrover, Sam Baker, Finn Leslie, Tom Holden, Zach Heslop and Alexander Zingarevich. So a little bit of a delay before they release the Junior Rotax field. Junior Rotax this weekend, the only class that will have 4 heats, a B final where the top 4 will progress to the A final later on today. And the Junior Rotax A final will conclude round number 10. See, there's a few Honda Cadets at the. They've got their 3rd and final heat coming up after this one. It's a little bit of banter between the youngsters. So we're just waiting for the cleanup to be completed. So a little bit of sunshine starting to break out through the clouds, especially towards the boot and pit bend. So a little bit lighter than it was when I arrived here this morning, well, when we both arrived here, as did the rest of the crew here. Nice to see a little bit of blue sky in the air here,
It's quite
John.
nice out there now.
Yeah,
it's nice and bright.
So what time is Honda Cadet Heat 3? Well, that will be coming up next. Mano Shrimp goes, just when you think it's safe to go into the water, the wife wants her lunch. I'm going to miss a few races now. Be back soon. Okay. We look forward to your banter in the chat later on, Mr. Shrimp. Jack West says, after lunch, it will be slicks as the 131. Zaki Hussain pirouettes at Christmas corner.
Just goes through a little spin. If you're going to do it at any point, this is the time to do it.
Yes.
So Reed takes his position.
And the poll now says, will anyone get onto slicks today? 45% have said yes, and 55% have said no.
I can't change my vote. I want to change my vote. I said no, but now I want to say yes.
Yeah, use a different account.
Sorry,
if you got one.
True.
Right, let's see if the third and final Junior Rotax Heat gets underway for the first time of asking. There's Alfie Richards and Freddie Ingram on the front row through Pit Bend into the tram lines. That is a full start. They will go round for another tour.
It's not quite as nice from our T1 camera. Doesn't quite look as nice and
well,
bright.
it's all the glare off of the standing water that's causing that. So
I think the lens is starting to get a bit foggy now as it gets a little bit warmer, marginally warmer.
Yes.
Here at Whilton Mill.
I like the use of the word marginally there, John.
Yes.
Well put.
Very marginally. As quite an artistic view of Ashby, that, I think.
Art Deco.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see them all coming through the reflections on the little raindrops.
Lisa Ingram giving Freddie Ingram, saying, come on, Ingram. 2 exclamation points after.
Oh, 2 exclamation, but she means business.
Yes.
She means business, as Lisa. Let's see if Freddie Ingram can mean business as well. He's right up there at the start of this one.
See if you can get a good start with Alfie Richards on pole position in the 83.
It was Freddie, yeah, it was Freddie at the start, wasn't it? Initially on that first attempt at the start that went a little bit wide just through the last corner. Obviously, he's having to take the tighter line, so very easy to do that, especially when you're trying to speed up and you've still got the steering lock on as well.
Looks to be a cleaner start this time. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Light second time this time around. We're underway for 8 minutes plus an additional lap as they go through Oblivion and Crook for the first time, and it's sideways by the race leader going through the exit of Crook along with several other drivers. There is a bit of a scramble. That's the 131 of Zaki Hussain. He's gone right round the outside of 3 drivers. Has he gone a bit wide coming out of Christmas corner?
Got a good exit.
He did get a good exit. He actually used a little bit of the runoff area as we have had a 3-kart incident. One of the karts backwards, that is the 47 of Daniel Gurney.
I think it was the 50 of Sam Baker who was involved in that as well.
But already you can see now they're scrambling, and it's, someone's gone rally crossing coming out of Wilkins through into Osiers as someone's managed to hit the puddle, not the ocean.
For the ocean.
No,
well, the ocean's sort of disappeared now.
It's now become an estuary.
Brilliant marshals.
But Zaki Hussain, that was absolutely brilliant. He just knew where to put the kart.
We have reports of someone in the wall. We'll take a look at that when we know.
But
look, a good move there from George Donald through the boot. He took a couple of positions there.
He did indeed. Thomas Behrman now leading the way as round and around. That looks to be Harrison Whitticombe that's just gone round there, the 66. Alexander Zingadejevich, who started at the back end of the field, now up into P15. 11 places gained. Jacob Dukes now up from 10th to 5th and is closing on. We've got a turn. That was Thomas Behrman. Thomas Behrman, the back end drops over at Christmas corner. And there is
47 off as well.
Freddie Ingram off the circuit.
That was down to the boot, wasn't it? The 47 of Daniel Gurney is off at Christmas corner, but looks to not have completed lap 1, so that's still left over from
there was a dive bomb and a half just then going through. That was the number 49, Bobby Rozier.
Someone else was off there, down at Osiers. Was very wide, was barely even in the camera shot there off on the grass.
Yeah, Jacob Dukes has made his way, I think. Now, who is he ahead of at the moment? That is
38 of George Spilsbury, I think.
So he's up into P4, and it's 3 wide coming out of the top of the boot. The number 44 is very much in the mix. That's Archie. That was Archie Buttle. Archie Buttle's just made up 9 places on the last lap. He's up to P9 from 18. Thomas Behrman, unfortunately, gets a contact warning, so whether he's had a touch with somebody. And now Zingarevic is leading the cavalry going up into Christmas corner.
The 75 of Harrison Morrow got it very sideways out the last corner, just to manage to keep out of the wall, but has lost a couple of positions because of it. I think that was Tom Holden going back through there for 13th. As this battle continues down to Ashby, being led by the 16 of Alexander Zingarevic, as you say. Zach Helsop now the one behind. Oh, sorry, Heslop. Second time I've got that wrong. My apologies, Zach. Up into P11. As always, an opportunistic move there down the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact, a half spin there for one of the drivers.
I think I saw Tom Holden going up the inside of Jack Spencer, going through into Osiers. As the number 75, that's Harrison Morrow, who's now behind the number 73 of Reg Hayward, with the 31 of Jack Spencer in behind, and now Spencer sends it through pit bend. Harry Hurst-Grover looking to make a couple of positions in the meantime. So 4 minutes and 34 seconds still to go. Zaki Hussain is now closing in on George Donnell for the race lead. And he took half the gap away on the previous tour, set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute, 0.34. As now up the inside of Alexander Zingarevic, that's Zach Heslop that gets through. And Zingarevic gets the cut back through Ashby. So Heslop just ran a little bit wide whilst making the move. As that was coming out of Wilkins.
I think that was Reg Hayward getting bullied off onto the grass there in the 73. And that's your battle for ninth, isn't it? Alexander Zingarevic and Zach Heslop, as we've got someone else off as well. The 93 have Harry Maynard takes to the grass through the boot. Yeah,
just looking at the battle between Zingarevic and Heslop, they've got Holden closing in the 84. And there's some 2x2 side-by-side hurrah going through Fine Lady. The battle there, that is the 31 and the 41, Jack Spencer and William Ray. And then there is Harrison Whittingham trying to send it through.
Another little half spin.
And there's Archie Buttle trying to plant it around the outside, going through into Inkermans. Is he going to get the undercut? He does! And he gets 2 for the price of 1 heading into Ashby. Whittingham gets impeded ever so slightly. Buttle runs wide coming out of Ashby. There's Whittingham to his immediate right-hand side as someone went very, very wide indeed. I think he even hit the grass coming out of Ashby. A little bit further back. And
off into the ocean, and that is the ocean.
That was definitely a submersion right there, and that was the 22
of Ross Tyler.
Oh, dearie me.
I think that was who we saw almost off at the previous corner as well. Ross Tyler having an early bath there, down at Osiers. Manages to rejoin though. As here's a move up into Christmas corner. Down the, I think that's Bobby Roger on George Spilsbury for 4th place, I think that was. There's all a bit of contact there. The 25 just getting into the back.
Oh, that's Heslop and Zingarevic again, and Holden is waiting to pounce. The number 40, oh right, the number 49, that is Bobby Roger, who's got, I think that's George Spilsbury behind. I'm not too sure. I did notice that Bobby Roger's front, the bumper on the front right, looks a little bit askew at the moment.
Oh, that was late, and he's off. He's off. 2 of them are off down at Osiers. Trying to spot the numbers through.
I think that was Zingarevic. It might have been one. It might have been Zingarevic or Whittingham. It was a 6 at the end of it. Couldn't make out which one it was.
Whoever it was leading that pack just got a bit crossed up in the entry, realised they couldn't get it together and just went straight on. As look at that, the 73 clatters the curb and takes both of them. So it was Alfie Richards who was the initial one that went off, and Alexander Zingarevic, you were correct, was the one who followed off onto the grass, and both losing a number of positions.
Yeah.
There's definitely something rubbing, isn't there? You can hear that.
It sounds like a front bumper.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It really does.
I think you're right.
But 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock still to go. Zaki Hussain is within striking distance of George Donnell. Tom Holden, then you've got Zach Heslop and George Allen. Allen, oh, that's a brilliant move there from George Allen on Zach Heslop to regain 9th place. And that was coming out of Ashby.
Oh, he's off.
Oh, and he's submerged as well. My goodness, it seems like this puddle is becoming a magnet for the drivers at the moment.
They all clearly just missed the rain. They all want to get a bit wet, go through the puddle.
Well, I mean, if this track
splashed,
I mean, you can see it's starting to dry.
It is starting to dry.
It is starting to dry. So these tyres are really going to be absolutely tortured.
Maybe why some of them are finding it difficult, especially that corner. Ojas is a downhill, very much a downhill left-hander. You feel like maybe last lap you had a bit more grip. This time you go in, suddenly you're getting all crossed up, and straight on you go.
And there is Tom Holden just coming through, shot behind Reg Hayward. Zach Heslop and William Ray were battling for position. I think William Ray might have got through on Heslop, going through into Christmas Corner, had the inside line as we're into the final 10 seconds plus an additional lap of the race. So, but fastest lap of the race, Sam Baker in the number 50. Timer hit 0. A few more battles happening. Just seen Harry Hurstgrover ahead of Lord Farquhar, or Mac McFarquhar, and Harry Maynard. That's the battle for P22 as the last lap board is out for George Donald, who's now extended his gap over Zaki Hussain to just under 1.4 seconds. Jacob Dukes is about 1.8 seconds adrift in P3. Bobby Rozier and George Spilsbury rounding out the top 5 positions. There's something definitely scraping. We were talking about that just a moment ago, John. That sounds like someone is going to get an impending front fairing penalty, I would trust. Not too sure who it might be, whether it's Bobby Rozier or somebody else. But George Donald in the number 116 comes through into the top of the boot for the final time. The Jax Motorsport driver will now power his way through pit bend. Nice little controlled drift through the top of the boot. Neatly on the apex, out of the final corner, and takes the checkered flag to win the race.
You know it's been a good race when us commentators have barely spoken about you and you've taken the win. It's been a good race for George Donald. And indeed he does take the win. Zaki Hussain P2, Jacob Dukes, another good race from him. He had a good race earlier, didn't he, in the proper wet. Takes a P3 in this one. Bobby Rozier ends up P4. Then Finn Leslie P5, followed by George Spilsbury, Reg Hayward, Tom Holden, William Ray and Zach Alsop rounds out the top 10. Still battles going on all the way to the line there. Up and down the order. Behind them, George Allen, P11. Then it was Sam Baker, Jack Spencer, Deacon Russell, Alfie Richards there in P15. Then Alexander Zingarevich, Harrison Whittaken. Then Archie Buttle, Ross Tyler, Harrison Morrow rounds out the top 20. Then Harry Maynard, Mac McFarquhar and Harry Hurstgrover round out 23. I do think we've got 2 more runners about to come across the line in Thomas Behrman and Freddie Ingram. Freddie Ingram just getting past Thomas Behrman at the line. And sadly, Daniel Gurney not making the end of the first lap, it seems. Right, let's see if we're correct then with this front fairing. We feel like we could hear it, but who's it going to be? George Donald gets pointed through. Here's Zaki Hussain.
Look at Bobby.
Zaki Hussain's getting a front fairing penalty. So P2 plus 5 seconds. That's going to drop him to P4, it looks like.
Jacob Dukes now inherits second position as a result of that.
Oh, Bobby Rozier, you were right. You were saying Bobby Rozier. He's got a penalty as well. That's going to drop him down to P6. So a few changes after that one. Of course, our results aren't final.
Reg Hayward
would get one as well. If you do want to see the full finalised results, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see all of those final results from Race Control. And if you want to be watching the racing live, of course, you can have the live stream up on one screen and then have the live timing up on another. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. So there we are then, race number 15. Junior Max Heat number 3 is done and dusted. We're going to swiftly move on to Heat 3 for Honda Cadets. Is that Mars? What is that? Well, anyway.
I thought we were in the North Pole or something like that, to be honest with you.
Right. Honda Cadet E3. Here is your grid. Alfie Mew and Benjamin Lawn take row number 1. Then behind them, Max Endicott and Luke Hams-Ballock. Then it's Max Wheatley and Arjen Paul. Row number 4 sees the E-plate. Rocco Shenton alongside him is Charlie Wolfett. Then running out the top 10, Jensen Maplethorpe and Teddy Cooper. Then row 6 is Zach Starbuck and Charles Kitely. Row number 7 sees Finley Lyons and Oliver Spencer. Row 8, Sebastian Behrman and Oliver Miewski. And row 9, Sergio Verts and Samir Paul. Rounding out the top 20 is Jensen Walker and Harry Freeman. And then rounding out the 22 kart grid is Mason Brooks and Jaden Mead. Here we go. Look at, we're in heaven. We're in heaven. We have ascended to heaven. And of course, Whilton Mill, I mean, it would be there in my personal heaven, definitely. One of the best kart tracks in the UK. And here we look, that is, that's amazing. What's happened? Suddenly the sun is beaming down on the circuit.
Steamy lenses.
Yeah, indeed. Very steamy lenses. We're trying to dry out the cameras after they were pummeled by the rainfall this morning. So hopefully we'll be able to see the action by the time the drivers appear out on circuit.
Fingers crossed.
Otherwise, we might become a bit of a radio show here for a little bit. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, WMKC, with you in sound, but not vision.
Not anymore. Right, Honda Cadet Heat 2. Let's have a look at this then. It was Rocco Shenton who took the win. Oliver Majewski P2, Charlie Wolf at P3, Max Endicott P4, Luca Holmes-Ballock P5, Zach Starbuck P6, then Alfie Mew, Harry Freeman, Charles Kitely and Oliver Spencer rounded out your top 10 in Heat number 2. So let's see who is able to do the business in Heat number 3 as the drivers do come out on track. You can just about see them at the bottom of the screen there. And we'll try and bring you as best coverage as we can here from Whilton Mill.
On a misty Sunday afternoon.
Indeed it is. And once again, we return to the sun.
One drop.
There's still very artsy.
Yeah. Oh dear. We have. Hey, there we go. Nice little camera shot there.
We have one camera back at least. we've got the final corner and our static camera down at Ashby. So let's see what we can do here.
Red alert, battle stations.
Indeed.
Yay!
We didn't need the commentators to venture out into the...
No, a commentator to venture out.
Oh, I've got my shoes on again, so I've got no excuse now. Right, here we go then. Once again, standing start for these Honda Cadet drivers.
Jack West is pinging the chat like a good one. I reckon the race after Hondas could be on Inters or Slicks. Inters?
I don't think we have Inters here, do we? Straight on to Slicks. Who's going to call it first? And now we've got to be on tyre watch as well during the rolling up laps. See if anyone's going to brave it. I wouldn't have thought in these very light Honda Cadets that any of them will be trying it.
No, not at all.
But possibly when we get to some of the bigger lads and ladies, maybe the extra weight that they carry, they feel they can put the power down more easily.
Oh, Jack West, shush. Worn wets are Inters. What are worn Inters? Slicks.
Yeah. As they call it in Formula One, the slicked immediates. Let's see if they make an appearance. Here we go then. Lights on, lights off. Here we go for Heat number 3 of Honda Cadets. Alfie Mew is leading us away from the left-hand side of the grid. Was that round the outside? Was that Benjamin Lawn in the 80? Let's have a look as they come through once again. Oh, there is a spinner, as you can sort of see there. That does look like a kart. Was it Benjamin Lawn? It was Benjamin Lawn to the lead, but round the outside, the number 4 of Max Endicott. Can he hold on to it? Does indeed. Takes the lead of the race. We've had an incident in the background, though, there at Christmas Corner. A few drivers were involved in that one. We'll try and report that as best we can. Who's that moving to the inside? Oh, gets a bit of a welly from behind there, does the 31. That's Alfie Mew, and he does go off. Alfie Mew goes wide.
That was Luca Holmes-Ballock going up the inside through Ashby there.
Alfie Mew does get back onto the black stuff, but loses a number of positions. Going to lose one more there. 2 more down into Ocean Corner. Luckily, that Ocean seemingly mostly disappeared now. But as you can see, look at this. A lot of the drivers still have their clear visors on and can barely see down that back straight. Now we've got the sun out. It's right in their eyes.
Well, this is going to be that touch, that lighting the touch paper side of things, especially with the slick condition. The wet conditions with wet tyres, the track's evolving, the lap times are coming in. Rocco Shenton, 1:05.94. And that's the best that we're getting out of the T1 camera at the moment until the lens starts to clear. But here, going through into Christmas Corner, Charlie Wolf up the inside of Luca Holmes-Ballock, but there's a bit of a spin around. That's the 88 of Zach Starbuck.
He was up.
And there's another collision just in front. 84 was involved. That was Mason Brooks.
I think it was the 52 of Jensen Maplethorpe as well involved in that one. Oh, frustrating for Zach Starbuck. They had a great first lap, up 6 places, 12 to 6 there. More people talk about Rocco Shenton up 6 as well, from 8th to 2nd, and Oliver Majewski up 8 from 15th to 7th.
Very good start there from Oliver Majewski. We saw what he was capable of in the previous heat, in heat number 2, and managed to get it into the top 3.
Wolford's through on Luca Holmes-Ballock here, so he's into P3.
Mason Brooks has made up a few positions. Well, actually he drops down a few more positions after that incident, but you can see nearly 3 wide coming through through Oblivion and into Crook. And now it's a little bit of a 3-kart train as Rocco Shenton again pumps in the fastest lap, 1 minute 3.80. He took nearly a 10th and a half out of race leader Max Endicott after just 2 tours. But Max Endicott quickly got into the lead, hasn't been able to pull away from Rocco Shenton, but the thing is, we know what Rocco Shenton's like, that once he's got the bit between his teeth, as Max Endicott takes a very unconventional line through Osiers, but still kept it fully lit and managed to make it through ahead of Rocco Shenton for the moment.
Indeed, yeah, Max still going for that fully wet line around the outside. Rocco Shenton just trying it around the usual racing line, just seeing if he can eke out any further pace. And Rocco and Max are leading too, the only drivers in the 103s at the moment. And they both go even faster, a 103.73 for Max, a 103.76 for Rocco.
And Oliver Majewski has just overtaken Luca Holmes-Ballock for 4th place just before they crossed the line. Majewski was a little bit wider than Holmes-Ballock through the Exeter pit bend. But Harry Freeman has made some inroads in this race. He's now up into 12th position, having started in 20th place on the grid.
A really good start of the race for himself. Just over 4 minutes to go here. We can see the 80 and the 26 battling. This is over the bottom end of the top 10. Benjamin Lawn and Jaden Mead. Right nose to tail there. As there is Zach Starbuck in the 88 trying to get back involved after that earlier spin at Christmas Corner. But here we look back to the battle continuing over the higher end of the top 10. Luca Holmes-Ballock leading these few karts, just ahead of them in number 8 of Charlie Wolford. So as Luca Holmes-Ballock got back through on Oliver Majewski, has indeed, and Oliver Majewski just ahead of Finley Lyons.
Yeah, all on wet tyres. So from that particular gaggle of karts. So it was about playing it a little bit safer, especially with these curbs, despite the sun now beaming down on the track as Oliver Majewski, bangs side pod and sidewalls with Luca Holmes-Ballock, and that allows Finley Lyons to get through in between the pair of them.
Yeah, that was elbows out, wasn't it, that move? And a couple of positions lost for the 28 of Luca Holmes-Ballock because of it. This battle over 3rd place continuing, though, and continuing to allow for Max and Rocco to pull away in the lead. 0.2 of a second faster on that last lap was Rocco than Max, but still a little gap between them. So we'll continue watching that battle, keeping an eye out for it, but nothing going on between those two yet, just continuing to pull away from this pack behind currently. And there's Charles Kitely and Alfie Mew just behind these 3 and 4 karts as well. So if these 3 start properly battling, I think we could see Charles Kitely and Alfie Mew involved in the battle for 3rd soon enough as well.
Rocco Shenton's really closed up.
That was them, wasn't it? Yeah.
0.4 of a second. Harry Freeman gets a contact warning. He's now up into 11th place. So Rocco Shenton waiting for his opportunity to strike to get past Max Endicott. And now going through Ashby. Shenton up the inside.
He made that look easy, didn't he?
Was that a thumbs up I just saw?
It was.
That was a bit cheeky from Rocco Shenton right there.
I think it might have been a thanks for not fighting that too hard.
I think probably because what they both want to do is to...
He was in a push.
Yeah, a little bit of bump drafting there as Rocco Shenton took the longest look over his left shoulder I think I've ever seen for a Honda Cadet.
what I do like, especially now the sun's come out, what I do like about these clear visors is you can fully see the driver's face. It's great because usually they look very much like the Stig, don't they, with the tinted visors? You don't know who's behind that helmet, but in these kind of conditions with those clear visors, maybe not through that camera, it's great to see the drivers. You can see their eyes, how focused they are on the race at hand. But those two still following as they were. Rocco Shenton now in the lead. Max Endicott just behind. And it looks like that gap from Wolfert to Majeski has closed ever so slightly.
Yeah, I've just noticed. Oh, right, that's the number 30 of Arjen Paul pulling in. I did notice that with regards to the visors we were talking about earlier, with a lot of them having clear visors, like Rocco Shenton, Max Endicott, Charlie Wolfert's got an orange tinted visor, so that might be helping his depth perception.
Yeah, I think he's made the best decision for this now because the rain has gone, the sun is very much out, and it is blinding down that back straight.
And Max Endicott Max Endicott's back in the lead.
Oh, there is indeed. Good spot. Not for much longer, though. There goes Rocco Shenton back down the inside at the boot. Really clatters the curb on exit, doesn't he?
Good avoidance there from Max Endicott to keep out of the way of Rocco Shenton. Bouncing over the curves through the top of the boot.
You can see, though, both drivers were squinting heavily going down towards the boot. They're trying to pick out where their braking point is. And look at that. They're just I swear that was a smile in the helmet. He's looking back as Rocco.
Oh, a little bit snaky under the braking there as well, going through into Christmas
He's
corner.
loving it, isn't he?
He's like the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland at the moment. But
full ear-to-ear grin for Rocco Shenton.
So like, as soon as the dimples just happen underneath the ice, you can tell it's a big old cheesy grin. And for those saying about the lenses need cleaning, it's actually due to the condensation as a result of the rapid change in the climate that we've actually had here, especially with turn one. It's going to take a little bit of time to clear float.
It's not really something that we can get to.
No, exactly. But the timer has hit 0, as still Shenton and Endicott at the front of the field. It's like a game of chess between these two.
I can still see that smile on Rocco Shenton's face. Goes a little bit wide at the last corner. Gives a tap of the helmet as well as they go through now. And that battle behind is heating up now. Still Wolfert leading Majeski, leading lines. There they are coming through our T1 camera shot. Has got Luca Holmes-Ballock just there as well. But here we go then. Moves to the fenders, the number 8 of Wolfert. They all move to the inside, but there to the outside. Tries the 6. He's going to try and switch it back as Finny Lyons and does a great job of switching it back to the inside now for the next corner, but just gets squeezed out by the time they get to the apex.
That's nearly allowed Luca Holmes-Ballock to get through on Finley Lines. That was going through into Inkermans as they go through Ashby. Takes to the grass. Majewski decided to go 2 wheels on the grass, hit the puddle, and whoops. But still kept it pinned. But here are the 2 race leaders, and now it's going to be a drag race. Oh, Max Endicott looking a bit feisty. Rocco Shenton launches it through on the curbing towards the top part of the boot. Can Endicott get the undercut? I'm not sure.
Oh, he's going to try it. Down the inside of the last corner. They make a little bit of contact. Max Endicott, they're going to be a run to the line, and he's going to take it. What a move at the final corner. And what a win for Max Endicott. It was a great battle between the two of them throughout, but Max Endicott just steals it at the final moments.
I think he might have just played a little game with Rocco Shenton there. And effectively put him into a false sense of security. So Shenton sent it, and Endicott went, right, my opportunity's at the top part of the boot. I'm going to put it on the inside of there and pit bend and get you on the line. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, it was a good move. Well read from Endicott. And indeed takes that win. Charlie Wolfert led home that battle behind. Finny Lyons managed to grab 4th place at the end there. And actually, Luca Holmes-Ballock got up to 5th as well. So Oliver Majewski dropped a couple of positions on that last lap, down to P6. They were followed by Charles Kirtley and Alfie Mew. Then Harry Freeman and Mason Brooks rounded out the top 10. Mason Brooks with the fastest lap of the race. The quickest driver, 103.51 for Mason. Then followed by Jaden Mead, then Sergio Wirtz, Teddy Cooper, Benjamin Lawn, then Zach Starbuck, Sebastian Behrman, Max Wheatley, Samir Poole, and Jensen Maplethorpe rounded out the 19 finishers. And of course, earlier on in the race, we saw Ian Poole pull off into the pit lane. So pointed through is Rocco Shenton. No penalty for him, neither for Max Endicott. Oh, it's all good for the number 10. That's Oliver Majewski in 6th place. Then the number 8 pointed through as well for Charlie Wolfert. So those battles continuing throughout the race, but all fair. None of them getting any penalties. So no contact.
Oh, 31, Alfie Mew.
Hand on head.
That is going to drop him to 10th position. Here's Harry Freeman, gets the thumbs up.
Yeah,
so
luckily for Alfie, had quite the gap back from 8th to 9th.
Yep. Well, that concludes the final heat for Honda Cadet. Next up is the final heat for Minimax. "28 drivers set to take to the grid for the final heat for Minimax for round 10. Matas Miazanskas and Toby Bedford on the front row, with Eli Badhan and Michael Dalton on row 2, Donnell Stratton and Daniel Kilpatrick, row 3, Luca Brooks and Jonas Klimas, row 4, Maisie Creed and William Webb running out the top 10, followed by Joshua Bagembe and Zach McDonald. Ethan Carney and Emily Cotti, row 7, Spencer Allen and Noah McNicholas, row 8, Josh Salvadore and Victor Hansen, row 9. Harry Friel and Albert Whilton ran out the top 20, followed by Daniel Hartley, Charlie Neve, Oliver Smith and Lucas Blanford, with Logan Howes, Joshua Turnbull, Oliver Meek and Will Archer completing the 28-strong grid. We've actually got 27. Joshua Turnbull confirmed as the Heat 2 winner ahead of Oliver Smith by 3.45 seconds. Josh Salvadore making up 23 positions to finish P3.
Mental.
And with it came the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.70. Charlie Neve and Lucas Blanford running out the top 5, with Blanford one of 8 drivers with a front-fairing penalty post-race.
Right, we're on tyre watch now. Are we seeing it? Are those slicks? Are those slicks? They look like slicks to me.
They are slicks.
They are slicks.
Here we go. The changeover point has happened, and it's come right in time for Minimax. So the drivers make their way into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are out first time. We're underway for the third and final heat for Minimax. And a great start by several of the drivers as they make their way through Oblivion and Crook for the first time. And leading the way, it is the number 93 of Toby Bedford. Miazanskas up the inside. Dalton up the inside too through Christmas Corner. Little bit of sidewall rubbing between second and third. Eli Badden rounding out the top 4. Donnell Stratton looking to be in 5th position at the moment. As it's all for themselves, Michael Dalton in 2nd position now. As it's side by side between the 86 of Donnell Stratton and Jonas Klimas in the 19. As soon as there's been a turnaround, that's the number 93.
Oh, that's not a nice place to be sat. We've got another spin as well.
That's caused the domino effect there. And
the 88, I think you spun with them. Was it the 88 or possibly the 89 of William Webb?
That was actually Toby Bedford, I believe, in the 93. And someone's got a front bumper dragging.
That's really loud, isn't it?
You can hear that a mile off. William Webb gets a contact warning.
Oh, let's go for another spin in the background. You were right. It was Toby Bedford in the 93. And it was William Webb in the 89. So, that is really, really loud.
Could
that be drivers near the front of the pack? It might be our leader, actually.
It could be Miazanskas.
It could be. It is
indeed. That is scraping on the floor. That is really scraping on the floor. So Miazanskas has got to win this race by at least 5.1 seconds.
He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, and look at the gaggle behind it. I've just seen that was Logan Howes, who's up 10 places. Josh Turnbull up from 25th to 12th position. Lucas Blanford has made some inroads as well. He's up to 18th place.
Oliver Smith up from 22nd to 8th as well. So some big movers on that first lap.
Here it comes. It's the scraping bumper time. Look, it's just rattling up and down off the tarmac. So Miazanskas has just got to start pushing a little bit.
He's pointing down at it.
Well, I think he realised. I think he realised earlier than that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, contact warning for Logan Howes. There's been a little bit of a shift around as well. So there's been a little bit of a drama.
Oh, that was a late move from Salvadore down the inside on the 50 of Eli Badden and makes the move stick. I'm not sure if he meant that. He was pretty out of control as he went down the inside, but he managed to clear it all up and he made up a position for it. So fair play to Josh Salvadore. As last lap, he also set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 0.79, the only driver into the 1 minute so far. So Josh Salvadore really showing his pace today, as we said, up 23 in that second heat, first heat of the day for Minimax, and now he's doing a very similar job today, up into the top 3 already.
Oliver Smith gets a contact warning, currently sitting in 7th position in the number 38. We've got the number 22. That's Maisie Creed, who's got Luca Brooks in the 75, not too far behind as they come through the top part of the boot. And Lucas Blanford has made his way up into 11th position. Oh, there's been a bit of a drama. That is for the 80. That was with an 8. I didn't quite catch the. That might. Well, that's still Miazanskis. Well, Miazanskis has pulled out a 1.5 second lead. There's the number 38. There's Oliver Smith. He was very, very handy in the previous race. I don't think Miazanskis' bumper is being all that compliant at all. And there's Oliver Smith again.
Move.
That's on. That's probably on. Yeah, that's the number 50 of Eli Badhan for 5th place. So
it's up to 4th now, because I think the other driver he overtook was Daniel Kilpatrick.
Yeah.
So I think he's up into 4th now as Oliver Smith, so he's moving through the field really nicely.
Nice move there from Luca Brooks around the outside of Maisie Creed.
They're still battling, though, these two. 20 wasn't too happy with that, was he, Daniel Kilpatrick? Battling with Eli Badhan now.
As the Miazanskis
you can hear him going through.
You can hear wherever he is on the track.
I was going to say, I didn't think he really needed to point down to show to his mechanics, because I think everyone in Northampton can hear that he's dropped his front nose going.
Scraping bumper, you think? 3 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap. This time, Oliver Smith is the one with the fastest lap out there. 1 minute 0.54. Miazanskis needs to do a little bit more, but Michael Dalton is actually closing in and is bringing Josh Salvadori along for the ride. Salvadori took, Salvadori could be looking for a move. Through into Ashby. Dalton runs wide. Salvadori up the inside. And he gets through for P2. Nice work there by the 110.
Great move by Josh Salvadori. Already up into P2, and now chases down your leader, Matas Miazanskis. About 1.5 seconds in it between those top two.
Oh, right.
He already points forward, but he's already got quite a nice gap to Dalton.
And Nicola Hartley, related to Daniel Hartley in the number 63. And it's his birthday this week. Another birthday
so many
shout.
birthdays.
I know. Thank God mine's in September. Oh, Lucas Blanford looking very, very racy. That's up the inside. That'll be on Luca Brooks. Switch back from the number 75. Side by side they go, but Blanford takes the initial advantage. Had the inside run going into oblivion to the number 59. He's recently been testing a car for the Junior Saloon Car Championship quite recently with ex-Kart team boss Matty Street. A little bit of a freight train coming along here. Jonas Klimas has got past Maisie Creed. Just behind them is Victor Hansen, the number 21, as they go down over the curbs through Inkermans. Now into Ashby. Oh, bit of a send from Victor Hansen there. As sideways there from Luca Brooks on the runoff area through Ashby. Keeps it planted still and keeps the place. 2 minutes to go.
Oh, there was a move there in the background. And these two are still side by side as well, the 75 and the 19. Luca Brooks versus Jonas Klimas. Jonas trying to make it through. You can still hear Matas Miazanskis' front nose going as he comes through past our camera point. And it was a move. I think that move did stick behind. I'll call it as we come across the line. But it was the 22, I think, of Maisie Creed losing out to Joshua Turnbull. It was indeed. So Turnbull was down the inside at Osiers. New fastest lap of the race goes to Oliver Smith in 5th. A 1 minute 0.21 for himself. So a lot of drivers now getting into the 1 minute.
This is going to be like a meme in a minute. Scrapey bumper time, anyone? And it's not the first time we've heard a bumper scraping on the floor. We had that earlier on, didn't we?
Matas Miazanskis.
Oh, dearie me. You just had to, didn't you?
Oh,
sideways from Josh Turnbull right
sideways.
there coming out of Ashby. Managed to keep it pinned up the inside. That was on Luca Brooks, who's now behind. Victor Hansen is leading that train. Maisie Creed still keeping with them. So good work by her. Danelle Stratton, Oliver Meek and Logan Howes are battling away over 14th position.
That was Logan Howes going down the inside of Oliver Meek, there 15th in the background. As these all continue to battle.
Blanford versus Klimas and Ethan Carney in the number 34 ahead. As we go on to the final 35 or so seconds. Here comes Oliver Smith.
Good
and that
move.
was, I'm thinking whether Kilpatrick wanted to secure some solid points. Didn't really give up much resistance to that because he knew that Smith was coming anyway.
Indeed. The battle for the lead is now just over 0.2 of a second between Miazanskis and Salvadori. So I'll need to keep an eye on that as we go into the dying moments of the race.
Miazanskis still could pick up P3. Because the gap.
There they are, and he's right on his tail now.
Yeah, Miazanskas could very well, likely, because of the fact that Daniel Kirkpatrick is about 6.5 seconds behind, as we've got...
And they're battling as well, so...
Exactly. So that's going to give Miazanskas a top 3 finish. Oh, he runs very, very wide out of pit bend. And there is Josh Salvador. Last lap board is out through Oblivion and Crook for the final time.
Yeah, because it's a time penalty, not a place penalty. It doesn't really matter if he loses the lead on track, but of course you want to take the win on track, don't you?
You definitely do. Snaky under braking goes the number 12, and Salvador was waiting. I think probably he might get a good run coming out of here at Inkermans. Is he going to do a late opportunity through into Ashby? No, he doesn't.
Going to try and get the exit. Moves to be side by side.
That was close.
Have to be on the outside. Just about gave each other enough room. He's going to try up and under here, down into Ogiers. He's on the inside now for Ogiers. Squeezes Miazanskas wide and takes the lead. We've got half a lap to go. Can he hold on to it? Checks over the shoulder. Points forward, but why work together? It's the last lap of the race. He's going defensive. Is Josh is going to hold the defensive line on the exit here. And Matas Miazanskas can do nothing about it.
So
Josh Salvador, right?
Yep.
He's going to take them to the line.
Yep. Matas Miazanskas
should still hold on here, I think.
He will do, because the gap
just
between,
about. Really just about.
0.14 separating him from 3rd and 4th position.
And Oliver Smith in 4th was on a charge as well. Got Daniel Kirkpatrick on that second to last lap and set the fastest lap of the race. A 59.66 on the second last lap and then a 59.67 on the last lap. So was almost a second faster than anyone else out there. So Oliver Smith finding the grip when no one else could and bagging a 4th place for his troubles.
Yeah. Right, if you are here at the circuit right now, today, make sure you tag at Alpha Live Productions in your stories and we will share them. Don't forget to tag Whilton Mill Limited at Whilton Mill Limited on Instagram, if I remember correctly.
Indeed. Whilton Mill at Whilton Mill Ltd.
Yes.
Oh no! The number 12, Matas Miazanskas. Oh, of course. That's not exactly a. It's not exactly an amazing moment, is it?
What was it you called him?
It was when I realised it was number 12. I was like, oh yeah, we know that. That's.
What was it you nicknamed him? Matas Miazanskas.
Yes. Matas Miazanskas.
You know what? That is
a second penalty, as we knew.
Well, you could call him Scrapey Miazanskas.
Scrapey Miazanskas, yeah. I can't help but get excited when I see that there's going to be a penalty, but I made myself look a bit silly there.
You're telling me. I just saw an interesting idea there from Jonas Klimas. Shut the engine off, and so is Maisie Creed doing this, shutting the engine off and actually using their right foot to kick the front axle forward using the right front tyre. Genius.
Much better for the environment.
Carbon footprint and all that.
Charlie Neve in 18th gets a penalty there as well.
Oh.
So does the 93 of Toby Bedford behind in 19th.
His Nassau panel is a little bit askew.
Not the most ideal placement.
Jack West stating the obvious. It looks like the track is drying. Yes,
we
know.
Sun usually does help to do that. But yeah, the dry line is certainly forming, as you can see there. But that does mean that if you're on slicks, going for a move off of the racing line is even tougher. But there we go then. That's it for Minimax for race number 17 of the day. We'll move on to race number 18. It's the IAME Cadets. So our biggest grid once again for IAME Cadets. Austin Newstead lines up on pole alongside. It's Max Wright behind them, Harley Musk and Luke Millwood, and it's Jacob Nairn and Henry Clark. Row number 4 sees Enzo Bottarazzi and Daniel Wisniauskas. Then Zachary Brazel-Shepherd and Will Green rounds out the top 10. Behind them, Elliot Travis and Sukhmani Kira. Then it's Nathaniel Hodges and Harvey Bacon, and Marcel Popakul and Aryan Nayar. Then Simeon Stone and Colby Patterson. And finalising the top 20, Austin Gibson and Amelie Davey. Then it's Cody LePatrell, and Levi Singera, Yala Sayer and Finley Hines. Then row 13 is Levi McGrath and Millen Tomlinson. Then it's Katie Clark, Max Mason, Mason O'Connor and Grayson Wortley round up the top 30. And 32 karts on this grid. That's Josh Cook and Frederick Wood on row number 16. And they're already down at the boot. It looks like we're not going to go for this start. The grid is hugely spaced out, so false start indeed. And we will go round once again.
Shades of round 9.
Oh, look at that camera.
Oh my goodness.
That's gotten worse.
That's definitely the inside of an igloo.
Oh, look at that. I've just seen on the Instagram story, there's a poll that says, what are you tuning in for today? Of course, on Alpha Live, we've got Wilton Mill Kart Club, we've got TCR UK from Snetterton, Civic Cup from Snetterton, and Teesside Sprints, obviously from Teesside, then Middlesbrough. 84% said Wilton Mill Kart Club.
Yes!
So there we go.
Get it.
Wilton Mill Kart Club is loved by all, and we love it just as much as well. As the racing has been fantastic. It definitely hasn't disappointed so far. And we've dealt with all different conditions throughout the day today, luckily getting a bit warmer and a bit more sunny. So indeed, 290 people currently watching on YouTube. It's fantastic to have you all with us. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss any future Wilton Mill Kart Club rounds. Of course, we've only got one more left this year in November, so make sure you tune in for that. But we're still getting on with round number 10. Here we go for the start of the IAME Cadets. We've got someone on the start line, so we are not going to go. Oh, guys. Oh, that was close.
That was the 81.
Yeah, the 81 there just had to pull to a halt. That was Daniel Wisniauskas just coming to a halt. And I'm not sure if they think they're racing. They're definitely not. We've got a couple going for a move down into Christmas Corner, but definitely a false start there. So we'll go around once again.
Right. Georgia Holland has said, good luck, Max Mason. Your brother Kieran, Georgia, Melanie and Dale watching from rainy Norfolk. So don't forget, if you are watching from around the world, please feel free to tell us whether it's wet or dry at your current location. I know that we have had viewers from the site of Mount Panorama, Bathurst.
Indeed.
We've had Florida, we've had California, and we've got a red flag.
Red flag, oh dear. The driver's going to come to a halt on that back straight. And we'll give you an update when we can. Someone who's a bit closer than Bathurst, Laura, who's down at Christmas Corner, posted to the story, my waterproof coat has soaked through, so I'm officially the coldest human alive.
Well put. Well put, Laura.
Hopefully you're feeling a bit warmer now.
Yes, Laura, bless her, one of our camera team out there with Johnny and Tim, they've been braving the elements, so now at least they can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief that there is some sunshine.
Yeah, thank goodness. Still not the warmest, about 15 degrees out there at the moment. That sun definitely makes a difference, though.
Johnny's already said I need dry socks.
Yeah, I had my shoes off for a little while in the commentary box trying to dry out. But we can't complain. We have no feet to stand on here. We're lovely inside this warm commentary box.
Well, we have no feet to stand on apart from our own.
Yes, our own dry feet. Sorry to rub it in, Johnny.
He'll let you never live that down.
I know he can hear me as well on the last quarter. All right, so we're not sure as to why this red flag has come out. We'll update you when we know. But yeah, a couple of mechanics, lads, all just helping out, running over to the karts, and we'll try and get the action underway as soon as we can. So while we're waiting for this red flag to go back to green, we're just going to head over for a few advertisements.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
We welcome you back to the Whilton Mill Kart circuit, still under red flag at the moment. But hopefully we'll be getting back underway shortly. Big shout out to Harry Hurst-Grover. He's getting involved over on the Instagram, giving us a little tag. And once again, if you post anything to your Instagram story here from the Whilton Mill circuit or at home if you're watching the live stream, make sure you tag at Alpha Live Productions and we'll give you a little reshare. As we're all a big motorsport community, so we all get involved and it's all our love and passion. But there you go, looks like the engine's just getting restarted now on those IAME Cadet karts. And we'll hopefully be going round for a race start. The drivers should get probably one more lap, I would have assumed, of warming up, and they do indeed. And then they'll get into 2x2 grid order, and we'll get the start underway for heat number 3 for the IAME Cadets. Let's have a look back at heat number 2 earlier on in the day when it was just a little bit wetter. Austin Gibson took the win in that one. Will Green was in P2. He had an amazing race. Up 27 positions, Will Green was in heat number 2 earlier. He went from 29th to 2nd. And also getting the fastest lap of the race, a 104.31. And I think we can assume the lap times are going to be just a little bit faster in this race now. All drivers should be on slick tyres.
Yes, another motorsport connection. Will Green just so happens to be the son of multi-race winner and also a guy that was considered the Mr. Norris ring, Jamie Green, ran in the DTM alongside, funnily enough, David Coulthard.
There you go, making the connections here at Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Indeed. Jamie in his last tenure, I believe, was racing for Audi, having raced for Mercedes-Benz for quite a number of years. So good to see that the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree.
Looks like we are going to go for a race start. We are going to go for the race start. So some drivers left in the dust at the background there, quite spaced out near the back of the field. But we are a go for heat number 3 in IAME Cadets. And this is 74 of Austin Newstead that leads us up to Christmas Corner. And the gaggle behind are all chopping and changing as we go through. Slightly wide for P3, but manages to hold it together. And that's 54 of Will Green trying it around the outside. He's made up a couple of positions off the start as well. So just as we were talking about him doing super well in the earlier heat, it looks to be continuing that pace from the wet into the dry. And here they go now, down into Osiers. Up the inside, was that Will Green going up into 2nd? We'll double check that as they come through. It was the 54, indeed, of Will Green. Yellow flag down at the boot. So now, yeah, it is indeed Austin Newstead in the lead. Max Wright still in P2. And Will Green already up into the podium spots.
Yeah. Yeah, P3, and he's just put in the fastest lap of the race. He's right on the coattails of Max Wright for 2nd position. And now going with them is Harley Musk in the number 21. And now Will Green sends it up the inside of Max Wright. Neatly done through Christmas corner. Also Luke Millward loses out to Enzo Butarazzi and Marcel Popocool through the very same corner as they make their way through Ashby. So some very good positions already made up by Will Green. And he's just got through on the race leader. So he's got Will Green now ahead of Austin Newstead for the race lead. And now Will Green leading the train.
Didn't take him very long, did it?
No.
Fastest lap of the race on lap number 1. Only slightly over Austin Newstead, but has already taken the lead. That was the 72 of Amelie Davey, was that, just getting back onto the circuit. After a bit of an incident. Oh, chopped off the nose cone there for the 79 of Marcel Popocool.
Back axle of Luke Millward going up and down like a bungee cord going through the Exeter pit bend.
What a run from P4 there. Is that Max Wright trying around the outside, gets on the grass. Oh, we're getting all slidey. Holds on to it just about. Well held, Max, well held. But he's going to open himself up now to an attack from Enzo Butarazzi. Right behind in the wheel tracks. He might look for it here, down into Ashby. We'll see on the exit. Has he got it? Not quite. Still sits behind the number 20, does Enzo. But he is going to go for it there. Nope, that's further back. That's the 80 on the 82. That's Harvey Bacon going through on Henry Clark. And then Henry Clark loses another position, I think, to Elliot Travis.
Yeah, a couple of shout-outs on YouTube. Simeon Stone's mum, Chantal, is cheering him on. Alan Harris saying, I'm stuck at work watching my kid race on Alpha Live, so thank you. Appreciate that sentiment there, Alan. A little bit of a battle here. This is 79 being passed by 49. Jalarth Sayer has scythed his way through the field. He's now up into 9th place. Just absolutely sent it up the inside of Marcel Popocool going through into pit bend. And the number 79 losing a few more places. Here's Enzo Butarazzi. That's up on the inside of the number 66 of Max Wright. So they have been swapping positions, but Will Green is checking out.
He's flying, isn't he? 58.41 on that last lap, the only driver into the 58s, and he's 6/10 into the 58. And I have a feeling he's only going to get faster, nearly 2 seconds out in the lead now for Will Green, and he's putting on an absolute masterclass here for round 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Here's a battle slightly behind, though, 21 versus the 20. This is for P3. Harley Musk still defending from Enzo Butarazzi, and doing a good job of it as of now. Just over 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, then there's the freight train behind, being led by Max Wright, Luke Millward, Sukmani Kira, Harvey Bacon, Jalarth Sayer, as Henry Clark drops outside of the top 10, courtesy of Colby Patterson getting past. But look at the run that Enzo Butarazzi has got on Harley Musk coming out of Fine Lady, and it's nearly 3 abreast for 5th place. A bit of a send here. That's the number 80 of Harvey Bacon, cleanly up the inside through Christmas corner on Max Wright.
It was a late but clean dive, wasn't it, that? But his Nassau panel is a little bit movable, I guess would be the word to use. Over the bumps, it was moving left and right slightly. Up and down, side to side like a roller coaster. That Nassau panel on the 80 of Harvey Bacon.
Like Nemesis at Alton Towers.
Oh, yes. What a ride. Will Green now into the 57s on that last lap, 57.93.
Harvey Bacon's getting a bit racy behind Enzo Butarazzi. And that is for position side by side a little bit further back. And that might have been, that's probably Jalarth Sayer on Sukmani Kira. That would have been for 8th position. Run wide out of Fine Lady. Harvey Bacon up the inside of Enzo Butarazzi. That's a clean pass for P4.
Harvey Bacon's on a charge, isn't he? There's a move further back. The 23 goes down the inside. That's Colby Patterson overtaking Sukmani Kira for 9th position. As there's a move down the inside. There's Harvey Bacon through. Was that on Harley Musk now for P3?
I think we'll find out very soon. A few track limit warnings now coming in, probably for the exit of pit bend. Max Mason has been hit with one, so is Will Green, our race leader. But Will Green currently, he's lighting up the timesheets like a good, and 57.71 his last lap. It's 19.09 in the first sector. What's his lap time this time? 57.70.
Just keeps going faster and faster, doesn't he? He's finding the grip where no one else is, but Harvey Bacon has started to find it too now. A 57.75 for him on the last lap. Gets 3 positions on that last lap. through on Enzo Bottarazzi, through on Harley Musk, and now through on Austin Newsted.
But the gap between him and Will Green with 1:45 on the clock, plus an additional lap, 6 minutes and 6 seconds and a bit, just over 6.1 seconds. That's a tall order to climb even at the best of times, even if it's 3 or 4 minutes of the race remaining.
Yeah, I think he has got absolutely no hope of closing down that gap, especially when Will Green continues to light up the timing sheets, as you say. But this battle is very much continuing. This is Austin Newsted versus Harley Musk versus Enzo Bottarazzi for P3 here. And they've got a bit of a back marker to contend with as well. That's Mason O'Connor in the Senna-esque lid. And there they go. The front two go through. Enzo Bottarazzi is going to be stuck behind as they go around the last corner. But just over a minute to go now in this one. Jarle Sayer makes up another position, up to 6th place on Max Wright.
He's not too far behind. Well, Enzo Bottarazzi got a great exit, but there is Jarle Sayer just behind. Bottarazzi slingshots past Harley Musk and also Austin Newsted. 2 for the price of 1 through Christmas Corner. Thank you very much. And did Jarle Sayer make it through?
He did. He followed through and got both of them as well.
Like, I mean, how big did you need those barn doors to be, guys? I mean, really? This is like, bang, there you go, job done.
Move. So now we see Enzo Bottarazzi up to 3rd. Jarle Sayer, as you say, up now into 4th. And there's a move there for 5th behind. Oh, there's a move for 3rd, sorry. Through goes Jarle Sayer in the 49 on Enzo Bottarazzi. He is flying, Ed Sayer. A 58 dead is his current fastest. He goes even faster on that one, though, a 57.85. But our leading two now dropping down to the 56s. 56.87, fastest lap of the race for Will Green. 56.99 for Harvey Bacon. Taps the helmet. Does Jarle Sayer, saying to work together. But realistically, only 2 laps left to go in this one. And a huge gap to the leaders out front. So I think this is no holds bars now for P3.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the final lap, to be completely honest with you here, John. And Jarle Sayer just keeping on the racing line, just keeping Enzo Bottarazzi guessing on what he's got to do to get past the number 49 for that 3rd place.
I think just keep applying the pressure through these last couple of laps and just hope that Sayer makes a mistake. As indeed Will Green does go on to the last lap after setting another fastest lap of the race. 56.68 for Will Green. As you can hear that wind starting to pick up now at the last corner. A bit wide there on the exit for the 79. That's Marcel Popocool in 11th place, just slightly off of the back of the pack ahead, which is basically Enzo Bottarazzi downwards. All 74 moves over to heavily defender. That's Austin Newsted trying to hold on to 7th place, holding off Luke Millwood, Max Wright and Sukmani Kira in this row of 4 karts. As all down the inside, Enzo Bottarazzi goes for it, up into P3. He makes the move stick, moves over to defend now pretty heavily. And then we look back to this battle further behind as well. All side by side there through the left-hander. 74 holds it in front of the 66ers. Oh, was that wide for Jarle Sayer? I think it was. I think he's taken to the grass there. Rejoins, but that gives Enzo Bottarazzi a bit of breathing room. Will Green's already finished the race, but down the inside goes Jarle Sayer. In the dying moments, up and under tries Enzo Bottarazzi. They're going to go side by side by the last corner. Can he go up and under once again? They're going to be side by side to the line. Who's going to take 3rd place? It's going to be Jarle Sayer. What a run to the line. 0.02 of a second in it.
That was very, very close indeed. Bottarazzi had the opportunity there, but Jarle Sayer just went for broke, and it paid off because Bottarazzi came wide coming out of pit bend. And that gave Jarle Sayer a clear run to the checkered. Harley Musk and Colby Patterson were actually quite close behind them as well. Those 4 drivers were covered by just over half a second.
Pretty close there between those guys. And fair play to Harvey Bacon as well, snatching away that fastest lap on the last lap of the race. 56.51 in the end there. Those two in the 56s, only 1 or 2 other drivers actually in the 57s, and the rest of the drivers in the 58s and 59s. So Will Green and Harvey Bacon just finding ridiculous pace out there on circuit.
Yeah, so now they just get their front bumpers checked. So wave through is Will Green and Harvey Bacon. Here comes Jarle Sayer, followed by Enzo Bottarazzi. And Jarle Sayer gets wave through as well, so top 3 stay as they are. That was a pretty good IAME Cadet final heat, wasn't it?
Some great battling, yeah. Really enjoyed that.
Well, next up, we've got our next race. X30 Junior Heat 3. Let's take a look at the grid for Heat 3, X30 Junior. Harry Bartle and Jaden Gregg line up on the front row with Bartle on pole. Archie Heron and Morgan Hill, row 2. Riley Bishop and James Shotton rounding out the top 6 rows. Rounding out the top 10, it's Micah Taylor, Henry Gregory, Harrison Leach and Rylan Eschberg. Dayton Coulthard, our Heat 2 winner, will be alongside Kira Harris on row 6. Katie Ashman and Jack Collins, row 7. Joe Cheek and Adas Majalskis on row 8. Then we've got Josh Jones and Oliver Harris on row 9. Row 10 completing the top 20, it's Luke Sintler and Macaulay Guy. Tristan Powell, Leo Brown, Jack Mowat and Kieran Hamdi ran out the top 24. Completing the 27-strong grid, it's Will Forber, Caden Everett and Levi Daniels-McKenzie. So they'll be let go very, very shortly, will the X30 Juniors, for their third and final heat. So the confirmed race results were Dayton Coulthard winning by 1.63 seconds ahead of Henry Gregory, with Leo Brown in third position, setting the fastest lap of the race of 59.75. Rylan Eschberg and Adas Majalskis rounding out the top 5, followed by Micah Taylor, Joe Cheek, Jack Mowat, Riley Bishop and Jaden Gregg completing the top 10 positions.
I think there might have been a timing issue there with Joe Cheek, because you can see, look, he's only completed 7 minutes and 18 seconds. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be there, because I remember him being right at the back of the pack, although I remember he also had a timing issue with his
transponder.
Transponder, yeah, so maybe that's been rejigged to be correct, possibly. Bit of a difficult one when you have timing issues.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, because if the transponders stop functioning, then they'll go to manual counting.
Okay.
So that will...
should be trusting the 7th place result there.
Yeah.
I remember he was the one that was getting a bit cheeky, wasn't he?
He was indeed.
Burned off the circuit at certain points, but a good position to finish out. Nonetheless, let's see if he can do the same in this heat. Heat number 3. 4 more heats to go before the end of the morning, and we've already got, is that Kira Harris?
That is. But so far, over the course of this weekend, in heat number 1 for X30 Junior, it's Jack Mowat. Dayton Coulthard won the second heat earlier on today. Harry Bartle and Jaden Gregg starting on pole. Oh, they're dropping before we... that's Kieran Hamdi, due to start 24th. One driver trying to slot into position. Into the tram lines we go, revs rise. Lights are out, and we are underway first time, as there was a little bit of a touch between 4th and 5th going through.
Oh, the wheels off.
Oh, dearie me. So somewhat that now, I'm not too... It looks like that might not have been secured. It might not have been through the contact, as there has been. Harry Barton and Archie Heron was side pod to side pod. Might be a little bit of a touch between the pair going through Christmas Corner in the battle for the overall race lead. As they, some of the drivers... Mowat was just trying to get through. Jack
someone's gone straight on there at Ashby. That was Shotton.
And that was
he's nearly made it all the way to the boot there. Over the grass, and it was Henry Gregory who lost his wheel at the first corner as well. So, as you said, before the start they were dropping like flies, and after the start they've continued dropping like flies.
Oh, crikey. So Harry Bartle leads by nearly half a second ahead of Archie Heron. Jaden Gregg rounding out the top 3.
There is something in the middle of the circuit.
That is a chain guard.
It is indeed. So we've got many drivers off
right now.
Maybe something has been dropped here.
Collins has gone off.
Oh my goodness!
There are karts all over the place.
Aras Miazowskis, that is in the 52. Sorry, Miyauskas, my apologies.
28. Dayton Coulthard was off at off at Oblivion and Crook. So now I'm wondering, full course yellow has been implemented.
Full course yellow, right.
So that means there might be some fluid on the circuit, not water.
So.
If that chain guard's come off and a chain's come loose, oil might have come onto the circuit.
True. Yeah, that's quite a big off for a couple of drivers there.
Right, so there's a driver actually... Red flag.
Yeah.
There's a medical emergency on the track, so we're going to a red flag situation.
I think that's quite understandable. A few drivers off there, so obviously safety is the priority here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, so we're going to bring the drivers to a controlled halt. And we'll try and get racing back underway as quickly as you can once we check that all the drivers are okay. But yeah, it was a good 5 or 6 karts off at the first corner there, wasn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, well, Dayton Coulthard looks to have rejoined, so that's... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if it's down to someone going off on a wet part of the circuit or fluid has been dropped, and now with this red flag, with possibly a medical emergency happening, we'll wait for official confirmation of that. But a good call by race control. Oh, Archie Heron goes through the standing water puddle on the
cooling down his tyres.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely don't want to cool down them slicks, Archie.
You definitely
Sorry.
I mean, they're going to get cool enough when you stop under this red flag anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see. Who have we lost then? We've only got seemingly 3 on the timing, but we definitely lost a few more than that, didn't we?
Well, considering the fact that we were 1 minute and 37 into the race when the red flag was brandished. So, yeah, I think that was a significant drama for multiple karts, and especially with one driver out of the kart. I think there was Jack Collins on the inside of Oblivion and Crook that might have an assist.
Yeah, a few of the drivers went careening through the sort of barriers that split the entrance to the first corner and the exit, which obviously are easily movable, but in there is a lamppost, of course, covered by lots of padding and everything. But it was one of the drivers that ended up beside that post, so we definitely want to make sure that they're all okay. But all the drivers jumping up and out of the karts.
Right, just spotted the number, that is probably 72 or 272, I think. Back axle, that's Luke Sintler's kart. I think, yeah, Luke was actually just checking the travel of the rear axle, spinning the right rear tyre, just making sure it wasn't compromised in any way, because if there was a bent axle, then Luke would probably be out of the race.
Yes, yes, indeed. So we'll keep monitoring the situation. We'll let everyone know on the YouTube and obviously Trackside as well. Any more information when we know.
That wind has really picked up.
It really has, hasn't it? Now, that's probably going to make a bit of an impact through certain corners. It seems to be, obviously, that camera point is pretty high up there at the final corner and quite exposed to the elements as well. So that's going to be picking up the wind quite considerably. But through that final corner especially, that could really cause your back end to kick out, and that wall comes up pretty quickly on the outside. So let's see. A lot of the drivers still in wetsuits, of course. You've still got a bit of standing water, so just making sure they're keeping dry, some of the drivers.
Well, at the moment it's a southeasterly wind. Approximate highest speeds could be 17 miles an hour, and that's a lot of a crosswind, particularly on certain parts of the circuit.
Yes, indeed, especially when you're right on the edge. Some of the downhill corners, especially down to Ashby and Ogiers as well. Yeah, if you're right on the edge as well, you get sudden crosswind that could really cause the kart to be unsettled and might see you chucking it off into what was formerly ocean, now more of sort of a stream.
Ogiers by the river.
Indeed. That sounds like a lovely, quaint British town, that does.
By the seaside, yeah. or by a river. I mean, it's quite funny, like where I live at Manningtree, people go like, isn't it called Manningtree by the river? Well, what's the point in that? Yeah. There's like a river. It's like, if you're by the sea, it's like, you know, Frinton-on-Sea, Clacton-on-Sea.
Southend-on-Sea, isn't that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that would make sense, I guess, if there was another town of the same name that wasn't on sea. If there isn't, it seems like a bit of a unnecessary addition, but it makes it sound all summery and nice, like a summer holiday, a British summer holiday, which is usually full of rain. But this year's been pretty nice, to be fair. It's been nice, and of course until today, it's been pretty good weather-wise.
Right, I don't know how we're getting on with our target for Instagram, because we're trying to gather 50 followers. I don't know what we're up to so far.
Very good point.
I'm sure that our good producer James will be able to inform us very, very shortly. So
37 to go.
So yeah, so 13 of you have hit the follow button. So please carry on doing so. Head to @Alpha Live Productions. And don't forget, if you haven't already, if you are at the circuit and you are tagging Alpha Live Productions and @Whilton Mill Ltd, We will share it. We have been doing a lot of sharing this weekend. And great to see that so many people have put in their votes with what they're watching, and good to see that WMKC is leading the way.
Of course, how could it not be? Fantastic racing, as always. Yeah, and it was indeed Harry Hurst-Grover getting a share on the story. Blue skies now, which is lovely to see after the not-so-blue skies.
Brilliant one from Tim, one of our camera personnel. Cold, wet, but karting. Love heart.
The things we do for karting.
But I'm going to give this man a shout-out. Well, two people I'm going to give a shout-out. Anthony Jordan goes, "I leave you alone for 5 minutes, Paul O'Neill."
He's a great lad, Paul O'Neill. He's always got good banter. I remember meeting him when I was probably about 10, I want to say. Because I remember my dad racing against him in Caterhams at the Nürburgring.
Of all places.
And my dad sent it down the inside at the last corner to steal the place away from Paul O'Neill. So I'll forever, every time I see him now, I'm just going to bring that up.
Do you remember when, in Germany, my dad sent it up the inside of you in the Caterham in the final corner?
It was one of those ones where you just have to do it. The gap was there, just go for it. Some of the drivers having a bit of a, I think very much a play fight.
A discussion of sorts.
A couple of drivers with helmets off as well, so we might have a bit of a stoppage here. Bit of a lengthy one. Dayton Coulthard looking rather contemplative there, sat on the side pod.
Well, actually on the back wheel.
Yeah, sorry, yes. Walking across that grass, that's going to get your feet all wet. That definitely hasn't dried up yet. As we saw with a couple of drivers, when they go off onto the grass, they actually end up gaining speed than losing speed. Still very, very moist underfoot. But indeed, a bit of a stoppage here at round number 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. This is the fourth to last race of our, well, morning in air quotes. Of course, we are in the afternoon, but of the heats. And then we'll, of course, move into the finals later on today.
Yeah, we've got to think of another challenge for the folks out there. They're actually here at the circuit.
What can we challenge them to do?
But what you've got to do, first of all, you've got to tag at Alpha Live Productions and at Whilton Mill Ltd. That's a tough one. We'll have a little think on that for a couple of minutes or so.
We'll have a bit of a brainstorm.
Yes, that's it. Okay.
It's a good idea.
Right, let's see who can get the most people in one selfie. And you've actually got to put down the number of people in there, and everyone has to fit in the frame. No half faces, no people sticking their shoulder or elbow or their fingers in like V sign or whatever. It's got to be faces in the camera lens. As many as possible.
I like that. It's like that old, was it the Oscars? Where they had that photo where they had like 40 celebrities in it, and it was like the most liked tweet from Ellen DeGeneres. That was in like 2016. God, that was a long time ago.
It's a bit like with the challenge of guessing how many like plastic balls are in a car to win the car.
Yeah.
So not too dissimilar from that, but
so yeah, get you taking your photos. If you can hear us now, we've obviously got a bit of lull in track action. Go and grab all your mates, all your karting mates. Get in a big selfie, give us your big smiles, show those pearly whites, and make sure to tag us at Alpha Live Productions, at Whilton Mill Ltd. And we'll be sure to share it to the story, give you a little bit of exposure to your karting account, and also get involved with us. Get involved with all the fun here at Whilton Mill. And I mean, if you come and ask us nicely, maybe we'll get in the selfie as well, if we're feeling nice.
yeah, Terry Ellingham asking if we did a paddock walk today.
Yep.
Unfortunately not, Terry.
No.
Cameras, microphones, and water, and people hiding in awnings do not mix.
Yes. Yeah, there was very much awning doors closed and zippers shut.
And probably heaters on.
Yes. Yeah, I would have thought so. But luckily now you can see it's a bit more full of activity now, the paddock. People queuing up to get their smoke shack lunch. Very jealous. I'm very hungry at the moment.
Don't get me started.
We've still got 4 races to go.
Actually, in addition to that first challenge, I thought of another one. Without using, yeah, which I'll save it for later. But there's another one that I'll bring probably after the lunch break. Yeah, just in response to Ella Haynes' comment in the YouTube chat, does anyone know what happened? Unfortunately, we just saw the tail end of exactly what happened with about 5 or 6 carts off at Oblivion and Crook, with multiple of the plastic sort of like retractable, removable barriers actually strewn actually over the grass, and I think at some point there was actually a couple of bits on the circuit as well. So that would have been a health and safety hazard. So straight away, by calling the red flag, they made the right call there. So as we said, we will give you any updated information as soon as we have it.
Because initially what we saw was that there was an initial crash at the first corner. We saw someone lose a wheel. We carried on for the rest of the first lap. We saw James Shotton fly off at Ashby, going straight on, nearly made it to the boot. And then as we came round out of the final corner, part of the chain guard had come off a cart, and then suddenly all hell broke loose at the first corner. So other than that, we don't know any more information. But as Alex said, we'll update you as soon as we know. And
Ella, just in answer to your question you just popped in, as we will keep you updated as soon as the drivers are motioned to get into their carts, then we will be pretty much not that far away from getting things back underway. So we're just as in the dark with regards to knowing what's going on, just like you people watching at home. So thank you very much for everyone that's joined us so far. 67 likes on the Alpha Live live stream so far. So thank you very much for everyone that's done so. Appreciate it. Hopefully, Foxy Red Photography's equipment has finally dried out.
Yeah. Hopefully, he had it in a big camera bag for the whole of the morning.
Terry, even though it might be 7:30 in the morning where you are, he says, I'm all alone. Just send it in anyway, just so at least we can say you can say that you've taken part.
You'll be the first one, and you'll have one person in the photo, so that'll be what it is to beat.
Yeah, benchmark.
So set that benchmark, Terry. Send it in. Get involved.
Talking about selfies, I remember, what was it, the FIA CIK World Championships at Le Mans earlier on this year. David Trevelov and Arvin Lindblad at 8 o'clock at night. There was a red flag in their race. I think it was KZ2. And the first thing that they do under the red flag stoppage, they're stopped on track. Race helmets are off. I remember they got grilled by Jake Sanson about it. They said, look at that. What are they doing on there? They're taking selfies on the grid. But it was David Trevelov sent him. He said this was the results of the red flag stoppage, and there's him and somebody else cheekily grinning for a selfie on Instagram. And then Arvid Lindblad sends in his results as well.
Yeah.
So
you got the spare time, why not?
Well, yeah,
a couple of cheeky selfies.
The person who's one person who normally has his phone on him most of the time, Tom Coronel, in his race suit, he's actually got a pocket specifically built to have his mobile phone in there. Nice. If anyone might remember, he was at Nürburgring Nordschleife and he was on a slowdown lap and he got pinged by race control and got fined for using his phone in the car. Race helmet on everything, a whole lot. So,
Oh
yeah.
dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. There we see the ambulance making its way around the circuit. There indeed is the other one, so... yeah, who's going to win the ambulance race?
You know what tune's popping into my head? Yellow, the race, right now.
But yeah, they're both making their way off of the circuit. So yeah, of course, we've got 4 more, well, inclusive of this one, 4 more heats before we go to our lunch break. It's probably going to be a little bit late for lunch, really, by that time. Oh, my tummy is rumbling. But then after that, we're of course going to be going into the finals.
Right. This is actually brilliant notion from Ella Haynes saying, if I get my cat in, it would count as 2 people.
Yes.
We've gone, yes, animals count. Maybe even if you're at home and you've got, like, say, like little toy bears or something like that, you could use them.
That doesn't count. Does that count?
God, the permutations. You know, we're having a discussion with our producer, James, about it.
Yeah. Just get a selfie. It doesn't matter how many people you get in it. We just want to see you enjoying
Well, we've got 2 anyway.
Yeah, we've got a pose up with 2 of us in it already. Ah, Ella Haynes has done it. Yes, Ella. We'll be resharing that to our Instagram very shortly. I'm sure James will be all over that. He's just shared it, so let's take it. I'm going to take a look at that. So big shout out to Ella there. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, nice. I like your cat. Very, very cute. That's a cute cat. You already know I've got to get the cat in. And there's no better companion for watching kart racing, is there, really?
Or cats or dogs.
Yeah, yeah. I'm personally much more of a cat person, but I can understand. Get your dog involved as well. Why not?
As they say, the more the merrier, don't they, John?
Indeed.
So, all those watching at home, if you've got people with you watching the stream, get not only the people in the shots, but also, if you can, get the TV screen in the background.
Yeah, even if you haven't got anyone that you're watching with, send it in. Get
Even
involved.
even if it's you on your Todd,
yeah.
there we go.
No, we don't want them to put EastEnders on. We want them to keep Whilton Mill on. But if you do it now, we've got how many? Well, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You've got 14 on screen right now. So there's 15 for you if you get yourself involved. And you'll be in the lead easy.
By a country mile.
Indeed, indeed. And once again, still under red flag here. If you have been enjoying the racing, it's been quality. We've seen loads of different conditions today. Make sure you drop a subscribe to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Loads of content happening today. As we said earlier, of course, Whilton Mill Kart Club is on. Teesside Owners Club as well. The owner-driver sprints. And TCR UK, they're down at Snetterton. And also alongside them will be the Honda Civic Cup as well, but they'll be on 2 separate streams. So whether you're into kart racing, car racing, we've got bikes on the channel as well. We've got motocross, we've got the Scooter Endurance Championship. There's something for everyone here at Alpha Live. So make sure you drop a subscribe so you don't miss any of our future content. We're closing in on 30,000 subscribers now. So loads of love for Alpha Live. And we love to see all of your support as well. So thank you very much.
Oh, and we've now jumped to 80 likes, I think, on the YouTube stream. So thank you very much to everyone. So if you have already liked the video and you haven't subscribed, click that button and also hit the notification bell to make sure that you're informed. Elaine saying, don't tell me you're talking about electric scooters. No, we're talking like proper old school, like Vespers.
Yeah.
And like they have endurance races, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Like 4-hour endurance races on Vespers.
Yep.
Definitely an interesting concept. I remember seeing one taking, I think they were at T-side last time, I remember, and one biker took quite the low side going down the straight and just slid for about a mile.
We're up to 18 of you folk out there that have already done the follow business on Instagram, so don't forget, head to @AlphaLiveProductions and give us a little follow. We've got a target to hit. We're getting closer and closer to that halfway point.
Looks like we're getting the drivers back into their grid order now, so hopefully it won't be too much longer.
Hayden Phillips and Ella Haynes are now getting into a spat on the YouTube chat. Hayden goes, "Dogs are the superior pet," and Ella goes, "Shush, Hayden."
I'm with Ella. I'm with you on this. I'm with you.
You know what? I mean, I don't mind cats. I don't mind dogs. So, hey, it's a win-win for everybody.
Yep.
There we go. Happy days.
Yeah, all the drivers with their helmets back on now. All getting back into order. So hopefully we should be getting back underway. The marshals once again doing a fantastic job. Just getting us all sorted out. So a big thank you to all of the marshals out there on circuit, everyone in the timing box, and everyone, of course, on the medical team as well. They've been fantastic, helping us sort out everyone that had an issue in that earlier incident in this race. And then, of course, a big shout out to everyone at Alpha Live as well. Of course, Mr. James Fitchu on producing, and you've got Laura, Tim, and Johnny on the cameras. They braved the horrendous conditions this morning, but luckily for them, it's brightened up a little bit at least as we've gone into the afternoon.
Terry Ellingham comes in with a very, very magnificent little ditty here. Dogs are friends, cats are acquaintances. Thank you very much for that, Terry. James again, our producer, is whispering sweet nothings into our ears again. Shh.
That was horrible.
I know. That was really, really worrying there when he said that. Oh dear.
Right, well, the drivers are back into the karts now, so it's looking positive.
Yeah, marshals were rearranging them into probably the grid order that they were in, or the field order that they were in, at the point of the red flag.
Yes, exactly.
So a big thank you to the marshals here at WMKC as one of the drivers sprints across the grass from the start-finish straight. Hops back in you go. Lovely jubbly.
And there we go then, back underway. We see the smoke billowing out of the exhausts of these X30 Junior karts. And I assume that they're probably going to get a rolling up lap before we do go racing. And yeah, they are indeed. So yellow flags for said rolling up lap. And then we should be back underway and racing.
Yeah. So the drivers making their way down the hill through Inkermans into Ashby, getting ready to gear up and go back into battle after that slightly lengthy red flag stoppage, but for very, very good reason, of course.
It's quite a difficult feat to manage as well, because you build yourself up for that race. You have all that adrenaline dump at the start, and then you have to stop for 10 or 15 minutes, and you have to try and build that adrenaline back up again for this restart. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, so the drivers making their way to the top part of the boot, the third and final heat for X30 Junior. So it's Harry Bartle and Jaden Gregg on the front row. Out of pit bend, the revs start to build. We're back to 8 minutes plus an additional lap, and we're underway, so it's a full restart. As they fire their way through Oblivion and Crook for the opening time. So that would have been a full restart in the grid positions they were allocated.
It was.
As it's nearly 3 abreast behind Dayton Coulthard, who's around about 8th or 9th position. They now start going into a train. Jaden Gregg looking racy behind Riley Bishop into the inside of Ashby's. Ashby in the number 34 makes it through for P3. Keep your eyes on Harrison Leach. And there's also Morgan Hill. Rylan Eschberg in the 272. I think Harrison Leach went for the move there through Osiers and might have made it stick.
There are about 3 or 4 carts in a row there going 2 by 2 through Osiers. On the exit there, we saw them continuing to battle. But your front two, Harry Barton and Archie Heron, starting to pull away nicely now at the front. Already got a second gap back to Jaden Gregg. Oh, that's wide for the... Oh, my goodness. Was that the 72? Was it Luke Sintler in 10th, I think? Who was going very wide there?
Might have been. Send up the inside. That's the number 29, Morgan Hill on Harrison Leach through Christmas Corner as they go down the dip into Inkermans. And again, Morgan Hill looking for another position. That's through on Riley Bishop. Harrison Leach gets through too. Now into the left-hander here at Wilkins. Down into Osiers. So Riley Bishop hemorrhaging a few places, but I think Harrison Leach has just got past Riley Bishop, which he has. It's Micah Taylor in the middle of all of that. So there's a little bit of a send going into the boot. Micah Taylor, I think, has just held on to that position. The driver behind gets compromised. Dayton Coulthard looking to get through, but I think Luke Sintler's up his inside through pit bend.
Indeed he is. Good move. As we go on to another lap of the race. Oh, a little half spin there in the background from the 17 of Kieran Hamdy. Was trying to get through on Tristan Powell, but that gap closed. Luckily, kept it facing in the straight line, though. Tries it down the inside, does the 48 of Micah Taylor. Isn't going to get it. Harrison Leach stays ahead in 4th at the moment, but has Micah Taylor breathing down his neck. And Micah Taylor tries it once again up the inside. Very late move. Makes it stick, though. And he's going to lose a couple of positions there. Maybe even 3 as the 79.
Rylan Eschberg round the outside of Wilkins gets through. And I think also, so did Luke. Well, Micah Taylor made it through. Harrison Leach is... Well, where is Harrison Leach? He's a little bit further ahead, I think. Someone's run a little bit wide coming out of the top of the boot. Luke Sintler up the inside. That was on Harrison Leach, who drops down to 8th position. Riley Bishop and Dayton Coulthard round out the top 10, with Leo Brown, Jack Mowat, Josh Jones, Adas Majalskis, and Oliver Harris rounding out the top 15. But Morgan Hill again making a move, and that was on Archie Heron.
3 wide.
Oh!
That was close between those 3.
That was Sintler. Eschberg's got through on Sintler, and I think also, was that Morgan Hill that got bounced on?
Yeah, I think so. Morgan Hill's dropped to the back of those 3 and now is under lots of pressure from, I think, Harrison Leach.
No, it isn't, because, my apologies, Morgan Hill is a little bit further up.
So it's the 50.
Oh! Harrison Leach round the outside of Riley Bishop going into the boot. That was inspired.
It was Archie Heron who was the one that was getting knocked to the back of that pack, so he's now lost another position there. But yeah, what a fantastic move through the final couple of corners. And Archie Heron now getting gapped down the straight as well. Does Archie Heron have a problem here, or is he simply just getting buddied out the way? Dayton Coulthard gets forced to the outside there by Jack Mowat, down to 11th, now down to 12th as the 33 of Leo Brown follows through as well. There's a move. Oh, we've got a spinner as well. Who's that on the exit?
That was
4, so it must be 48, is it? Or Micah Taylor? No, maybe it's someone further down.
Micah Taylor's running on a CRG chassis.
Yeah.
So that might have been Caden Everett.
I think
possibly.
You're right, at the 47.
Well, it could have been Caden Everett or Levi Daniels McKenzie. It might be Caden Everett because that line stopped tracking.
Yes.
On the timing, so it's really elbows out here in X30 Junior Heat number 3. Bit of a run wide there from the 32 of Riley Bishop.
It's Levi Daniels McKenzie. He hasn't come through Sector 2 yet, so it is indeed himself who's had that little spin. Let's look at this train of carts up to Christmas Corner. Down the inside goes the 52, follows through, does the 84. That's Aras Miauskis going through, Josh Jones following through. And Archie Heron losing another 2 positions and make that 3 now. As Oliver Harris now, I think, was that who followed him through. So I'm not sure what's happened to Archie Heron here.
Something doesn't sit
It
right.
doesn't. He's just falling back on every corner exit. So is it an engine issue? Does he have wets on? Surely not.
Oh, right. Who on earth was that? That was Harrison Leach. Harrison Leach from 7th drops the ball going into the boot with 3 minutes to go.
Indeed, he's going to lose a number of positions there, isn't he? Down to 16th now for Harrison Leach. They're all so close in this race that you make a small mistake like that and that's it. That's your race over. Here's the move down the inside. It's going to be 3 and 1. Is that one of our back markers in the 63? No, it's not.
Well, Archie Heron was in
Harris.
Yeah, Oliver Harris got passed by Archie Heron, Tristan Powell, and Tristan Powell, who's just behind in the 88, just up ahead of them. Not too sure who that was. I was trying to spot, but well, Archie Heron's just lost the position. Well, make that 2.
Yeah, that looked like he was properly slowing down on corner exit there. No, he's still going. Through goes the 79 Harrison Leach after having that issue. And look how quickly he gaps him. There must be something wrong with that car.
Yeah, in the meantime, Rylan Eschberg is battling away with Luke Sintler. Sintler sends it up the inside of the 272 through Christmas Corner. Now retakes 4th position. Morgan Hill is right there with them in the 29. So a 3-way scrap again for 4th position. Oh no, that was that was the number 40 of Levi Daniels McKenzie. So it looks like it was Caden Everett that was the one that had the moment coming through Ashby. Because we haven't seen that kart come through unless there's an issue. Maybe either one of them, if one of them spun at Ashby, managed to get it going again. But now Rylan Eschberg having to fight off the approaches of one Morgan Hill. Leo Brown on the previous lap set the fastest lap. Now it's Luke Sintler, 47.67.
Indeed. Harry Bartle at the front of the field. We haven't even had to mention in this race. Over 4 seconds in the lead is Harry Bartle. All down the inside goes the 29 of Morgan Hill. Up into 5th place past Rylan Eschberg. So finally makes that move stick. Is there only going to be fighting back from Eschberg? No, there's not. So they continue, but that group of 3 ahead starting to pull away nicely now. It's the 34 Jaden Gregg still leading those 3. Micah Taylor in the real tracks, and then Luke Sintler just behind, who now has the fastest lap of the race, a 47.6 seconds. He's going to spin! He's going to spin! Takes too much curb on the inside there, entering the boot, has a little spin, gets on the grass, he's going to rejoin, but all that hard work is going to go to nothing as he drops down the order now, and I think out of the top 10.
Yeah, well, he's in 10th behind
exactly.
Behind Dayton Coulthard, as Jaden Gregg now has Micah Taylor for close company. That's for P2. I mean, I'm looking at the times from Archie Heron. I mean, look at it from this perspective. Jack Mowat, 47.27. Archie Heron, 50.16. Now, either it's a problem or did he do a gamble?
We've just seen him move for 2nd place there. Sorry, mate. Micah Taylor just went down the inside at Osiers there. And 3 goes on Jaden Gregg. But yeah, I think you're right. We know Archie Heron is as quick a pace than that. So
definitely.
We don't know what's going on there. Last lap of the race. Harry Bartle goes on to it. Micah Taylor, indeed, up to P2, confirmed on your timing. And now Morgan Hill takes the fastest lap of the race in 4th place, 47.16.
Didn't set a single purple sector in that lap, did Morgan Hill. Personal best, though. Oh, that's getting a bit dicey there. That's the number 84 of Josh Jones battling away. I think that was Tristan Powell just about. No, that's the number 50. Well, it's a 53. Just behind.
Here is your leader, though, Harry Bartle. As we say, we haven't had to speak about him. He's been so quick, and he's going to take home the win in the X30 Junior Heat number 3. Behind, though, it is going to be Micah Taylor who takes in. It's a run to the line for 3rd place. Jaden Gregg just holds on to it ahead of Morgan Hill. And behind them, it was Rylan Eschberg, Leo Brown, Jack Mowat, Riley Bishop, Dayton Coulthard, and Luke Sintler rounded out the top 10 after that little spin at the boot. He was looking on for a good top 3 there. Sadly, just a small mistake sent them down to 10th, and behind them was Aras Miauskis. Oh, look at that run to the line. That was between Archie Heron and Kieran Hamdy, wasn't it? There, Archie Heron just holding on to it there, but indeed, Aras Miauskis in 11th, Josh Jones in 12th, then Tristan Powell, Harrison Leach, Oliver Harris, Archie Heron, Kieran Hamdy, Macaulay Guy, then Will Forber, Caden Everett, and Levi Daniels McKenzie round out the 21 finishers in that one. So they're all technically the same length, but that was he's missed the high five.
So, yeah, missed the high five, or they intentionally did
intentionally
that.
pulled away that. Hey ho, but yeah, I was going to say they're all the same length, these heats, but that was definitely our longest one of the day. Quite the red flag stoppage there, and we don't have any updates for you, I'm afraid, on that incident, but we'll let you know as soon as we do. Yeah, James K Racing saying what I had a thought of if Archie Aaron was on wets, but like we're at the point now where there's just no reason to choose to go on wets.
Like I said, gamble. If he's gambled, it's backfired.
Yeah.
Spectacularly.
Hugely, yeah. Because I don't think we're expecting any further rain today. Of course, you can't always trust the weather forecasters, but it's looking pretty dry from now on. There we are then. That's it for the X30 Juniors, for the heats anyway. We're going to move on to the final heat of the day for Junior Max. '26 kart strong grid for this Junior Rotax race. Our T1 camera still isn't enjoying life. But Finn Leslie is. He lines up on pole position. Alongside him, Alexander Zingarevich. Then row 2 is Zach Heslop and Tom Holden. And it's Bobby Rozier and William Ray on row number 3. Row 4 sees Blake Noble and Oliver Kerr. Then it's Arthur Thacker and Sam Baker who round out the top 10. Behind them, James Tester and Archie Buttle. Row number 7, Thomas Behrman and Luca Magni. Then it's Zaki Hussein and Jessica White. Then it's Deacon Russell and Spencer Brougham. Rounding out the top 20, Harrison Whittaker and Holly Meal. And row 11 are Jacob Jukes and William Pemble. And it's Alfie Richards and Freddie Ingram. And finalising the grid on row 13 are George Allen and Jack Spencer. That camera's really not having its best day, is it? I'll tell you what.
It's having a bit of a mare, that's what it's having.
It really is. Hopefully we'll be able to get that fixed or changed at the lunch break, but we are dealing with the conditions as best we can, as it is now just starting to dry up. You can see it there. It was a river by those barriers before, but now only a few large puddles.
I mean, the rivets on the rumble strip actually coming out of pit bend, they'll still hold a lot of water.
Yes.
Especially coming towards the exit of the pit lane itself. So that could be a place where drivers do not really want to go over.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Brandon Klein-Nagelbot. Has Alex not cleaned the cameras yet? As I said, it's not my job. Shut it, Brandon. Next time I see you, I'll give you a slap on the wrist for that one. I think the word's easier said than done on that one, Brandon. Well, cleaning the cameras, of course, especially with the amount of condensation in the T1.
Whoa, there's a bit of contact.
And that was Zaki Hussein.
It was a 66 of Harrison Whittaker who then got into him.
William Pemble also went off.
I think they should be okay, though. But yeah, it was just a spin, and then, oh my goodness, I need to get out of the way of this. All of them
brace for him.
Carry on.
It's like when a captain from Star Trek goes, brace for impact. It's like when you have that kind of moment, it's like, it's not going to be pretty.
No, indeed. I think all of them just about managing to carry on, though. They're getting that proper tyre warming in. We saw a couple trying to do that earlier in the wet and finding themselves spinning. Luckily a bit drier now, so hopefully that shouldn't happen. If it does, it's rather embarrassing. But here we go then. Heat number 4 for Junior Rotax. Let's see if we can get underway first time. Out of the tram lines, a few of them a bit early, but we are indeed underway for 8 minutes here at Whilton Mill. Oh, that's wide for second place, and he's off already. Was that Zach Heslop on the outside there in the 25?
Tom Holden looking up the inside of Alexander Zingarevich through Christmas Corner. That's now the battle for P3. So the number 84 trying to get on with it quickly.
It was indeed Zach Heslop who got a bit wide there, exiting turn 1 and 2. And And after a P2 start, he's going to end up right at the back. But look at that. Is that Finn Leslie? He's already gone. He is gone.
Bolted.
Absolutely bolted. Oh, that's a late move down the inside into the boot. Goes deep. Chops off the front nose cone and makes it stick. And then follows through. Does the driver behind. I think that might have been Arthur Thacker who followed through.
That might have, yeah. That
was indeed up to eighth place.
Oliver Kerr that went through, and then, well, it was Sam Baker that went through, and then Arthur Thacker joined in. And there's a move from William Ray on Alexander Zingarevic. Here's the 222 of Oliver Kerr. That got a bit too close for comfort, and Zingarevic holds on for the moment. The 222 goes wide off of Christmas corner on the run down to Inkermans. And Zingarevic has lost another couple of positions. Well, Arthur Thacker has just got through, so has William Ray.
Yeah, Oliver Kerr had the door closed at Christmas, and then the door closed once again at Boxing Day. Ends up on the grass, but manages to get back on circuit as quickly as he can, but loses a few positions. Here's Arthur Thacker battling with the 41 of William Ray. So this is over 5th position. The birthday boy, Arthur Thacker, having a great race so far, and we're less than 2 minutes in.
Yeah.
You're almost pushing William Ray down the start-finish straight. Gives him a little bump through the first couple of corners. Sorry, 60. Is that? No, that's the 50 of Sam Baker. Makes the move up the inside at Christmas corner. So Arthur Thacker couldn't get past William Ray quick enough and ends up losing the position because of it.
Yeah, Jack Spencer and George Allen now up to 17th and 18th respectively. Spencer Braun now up into the top 10 behind Jessica White in 9th place. And they've got a little bit of time that they need to find over the next couple of minutes or so to catch up with the number 16 of Alexander Zingarevic. As there's a send. Nice one by Sam Baker, this time on William Ray going into the entrance to the boot. Arthur Thacker just waiting in the wings.
Indeed, just waiting to see if any of them make a mistake. Whether he can pick up the pieces after that. Here we look back to the lead battle though. Bobby Rozier now leading Finn Leslie. So he's got through, but Finn Leslie just about having the quickest lap, 47.43 over a 47.45. Look at that. Oh, that's wide for Spencer Braun. He's going to lose a position. Is that to Jessica White? I think in the 37 it is indeed. So Spencer down to P10, Jessica to P9. Spencer was trying to get through on Blake Noble there for P8, but ends up losing a position after going slightly wide.
He was trying to do a bit of an M&M, round the outside.
He was.
Tom Holden's looking pretty good in 3rd position. As now William Ray up the inside of Arthur Thacker, going into the boot.
So Arthur Thacker must have got through initially, and now has been re-overtaken. And now they have Alexander Zingarevic to contend with as well.
And then Linus Stern going across the start-finish line and into Oblivion and into Crook. That's a little bit wide from Thacker there. Oh, he gets a little bit of a touch as he tries to close off the door to Alexander Zingarevic, who now springboards past. William Ray going through into Christmas corner. So the Agenti Motorsport driver makes 2 positions in 2 respective corners.
William Ray's looking a little bit off the pace in this one. Last lap of a 49.02. Drivers around are in sort of the high 47s, low 48s, really. So yeah, William Ray not quite on the pace. Oh, we got the 60 off. Oh, that's Finn Leslie. Finn Leslie from P2 is off the track on the outside of the boot. So it looks like possibly a similar incident to what we saw in the last race. Maybe just getting on the curve a bit too much on the inside and throwing yourself off to the left-hand side. So that's going to promote... so Tom Holden's up to P2. Sam Baker's up to P3. Finn Leslie now P4. And Zingarevic, William Ray right with him now as well. And so with Arthur Thacker, there we see him going through the shots. And there is now your leader all by himself. Bobby Rozier, a good 4.5 seconds to the good now.
Archie Buttle gets the contact warning from race control. He's currently sitting in 15th behind Alfie Richards in the number 83 as they hurtle their way through Osiers. And Alexander Zingarevic looks to have picked up the pace a little bit as now he's really trying to put the frighteners on Finn Leslie for 4th place.
They're really getting that rear end rotated, aren't they, through that entrance to the boot? So you can see how that might just slightly over-rotate and send you into a spin on the outside there. Finn Leslie, luckily, had such a gap at the front that he actually only ended up losing a couple of positions from that. Down the inside goes Sam Baker. That takes away 2nd position from Tom Holden. But they've got a nice little gap back to Finn Leslie, who indeed had that spin, who's leading Zingarevic, Ray, and now Jessica White.
Sorry,
Arthur Thacker is indeed still in between them. Oh, he's playing tricks on me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was, Sam Baker took nearly 9/10 of a second out of Tom Holden. So how quickly can he try and close that gap, which has stretched to 4.9 seconds behind Bobby Rozier, because we're about to find that out. It was 4.9 seconds. It's now 4.77, so a quarter of a second taken out by the number 50 out of the number 49. You can bet your bottom dollar that Sam Baker is going to start charging, and he's already pulled away from Tom Holden.
He has indeed, but still, yeah, 4 3/4 seconds. Only 2 minutes to go. A little bit too late for any sort of pressing on towards the lead, I think. I think Bobby Rozier can be pretty relaxed out front.
Thomas Behrman definitely making some inroads. He's closing up on Spencer Brougham in the number 65 for 10th place. Thomas was actually leading the previous heat, wasn't he? Before that drama at the top of the hill.
He was indeed. I've got to say as well, William Ray really picked up the pace now, up in the low 47s, so not sure what was happening earlier. Oh, who's gone wide? Who's gone off there? Well, try and pick that up as they go through. New fastest lap for Sam Baker. So it's Jessica White has gone wide at the boot. Loses 4 positions because of it, so down from 8th to 12th. Spencer Brown makes up 2 there, up into 8th place.
Thomas Behrman and Oliver Kerr trying to close in on Blake Noble in the number 24 just ahead, but here comes Oliver Kerr, looks up the inside through Ashby, decides to think better of it. Oh, and there we go, the number 24 of Blake Noble runs wide coming out of Ashby.
He's going to lose a number of positions because of that. Just goes slightly wide, touches the grass on the exit there, and as soon as you touch that grass, it just pulls you further and further wide. Oliver Kerr's obviously on that resurgence from that earlier incident. He's doing a nice job of that. Now moves his way up into the top 10. But not too much movement near the front of the field. Sam Baker, another fastest lap, 46.51. Does a 46.6 that last lap as well, so consistently quickest, but indeed, you're right, goes to Finn Leslie now. Look at this battle on screen. 24 fending off the 89 there. That's Blake Noble in the 24.
Deacon Russell, Archie Buttle,
Indeed
William Pemble.
You're right.
And ascend here from Deacon Russell up the inside of the 24. So Blake Noble that time through Ashby does not run as wide as he did, going full 4 wheels onto the grass. That would have compromised the slick tyres as well, because the tyres would have been straight away damp. That cools the tyre surface down, and you lose traction as a direct result of it.
Yes, indeed. This battle really heating up, and you can see that all these guys are a good few tenths of a second, if not to a second, slower than the people near the front of the field, just because they're in this heavy battle. The lower end of the sort of teen positions. Still the 89 leading the 24, so Deacon Russell in 17th, then it's Blake Noble, then Archie Buttle, William Pemble and Harrison Whitcomb now involved in this scrap. As all that tries it down the inside, that's the 99 of William Pemble, making the move on Archie Buttle, up into 19th, as our leader, Bobby Rozier, goes on to the last lap of the race.
And his lead over Sam Baker is now 4.47 seconds. That's a nice move there from Harrison Whitcomb on Archie Buttle. That was going through Osiers. Jacob Dukes has made up some positions. The number 34 now up into 13th place. And there is the number 98. That's Luca Magni, who's a long way off the race leader. And there is Bobby Rozier.
Indeed. Once again, we said it a few times today, if we don't have to really speak about it, you've probably had quite a good race. Bobby Rozier, 4.5 seconds in the lead, is going to come around the final corner and take the win in Junior Max Heat number 4. A brilliant race from himself. Sam Baker with a resurgence and quickest lap of the race on the final lap, 46.23. Sadly, a little bit too late for any sort of changes. Finn Leslie makes up a couple of positions there on the last lap, up into P3. Zingarevich there in 4th, then William Ray in 5th. Tom Holden in 6th, then Arthur Thacker in 7th. Then it was Spencer Brougham 8th, Thomas Behrman 9th, Jessica White rounds out the top 10. Then it was Oliver Kerr, Jacob Dukes, Alfie Richards, James Tester, Deacon Russell, Jack Spencer, William Pemble, Blake Noble, Archie Buttle, Zaki Hussain rounded out the top 20, and then Harrison Whitcomb and Holly Meal, your last finishers. But it does look like George Allen and Luca Magni will come across the line. Luca Magni finalises the 23 karts, and we have someone pulling off right at the end. Is that George Allen?
That is indeed. I just clocked the surname on his race suit there.
So pulling over at literally the last corner of the last lap.
That's a Well, that's a real shame for the driver in the number 48. So Bobby Rozier gets waved through. So does Sam Baker and Finn Leslie. No problems for Alexander Zingarevic. William Ray gets the thumbs up. Tom Holden gets the thumbs up. He was running, you know, he was in second position at one point. He could have had a top 4 finish there, but unfortunately lost a couple of positions to Zingarevic and William Ray on the last couple of laps.
He did indeed. The top 10 got a bit more spaced out. It was more from sort of 8th backwards that we were having the battles, and they were very close throughout that one.
Jack Spencer has got a front fairing penalty, the number 31. But, well, that concludes the heat stages for Junior Rotax. Next up, it's our third and final heat for X30 Senior. Nineteen drivers set to take to the field here at Whilton Mill for race, well, Heat 3 of X30 Senior. It's Martin Auger and Alex Johnston on the front row with the number 76 on pole position. Sheldon Davey and Lewis Halliday on row 2 with Paul Simard and Jordan Brown on row 3. Jack Norton-Heavey, Jensen Buckingham, Christian Brooks and Vishal Patel round out the top 10 with row 6 comprised of Jack Cox and Tiger Dixon. Remy Gilbert, Lewis Ellingham, Hugo Gilbert, Stephanie Hobaker, Benjamin Southgate, Jacob Huang and Liam Crabb round out the 19-strong grid. So there's one more race to go until we effectively hit the end of the morning's action, even though we are now at 10 past 2, folks. There has been a lengthy delay, obviously, with earlier on this morning and with the red flag stoppage in the third and final Junior X30 Heat.
Lucas in the chat says, has it rained today? I haven't watched till now. Raining is an understatement for what we had earlier.
Flood?
Yeah, you can scroll back on the stream as well. You can scroll back to the start. Go and have a look at what it was like for our first couple of heats. It was, the word we like to use, it was biblical earlier.
Well, you actually started using that word before I did, didn't you?
It's a great term.
But looking back at heat number 2 earlier on, Lucas Ellingham took not only the victory, but also set the fastest lap of the race, finishing 1.2 seconds ahead of Christian Brooks. Jack Cox rounded out the top 3 ahead of Jordan Brown and Alex Johnston. Alex Johnston was one of 8 drivers that got given a front fairing penalty post-race, as the sun continues to shine down on this 1,200-metre circuit here at Whilton Mill.
Kate Rozier's in the chat, says, well done to my lad, and well done to Dad too. It was a very good performance from Bobby Rozier in that race.
Indeed. Hayden Taylor says, well done, Mr. Dukes.
He had a good fight through, didn't he? He ended there, finishing P12. And here we go, then X30 Senior out on circuit. As you say, second to last race before our sort of lunch break. It's not really lunch break anymore, is it? It's afternoon tea break. Yeah. Someone can bring me a scone or a scone, however you want to pronounce it.
There will still be a break because obviously the marshalling crew, as well as our camera crew out there, have done a fantastic job all the way through the day. So there has to be a minimum amount of break time set, so at least everyone can get a sit down, because the marshalling team have pretty much been on their feet all day. So have our camera crew. So, and the drivers being told to. Some have been cleaning up the rivers, the estuaries, the oceans. But now with the sunshine very much in full abundance here at Whilton Mill, should provide some fantastic racing for the next 2 races before we have the break. And then we go into the finals. So the drivers making their way through. Alger on pole, Johnston alongside, revs rise, lights are out first time, and into the first corner. Alex Johnston gets a great start. I think so did Sheldon Davey in the 72, and someone's gone off and into the barriers. Off of Crook. So someone went exit stage left, and their race might be done and dusted, and there's nearly a 3-kart incident at the top part of Christmas Corner on the run down to Inkermans. But that was a great start from Alex Johnston. He just nailed it perfectly, and it is Jordan Brown that is in P2 at the moment.
I think whoever went in the wall there has got back underway because everyone has come through our timing of Sector 1. So they managed to get back on track. Oh, it's nearly squeezed to the grass there, the 19 on the inside. That's Jack Cox. Oh, it just gets steam trained up the inside by the rest of the pack.
Yep. So we're going to see who has dropped down the order. It was Jack Norton-Heavey, I believe. Well, Jack Norton-Heavey was 7th on the starting side of things, and that's the driver that I think has ended up out of the race, the number 99, Lucas Ellingham, up the inside of Vishal Patel through Christmas Corner. Down the hill, they've got just behind them Hugo Gilbert in the number 51, followed by Christian Brooks. Alex Johnston has now extended, well, his lead after the opening lap was 3/4 of a second ahead of Jordan Brown, with Jenson Buckingham already up from 8th on the grid to P3.
Indeed, and to be fair, yeah, Jack, who went in the wall, only lost 7 seconds, so must have bounced off and just immediately booted it on exit and managed to rejoin. Lucas Ellingham gains another position. Oh, is that it for the number 25?
That's Paul Simard.
Going slowly. He got squeezed out wide by Lucas Ellingham, but yeah, maybe just a lack of waft on the exit rather than a kart going wrong, but we'll keep an eye on that. But Lucas Ellingham now...
64, Liam Crabb.
That front bumper is not where it should be.
And Marshall is on the scene, so there will be yellow flags going into the top part of the boot. And, yeah, Vishal Patel just trying to keep with Lucas Ellingham for the moment. And we've got yellow flags, so Jordan Brown cannot overtake Alex Johnston. Now they come out of the top part of the boot and into pit bend. There's a little bit of a gap between them. Oh, and there's been a little bit of a drama. That is the number 51, Hugo Gilbert, who straight away comes back over onto the grass. And a sign of bitter disappointment right there. And that was with Jack Cox and the number 19, I believe.
Indeed it was. A little coming together there through the midsection of the boot. But I think these two... Oh, that's a late move down the inside of 25. They're going to go 3 wide round Boxing Day. Round the outside goes the 15 of Benjamin Southgate. He gets a couple of positions from that. So he read that really nicely on exit there and just grabbed the positions away.
Great defence from Stephanie Hobaker and Paul Simard. Simard was looking around the outside of the number 17 going through Christmas Corner. But here are the two race leaders, Alex Johnston and Jordan Brown. Yellow flags out at pit bend whilst the marshal pulls the cart away. That's Liam Crabb's cart. Not going any further. Paul Simard gets a contact warning. A little bit of a send here. Oh. Benjamin Southgate into the side of Martin Auger. And here comes Stephanie Hobaker. Yellow flags going into Oblivion and Crook now
Jenson
as well.
Buckingham is falling down the order. I'm not sure if we already covered that. There's someone in the wall on the outside.
That might be him.
So that may be Jenson Buckingham there. Down the inside goes the 25. So that's Paul Simard through on Stephanie Hobaker. Stephanie did a good job of defending previously, but couldn't defend that time around. And through goes Paul. But yeah, I was going to say, the gap to the lead, because of Jenson Buckingham falling off there, has really increased. It was 1.9 back to Jenson, but now Jenson's out. Next person in line, Remy Gilbert. That gap to the lead now 3.6 seconds.
Oh, change for the lead. Oh. Alex Johnston has... there's a drama. Hand up there from Stephanie Hobaker. I think she's going to pull that into the pit lane. A real shame. Well, no, she didn't.
Off.
She pulled off at the top of the boot. There's going to be yellow flags on the entrance. A real shame for Stephanie Hobaker there. She was really, really doing some great sterling defence.
Good race, yeah. But sadly, that's it for Stephanie. But indeed, as you say, change at the front. Jordan Brown now leading the field. So now he's got 3.5 minutes to try and hold off a re-attack from Alex Johnston. There's another move down the inside.
That's Jack Cox on.
It was indeed, so that's Jack Cox.
Oh, another kart slowing.
Yeah.
76. That's Martin Auger from 8th position. And that kart is going nowhere. He's going to pull it to the side and onto the grass.
Dropping like flies here once again.
Oh, my goodness.
The X30 Seniors. Almost becoming track features now, all these karts. We've seemingly got one off at every corner now.
Benjamin Southgate puts in the fastest lap of the race. So Lucas Ellingham, who is trying to close in on Alex Johnston, took nearly 9.5 tenths of a second on the previous lap, so that gap is coming down, and we know what Lucas Ellingham is like. Once he's got the bee in his bonnet, he will go for it, and that gap is coming down rapidly.
Jordan Brown, now he's got ahead though, is really pulling away nicely. That gap already over a second between himself and Alex Johnston. Here's a good battle going on. Down the inside goes the 95. So that's Vishal Patel through on the 54 of Remy Gilbert. So that's a change for 4th place. And you can see that's Lucas Ellingham just ahead, isn't it? No, that's the 82, my apologies. So Christian Brooks also made his way through. So Remy Gilbert now down from 4th to 6th place on that last lap, and a new fastest lap for, of course, Lucas Ellingham. 45.78 to him. That gap to the lead now 3.5 seconds. And gap to second place, just over 2, about 2.3 seconds. So 2 minutes to go. I think Ellingham has a shot at second place, but I think first is well and truly set on Jordan Brown now, unless our commentator's cursing.
We'll wait and see on that one. As I said, the jury is still out on that one, Mr. Ratcliffe. But a good battle here between Jack Cox and Paul Simard. That's the battle for 8th and 9th. We now head back to the battle for 4th position because Vishal Patel is closing on Christian Brooks. Last time the gap was just under 4.5 tenths. Now another 1/10.5. It's under 3 tenths between the number 95 in 5th position, the number 82 in 4th, as the battle rages on still between Cox and Simard for P8.
Southgate goes fastest once again, 45.65. He's got a huge gap, over 4 seconds between himself and Remy Gilbert in 6th. So once again, great pace from Benjamin Southgate, but finds himself in a bit of no man's land there in 7th place. So doesn't matter how quick he goes, I think he's going to be changing position during the rest of this one.
That gap is really coming down between Alex Johnson and Lucas Ellingham. It's now sub 2 seconds, and I think that's going to be even further truncated. Jordan Brown crosses the line. 1.15 seconds, another 3 tenths, nearly 3.5 tenths taken out of Alex Johnson by Lucas Ellingham. As you said, I think you were spot on the money that Ellingham might have an opportunity at second at the best, but Jordan Brown is going to hopefully be smiling all the way to the bank.
Indeed. Most of the field setting personal best on that last lap around the circuit, so clearly the track still getting drier, getting warmer, and the lads and ladies out there able to find a little bit more time. Just less than 30 seconds left to go now. Going to have to wait and see how that gap closes up. We're still looking at the 19 here of Jack Cox being chased down by Paul Simard. We now look forward to the 82 of Christian Brooks. He's got Vishal Patel right behind him, and just far away from them is Remy Gilbert. And then there is Benjamin Southgate, currently still your fastest lap holder in no man's land.
Well, the lead from Jordan Brown to Alex Johnson is 1.28 seconds, and it's another 1.28 seconds back to Lucas Ellingham. Ellingham was only able to muster another 3.5 tenths of a second, as now Brooks is really being hustled along by Vishal Patel as they come through Ashby into the next left-hander here at Wilkins, and then down the short downhill run through into Osiers. And now the timer hits 0. Jordan Brown this time around will get the final lap board this time. So last lap board is out for Jordan Brown. And now Lucas Ellingham is within earshot of Alex Johnston and puts in a 45.52. So game on for second position.
This is the battle for 4, still raging on. Vishal Patel is right behind Christian Brooks. Not quite close enough to go for a move there into Christmas corner, but he is thinking about it. And he's only got 1,128 metres left to do anything about it. Here's your second place battle though. Lucas Ellingham right behind the 48 of Alex Johnson. Look how close he gets there through Osiers. However, it's going to be Alex Johnson gets a better exit. Don't think he's going to have to defend here into the boot. What can Ellingham do? He dives to the inside. He thought about that, didn't he? If the door opened, he was going to be there, but it didn't. Jordan Brown's going to take the win, but it is going to be Alex Johnson who holds on to P2 there, ahead of Lucas Ellingham in 3rd.
Christian Brooks pips Vishal Patel by 0.18 of a second for 4th position. Remy Gilbert finishes in 6th place in the number 54. Benjamin Southgate in the number 15 in 7th, ahead of Jack Cox in the 19 and the number 25 of Paul Simard in 9th, with Tiger Dixon in the number 69 rounding out the top 10. Jacob Huang having a better race this time around. One of 2 novices. Unfortunately, Liam Crabb, we lost early doors on lap 2, but the number 10 finishing in 11th position. Jack Norton-Heavey, Martin Auger, Stephanie Hobaker. Martin Auger retiring on lap 5.
A lot of retirees.
Lots of retirees in that. A bit of an attrition, so to speak, but 12 drivers finishing all 12 laps. But Jordan Brown is your X30 Senior Heat 3 winner by just under 2.1 seconds. Alex Johnson makes his way into the pit lane. Gets waved through, no penalty for him. Christian Brooks, nothing for him. Vishal Patel, all okay there. And here comes the race winner, Jordan Brown. Yeah, all good for him as well. So, one more race until we go to the break. What we've got coming up next, John?
Indeed, that's it for X30 Seniors. Another senior coming up, this time Senior Rotax. Here we go then, final heat of the day. Then we'll have our 20-minute or so lunch break / marshal break, and then we'll be moving on to the finals. But here we go for Senior Max Heat number 3. Scott Smith and Benjamin Boris line up on row number 1. Behind them, Tommy Edmonds, Samuel Hawthorne, William Young and Jensen Watts. And row number 4 sees Jack Cooper and Thomas Byrne. Then Jamie Perrelly and Alex Duncan round out the top 10. Then there's Sam Light and Alexander Mikos behind them. Row 7 is Ryan Willis and Chris Banderi. Row 8, Lewis Wild and Benjamin Ballou. And row 9, Harry Gibson and Jamie Rogers. And it's Luke Collins and Tommy Lee Davis on row 10. Then there's Samuel Cook, Archie Elliott, Max Lee and Joshua Burton. And then finalising 26 karts for this one, Marcel Lazuki and Kasper Payecki. So indeed, the last 8 minutes of racing for our heats today. And Senior Max always produces great racing here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Let's just have a quick look. Senior Max Heat number 2. It was Thomas Byrne who took the win earlier in that one. Harry Gibson P2, Jamie Rogers P3. That was Jensen Watts, Archie Elliott, Benjamin Ballou, Max Lee, William Young, Ryan Willis and Tommy Edmonds who rounded out the top 10 in that race. Let's see if Thomas Byrne can do just as he did in the previous race and take the win. He's from sort of the bottom end of the top 10 this time, so it's going to be a bit tougher. But we'll see what he can do. They come round the final corner, and we're going to get this one underway first time of asking, I hope. And we do indeed. 8 minutes left to go for the heats. Let's see what the Senior Max drivers can do. Round the first couple of corners, we've got to spin it already into the barriers in the background. Someone from the top end of the grid there ends up in the wall before they've even got through the first couple of corners. Bit of loading there through Christmas corner, and they're 3-4 wide going into Boxing Day. That doesn't usually end well. No one ending up on the grass on the outside though. That is impressive. A couple of drivers getting it slidey though as they go down towards the right-hander there. We now head down through the middle section of the circuit, all chopping and changing, dicing just to make up those couple of extra positions on the first lap, but all keeping it line astern down into the boot as we come to the end of lap 1. Is that the 33 trying to get back on track there? All squeezed out wide there as that driver. They're going to end up going wide and allows for the 99 to squeeze through. That, of course, being Harry Gibson, P2 in the earlier heat, trying to move his way up through the field. So there we are for lap number 1, and still Scott Smith leading the way.
Nice move. I caught the eye of the number 59, Jamie Rogers, with the send and a half, as more sends happening, going through into Christmas corner. I think the 63, Alex Duncan, had Thomas Byrne up the inside going through Christmas corner on the run down towards Inkermans. The number 54 of Archie Elliott runs wide. Might have had a little bit of a touch from behind, possibly. So manages to keep it on the black stuff at the moment. Nice little send here. That's Jensen Watts in the 36. That's on Samuel Hawthorne.
He's had a great lap.
And that's William Young going through on the Croc Promotions chassis as well. So the number 22 now up to 5th place.
Indeed, Jensen Watts 2 positions gained on that last lap up to P4. Perrelly had already gone through as well, up into 3rd place. But this gaggle of 3 battling closely, led by William Young, Samuel Hawthorne just behind, and Benjamin Boros just behind as well. There goes the number 17, Samuel Hawthorne down the inside of William Young, and William Young gets hung out to dry as Benjamin Boros follows him through as well.
Yeah, Scott Smith now, after the opening 2 laps, well, he's just gone purple in sector number 2. This is a bit of a cat and mouse game here. This is the battle for effectively P5. Benjamin Boris looking up the inside of Samuel Hawthorne. They nearly clash, coming out of the top of the boot, and they're side by side. Boris runs wide, nearly goes into the left-hand side of William Young there. Tommy Edmonds gets a contact warning from race control, and now another position lost by William Young, this time to Ryan Willis.
Indeed, falls down to the back of this pack now, down into 8th place for William Young. That's just what happens here. You get hung out to dry off the line, and more people end up following through. Just over 5 minutes to go then in this Senior Max Heat number 3. And Benjamin Boros all over the rear bumper of Samuel Hawthorne. Samuel checks over his shoulder, shake of the head, realises maybe it wasn't the best line through the previous corner, but he's holding on to the position now.
Alex Duncan in 17th position in the number 63 has just been given a contact warning. Might have been with a little bit of a touch with Max Lee. Harry Gibson now behind Jamie Rogers in the number 59. Samuel Hawthorne still continues to lead this battle for what is effectively 5th position. He's got Benjamin Borrows and Ryan Willis really breathing down his neck. William Young might be looks to be ahead of Sam Light and Alexander Mikos, who ran at the top 10 positions. Jamie Rogers, in the meantime, has gone fastest of anybody in sector number 1.
I think we just saw him go down the inside of Lewis Wild there at Ashby as well. So setting quick sectors and making moves.
Jensen Watts posts the overall fastest 2nd and 3rd sector. The number 36 in 4th position is close to within lunge range of Jamie Perrelly in 3rd place.
He's on a charge, isn't he, Jensen Watts? I've seen him do fastest lap after fastest lap through this race. And here we look back to the front of the pack. Scott Smith with Tommy Edmonds just behind, and then Perrelly and Watts. Look how close Watts is now. He can almost taste that move for the podium. But he's got 3.5 minutes to think about it, but he's going to want to try and get through as quickly as possible so that then he doesn't let Edmonds and Smith get completely out of reach.
No, because once you've got a mindset, you've got a motivational goal in mind, that mindset will be pivotal to your determination and gusto moving forward. Jensen Watts in 4th position, another fastest lap of the race, 45.78. It's only a matter of time before he pulls the trigger and gets through. If he gets a good run out of Inkermans, he could maybe serve a move up the inside of Jamie Perrelly, but on this occasion, not quite.
A bit frustrating that Jamie Perrelly, I think, is the 3rd quickest car on track as well. So
yeah,
he is the quickest, Jensen Watts, but he's only just marginally quicker than Jamie Perrelly. So he's really going to have to time this move to perfection to cleanly make his way past. Oh, I thought he was looking for it there on the second part of the boot, but no, thinks better of it. But again, just sitting behind here, Perrelly is quick. But at the end of the day, when Watts is losing time the whole time he's behind him. However, Watts, quickest lap time of the race, 45.76. Perrelly, 45.77, both on that last lap of the race. So whether they're doing it on purpose or not, they are working together nicely to push forward to the 2 leaders here.
Well, considering the fact that the top 4 are covered by just over 1.6 seconds, now the move happens. So Watts up the inside of Perrelly through Ashby's. The pair are side by side. They nearly clash. I think there might have been a little bit of a touch there, but Perrelly goes back through. So Perrelly was not willing to give up that place easily, and it was a robust defence.
Yeah, it was pretty decisive from Perrelly there, wasn't
Yes.
it? Yeah, showed a bit of wing on the outside and just said, no, this is my position, mate. We're both closing in on these leading 2, but I'm going to be the one that leads us to it, not you. So they continue as they were on timing. If you're just watching on timing, you wouldn't have a clue that there was a bit of a crazy move there, and it did indeed. We saw it on the live stream, and that's why you tune in to Alpha Live. Alexander Mikos has lost a few positions on that last lap. Has allowed for Thomas Byrne, Harry Gibson, Lewis Wild and Jamie Rogers to move through. They're at the sort of the bottom end of the top 10. Having a good little battle, and this is indeed what we're looking at now.
Yeah, 68 Alexander Mikos versus Sam Light in the number 15. Sam Light in the Fernando Alonso Kart colours there. Bit of a sideways moment there. Samuel Cook making it all kind of leery and crossed up, coming out of Inkermans behind Alex Duncan in the number 63. The number 63 rounding out the top 15. Jamie Rogers now gets a contact warning from race control as we head into the final 60 seconds, plus a lap.
Indeed, not long to go now to pull the trigger. And Jensen Watts has now fallen over about half a second off of Jamie Perrelly in 3rd, as that was a good move by the 1-2-2 as Max Lee threw on Benjamin Ballou up into 18th place. So this is 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st here.
Benjamin Ballou was a little bit sideways coming out of Fine Lady. You know, just literally nailed the throttle and the back end just spooled up the rear tyres and it kicked the rear end out to the left-hand side, but, you know, he still kept that place.
Indeed. Close battles up and down the field here. But who's going to make it out in front? The leaders close to starting a new lap here, it looks like. So should have 2 more laps of racing. Oh, they're already into sector 2, my apologies. There we go, timing now finally updates. So indeed, 2 more laps of this one. And Jensen Watts, once again, sets in the fastest lap of the race, and they are closing in on those leaders. But I'm not sure if it's enough to close in on them before the end of this race.
It's nearly a second gap between Edmonds and Perrelly, and that with 2 laps to go. If it was 3 or 4 laps, you'd have more of a chance. But there is Tommy Edmonds still keeping with Scott Smith, who has led so far in this race. And there, just behind, Perrelly and Watts are closing. Let's see what the gap is. Final lap board is out. Top forward covered by 1.69 seconds. Gap now down to 1.4 between first and fourth.
Indeed, it's getting really close here. This is all going to depend on whether Scott Smith decides to defend, I think. If he does decide to defend it could get the other 2 involved. If these 2 just keep on their lines, it could just stay how it is. He does indeed defend down into Ashby, moves over to the inside. The 23 of Edmonds tries to get a good exit, but can't do anything about it there. Through the left-hander they go now, through Wilkins, down to Osiers once again. Heavy defensive move from Scott Smith, and look at that, Perrelly's there, waiting in the wings. I don't think he can do anything about it. However, if there's any sort of mistake here from these 2, he's ready to pick up the pieces. Through the boot they come, still Scott Smith leading this one, and I think he's done just enough to hold on to it. Through the final corner they come, and it is going to be Scott Smith who takes the win, followed by Tommy Edmonds, and followed by Jamie Perrelly, and then Jensen Watts. Less than a second between the 4 of them.
A further 3.7 seconds back was Ryan Willis, with Samuel Hawthorne, Benjamin Boris, William Young, Jamie Rogers and Lewis Wild rounding out the top 10. Thomas Byrne completing the top 11, covered by 9.66 seconds after 12 laps of racing. Harry Gibson, Alexander Mikos, Sam Light, Alex Duncan rounding out the top 15, followed by Max Lee, Samuel Cook, Benjamin Ballou, Archie Elliott, Jack Cooper rounding out the top 20 in the 177. Joshua Burton, Chris Banderi, Luke Collins, Tommy Lee Davis, Kasper Pajecki and Marcel Lajicki rounding out the 26 strong, all making it to the checkered.
Very unlike the previous race, but good to see them all make it to that checkered flag, and all on the leading lap as well.
Yeah, all 26 drivers covered by 31 seconds. Not bad at all.
Brilliant, brilliant to see. So no penalties for our leader, neither for Jamie Perrelly in 3rd, and neither for Tommy Edmonds in 2nd. So all looking good. But that seems to be about it for our heats action here for round number 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's been quite a long morning. We had a couple of red flag stoppages, of course, necessary, and big thanks to all the marshals getting that sorted and all the medical staff as well. It's been an interesting morning, certainly for the cameramen and the marshals. Heavens opened this morning, but it's gotten a bit nicer as we've gotten towards lunchtime. And speaking of lunch, I'm pretty hungry, and I think probably the marshals are as well. So should we go to lunch break?
Yeah. Catch us after the lunch break, folks. We'll be back for round 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. After the lunch break, we'll get underway with our finals, which include all the classes, and also for Junior Rotax there will be a B final. Estimated time for starting racing to resume 3 o'clock, so join us in around about 25 minutes time.
and all of the other drivers will be 8 minutes per lap. Thank
Welcome back, folks, to the resumption of the 10th round, the penultimate round of the 2022 FastR Wilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Well, the seas have parted. Noah's Ark has already flown away into the distance, and we've had plenty of racing action over the course of the day. It's Alex Goldschmidt and John Ratcliffe in the commentary box. And, John, we've got the finals coming up now, haven't we?
Yes.
Finally.
We have. It's been quite the morning. Well, morning and most of the afternoon as well for the heats. Obviously, a couple of stoppages that came into play, but we managed to get all of the heats underway and done. And now, as you say, we move on to the finals.
Don't forget, if you haven't already, we are halfway to our target of getting an additional 50 Instagram followers.
Whoa, we're halfway there.
Oh, James, you got your wish. Oh, God, my goodness me. That was way too loud. Calm down, James Fitzhugh. Right,
we're feeling good. We've had some food.
We've had some food. We've had some sustenance. We're ready to go, just like you people are at home.
Yes.
So don't forget, go to @AlphaLive Productions on Instagram. If you are going to tag us in your stories, tag @AlphaLive Productions and Wilton Mill Ltd. We will share them. Right, you know, I said I had a little bit of an idea.
Yes, you did.
Now this is no, this is not a bad one. Let's see how many in a story on Instagram people can get carts into a shot, but the carts have to be fully visible. So chassis, front and rear bumper, and wheels in a shot, and post it on Instagram. Tag AlphaLive Productions, tag Wilton Mill Ltd. Does that sound like a fair challenge?
Yeah, then that sounds
pretty. Because we have got some warnings here.
We have got quite a few.
So that's another challenge for today.
Well, yeah, just even if you've only got the one cart, if you're proud of it, show it off. Show us what your cart looks like. Whether you're here today, or whether you just got it at home and you just happen to be watching, give us a show of what your cart looks like, and we'll be sure to give that a little reshare to our story.
Good to see our good friend Motorsport Magpies in the chat. Where did the rain go? Well, the poll, 432 votes of will anyone get slicks today? Well, we had that in the third and final Minimax Heat, which kick-started the last semblance of action for the Heat side of things. Now we've got a new poll. More rain, yes or no? Get your votes in.
According to BBC Weather, it's supposed to be thunderstorm the whole way through the afternoon, but I think that's pretty wrong looking at the skyline. So I'm going to go with no. No more rain.
But also, there has been a change with regards to the shortening of the Junior B final and also the final. So the Junior Rotax B final will be 6 minutes plus an additional lap. All A finals will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap due to the stoppages and also the delays that we've had, of course, with 3-lap practice not getting underway until about 10 minutes later than planned this morning. But we're going to take you to our first grid, and it is going to be the final for IAME Cadet. So, based on the points accumulated over the 3 heats so far over the course of the weekend, here's your starting grid for the IAME Cadet final as they rumble their way out of the pit lane. It's going to be IAME Cadet, so it will be Will Green and Jalarth Sayer on the front row. Finley Hines and Harvey Bacon will be on row number 2, with Austin Newstead and Harley Musk on row 3. Colby Patterson, Austin Gibson, Enzo Butarazzi and Henry Clark ran out the top 10, with row 6 comprised of Max Mason and Sugmani Kira. Row 7, Luke Millward and Elliot Travis. Row 8, Max Wright and Marcel Poppercool. Row 9, Levi McGrath and Levi Sanguera. Completing the top 20, it's Guernsey's very own Cody Lepatahel and Nathaniel Hodges, with Josh Cook, Millen Tomlinson, Grayson Wortley and Jacob Nairn rounding out the top 24. Frederick Wood, Ian Nayar, Katie Clark, Daniel Wisniauskas, Amelie Davey and Simeon Stone rounding out the top 30, with Mason O'Connor and Zachary Brazel Shepherd rounding out the, what was due to be a 32-strong grid, but we got 31. But Will Green has been the dominant driver this weekend.
He's been so quick, hasn't he? He's been incredible to watch, moving his way through the pack nicely and winning the races by a decent margin. So let's see if he can replicate that in this final.
So, Green and Sayer on the front row, into the tram lines for the final. Lights are out, we are underway first time. Good start by Will Green getting the initial lead, but it's Finley Hines who manages to get up into second position. As they go up the hill, Jalal Sayer now retakes third place back from Austin Newstead with Harvey Bacon in fifth position. Nearly 4 abreast going into Christmas Corner towards the bottom part of the field as they all muscle their way through. The number 75 in the middle there, Josh Cook, the highest place of the novices, starting in P15. But so far, a good start from Will Green with Finley Hines close in tow.
Yes, indeed. A good start from all the drivers, all managing to keep it on the black stuff for now anyway. Levi McGrath not with the best exit off of Christmas Corner. Held up a couple of the drivers as a yellow flag down into the boot already. I think one of the karts didn't make it to the start there and pulls off into the pit lane. Max Mason did point through another driver there as they were going into the yellow flag zone. So not sure how that's going to be taken by race control. I think it was Harley Musk who went through. But, yeah, was pointed through there, so we'll wait and see with that one.
Right, that driver was number 20, Enzo Butarazzi, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Oh, onto the grass goes Harley Musk. Got a little bit of a squeeze.
Oh.
And then, all of a sudden, Max Mason leapfrogs a couple of positions, maybe 2 or 3 at a push. Going through into Christmas Corner. Jalal Sayer bumps over the road, well, over the grass and the muck on the outskirts of Ashby. But still pretty close between Will Green and Finley Hines, as they are now 0.3 of a second apart, with 6 minutes and 25 seconds plus an additional lap remaining.
Yeah, Austin Newstead just took the racing line there, didn't he? Wasn't taking any prisoners. And Yala Sayer had to just take to the grass in avoidance. This pack behind, though, look at that. They're nearly going 3 wide into the final corner. It's all heating up down at the sort of bottom end of the top 10 there. It's Harvey Bacon leading Harley Musk. And then Henry Clark just behind. And then we've got, yeah, that is indeed this pack. And then it's only a really tiny gap, basically no gap to the rest of them. 23's looking for it at the inside. A little bit late there from Colby Patterson. Can't make the move stick, and Luke Millward stays ahead for now.
I did spot Mason O'Connor's kart. The number 89 actually parked on the inside of Pit Bend. So Mason O'Connor, one of the rookies, so to speak, or the newbies, designated on those watching on the live timing as well as the Alpha Live YouTube stream. But the train here, it's the Harvey Bacon train, and there goes Harley Musk up the inside. Henry Clark is very much in close proximity, as is Luke Millward, Colby Patterson, and that's a great little dice there. Harvey Bacon gets muscled out by Henry Clark.
That was aggressive, wasn't it, there from Henry Clark, forcing him off of the racing line. They all managed to keep it going, but that loses the momentum for the number 80. Is he going to be opened up for an attack from the 23? Checks over the shoulder, and the 23 is going to go for it. Colby Patterson tries it, but not late enough, and can't make the move stick. And it's all ducking and dicing in the whole pack behind, isn't it?
It's a bit like IAME Cadet dodgeball at the moment. That was Levi McGrath battling away with Marcel Poppercool in the number 79, but Finley Hines is within lunge range of Will Green. Will Green having a little bit of a throwback to his dad's racing helmet back in the old DTM days. Very bright fluorescent colours there.
But Finley's done enough of these finals. He knows not to jump straight at it, as we got the 75 off of the road. That's Josh Cook. He was our top-placed novice going into this lap, but sadly doesn't make it to the end of this lap. But as I was going to say, Finley's done enough of these finals. He was more than close enough there to go for a move into Christmas, but doesn't go for it. He knows to wait until the end of the race and then really put the aggression on him.
Well, as my good friend Henry Baudet and I normally agree on, when it's cadet racing, it's about try and pull away, get a gap, and then with 2 laps to go, and there's a...
Oh, no, that's the 80.
Harvey Bacon backwards.
He was having such a good battle.
And
we've got 66 spinning as well.
Oh my goodness, Max
was it
Wright.
Was it the? Yeah, it was indeed the 66. No, it was the. Was it the 66 or the 68? My eyes playing tricks on me. But wait for them to come round and finalise that.
There's Levi McGrath.
Yes,
so it's not the 68. So it was Max Wright.
Must be 66. They were all in a similar pack together, weren't they? The 66 and the 68. 93 makes a move.
That's a nice one by Nathaniel Hodges.
Was indeed.
On Levi Sangera, who gets the cut back at the top part of the boot and gets through on Pit Bend. Nice exchange by this trio, which now becomes a quintet.
They're going to go side by side through Oblivion. It's always a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment, but he makes the move work. Round the outside for the 88, Cody LaPetrel. makes that move stick.
Yep, the Guernsey driver from the same aisle as one Andy Prio, 3-time World Touring Car champion. Actually commentated on Cody quite a couple of years ago or so, I think. It was probably in Llandau down in South Wales. But good to see Cody still competing in karting. A great little exchange here. Once again, it is so close. Nathaniel Hodges really testing Levi Sanguera's bottle right there. And Sanguera's not giving any quarter, but also giving as good as he can get. Behind them, they've got the 25. Jacob Nairner's really come into this too. Cody Lepaterella's dropped behind. So is Levi McGrath.
Sukmani Kira's just behind now, getting involved as well in this battle.
Luke Millward has just joined the freight train. And Harvey Bacon, unfortunately, dropping towards the tail end of the field. As we now go back to our two at the front of the field. Only a tenth of a second separates them. It's Will Green versus Finley Hines.
Still 2 minutes left to go in this final. As you said before, we're used to slightly longer finals, but these only 8 minutes. Of course, we're sort of running out of daytime to run these races, so hence the truncation of the finals. Finley still sitting in the wheel tracks of Will Green, knowing to wait it out. He doesn't have too much longer to go, though. They're doing around 53-second lap times, and we've got 1 minute and 5 seconds to go as a new fastest lap for Mr. Will Green. 53.21 on that last time around the circuit, and they pulled a nice little gap out to third place. Now 2.5 seconds back to Austin Newstead in third place.
Harley Musk has been getting a move on as well, got past Max Mason. As we go back to the battle, it's now Sanguera ahead of Hodges. Coming out of Fine Lady. What a run the 93's got coming up of Manuel's Bank and into Christmas Corner. Retakes the position. So a nice exchange over 11th position. This is the freight train from 11th downwards, which includes, by my count, probably the best part. Well, Jacob Nairn's just joined the back of the train as well, the number 25. Frederick Wood is only a second off of this battle, and they're still not giving any quarter.
Not at all, are they? Ducking and diving. There's a move to the inside for the 88. Squeezes out Levi McGrath, so Cody makes up a place. Could lose another one. Could Levi. Down into the boot. He's going to squeeze Sukmani to the apex. Sukmani then's going to lose out from an attack from the 38 of Luke Millward. So, as you say, it's constantly changing throughout this pack, and only 30 seconds left to go to sort it out.
Yep. And with the leaders having crossed the line about 25 seconds ago, there they are. Will Green and Finley Hines. I think it's going to come down to the last lap because we've got 23 seconds on the timer remaining. And now coming out of Wilkins, the last lap board will be out this time, and that will be the signal to both Will Green and Finley Hines that now, after working together for so long, now they can really go into battle for the victory here in the IAME Cadet Final. 3, 2, 1. 8 minutes are up. Final lap board is out, and now Will Green looks over his right shoulder. He's done a bit of a Ben Barnicoat there and has started putting down the power.
He has indeed. It's not been the best run for Finley, but he makes a good exit through there. He's going to have to move to the outside if he wants to attack at all. He tries it around the outside, possibly going to go for the cutback here, but a good exit from Will Green as well. Finds him still ahead as they work their way down to Ashby now. Again, moves over to defend, does Green. And Finley Hines is looking for that opening, but that opening not presenting itself just yet. He points forward, but no point working together any longer. Bit too far back for a move there, down at Osiers, and they're going to follow each other through towards the boot. Only really one more opportunity to make this move. He's still pointing ahead as Finley, but surely you want to fight for this win at the end of the lap. It stays how it is. Only a good exit for Finley will do anything. He looks into the inside.
That was very close, but Will Green out of the final corner. He's going to take the IAME Cadet Final by 0.14 of a second. It's good, solid points for Finley Hines. He didn't need to win that race. He needed solid points for the championship, and I think that was why he was pointing forward. Austin Newstead finishes in third ahead of Jalath Sayer, top three. Look at the gap. It was 1.91 seconds that Austin Newstead clawed back on that final lap to be within a second of Will Green. Jalath Sayer, Harley Musk, Henry Clark, Colby Patterson, Max Mason, Elliot Travis and Marcel Popical ran at the top 10. Top 10 covered by 13.8 seconds. Nathaniel Hodges, Levi McGrath, Cody Lepaterel, Sukmani Kira, Levi Sanguera ran at the top 15, followed by Luke Millward, Jacob Nairn, Frederick Wood, Arian Nayar, Millen Tomlinson, Katie Clark, Grayson Wortley, Simeon Stone in 23rd, Daniel Wisniauskas, Max Wright, Amelie Davey, rounding out the 26 drivers that made it to the end of the 10-lap race, with Harvey Bacon out on lap 4 and Josh Cook retiring on lap number 3.
Indeed, good race there. Some great battles, some great large packs there during that one. The top 2 and the top 3 are all pointed through. No penalties for them. I think we're going to be moving on pretty quickly for the finals here this afternoon. And indeed, we'll be moving swiftly on from the IAME Cadets next to the Junior Max B Final. Here we are then, the one and only B final of the day, and we've only got 5 drivers involved in it in Junior Max. You've got Harry Maynard on pole position alongside Holly Meal, then behind them Ross Tyler, Daniel Gurney and Freddie Ingram rounds out the 5 karts involved in this race. And the top 4 will go through to the A final, so only one person here is going to miss out on an extra race, which is going to be gutting for whoever that is. And just to remind you as well, this B final has also been truncated down to 6 minutes for this one.
Yeah, good to see Hayden Phillips saying, "Don't you mean Ben Barnegoat?" Well, he is the goat of Kart Masters, the all-time record holder. I still remember when it was actually my first and only Kart Masters appearance in 2019 alongside Henry Beaudet, where Henry called Ben to break the record that was originally held by Mike Wilson, which was 7 GP plates, and Ben then went on to get his 9th that same day in 2019.
Wow.
So Ben, I did actually ask him the question on the podium, are you coming back to do it again to get into double digits? And he went, oh, I'm not too sure. And then he decided, you know what, I've achieved so much in karting, now it's time to focus on all of that. So,
It does look like we're going straight to Honda Cadets. We can see the Honda Cadets in the dummy grid, so we're possibly either not doing the B final now or simply not doing it at all.
I'm actually going to check on the...
Okay, then. Well, we've got confirmation that we are indeed not... Can we get a little wave there? We are indeed not having the B final. So we're going to go straight into the final for Honda Cadets. Here we go then. Forget everything I just said. We're going to go into Honda Cadets instead. Let's look at the grid. It's Rocco Shenton on the E-plate, who lines up on pole position alongside him. Oliver Miejski. Then it's Max Endicott and Charlie Wolfert on row 2. Row 3 sees Luca Holmes-Ballock and Charles Kitely. Behind them on row 4, Finley Lyons and Harry Freeman. Then row 5, Zach Starbuck and Alfie Mew. Then it's Teddy Cooper and Mason Brooks right behind them. Then Jaden Mead and Oliver Spencer follow on behind. Then Max Wheatley, Samir Paul, Sergio Verts and Benjamin Lawn. And rounding out the top 20 on the grid, it is indeed Sebastian Behrman, Arjen Pull, Jensen Maplethorpe and Jensen Walker. 22 karts on the grid in this one for your Honda Cadet final for round number 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Yeah, that track, really enjoying soaking up all those wonderful, glorious sunshine rays from up above. So from that perspective, it means that we're going to get some nice, good racing over the next probably about the next hour and a half, I would say, give or take. But yeah, it's been pretty good. Don't forget, if you haven't already, give us hit the subscribe button on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and also if you're enjoying the coverage so far of the penultimate round of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship Round 10, as we will have Round 11 not too far away, and we still have 20 more followers. We've got 26 out of 50 so far, so we're halfway through. Considering John's little rendition of we're halfway there earlier on, and then James decided to blow our ear. Yeah, exactly. But that's the final round of the season, November 26th and 27th for round 11, where some lucky people will get to wear the WM plate, the Whilton Mill plate, for 12 months, so through the entirety of the 2023 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship season. Ah, right. H Phillips 90 on Instagram has just liked everything on our Instagram page at the moment. That just goes on to the fact
Going
that
above and beyond.
above the Call
What
of
a legend.
Duty. Lovely. Yeah. H Phillips 90, send something to us directly via Instagram DM. Just tag us and we'll share it. It looks like you might be going through another grid in a minute then, won't you?
Yeah, possibly. Big up Hugo Phillips. Thank you very much for getting involved on the Instagram.
Big G.
Much appreciated. So I think there's a little bit more waiting around than usual, only because people were a little bit confused that we were not having this B final and that we're going straight into Honda Cadet. So hence the slight waiting around for this one. The 52 just gets himself to the grid. That's Jensen Maplethorpe. Just getting the kart all ready to go. And they'll soon be out on track, and we're sure to see some great racing. Of course, we missed the sort of what we usually see from Honda Cadets in the heats earlier because they were doing it in the wet.
Yeah.
Of course, we're used to nose to tail, practically the entire field, slipstreaming each other through the whole race. In the wet, that wasn't quite the case, but now we're back to practically full dry here now. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
So in other words, the ultimate £64,000 question is who's going to be the Honda Cadet equivalent of the Jarno Trulli train?
Indeed.
It's definitely not us.
No. I think we'd both be a bit too big for those karts, to be honest. Can't see him. I tried to get in one of the Cadet Club 100 karts, and I look very silly. My knees are almost up my ears.
Right, everyone, now that we've got certain people doing it, we've got Tim, I think, we've got Lauren as well.
Tim on the camera point.
Yeah, Tim on the camera point, Laura as well, liking everything. So come on, just hit the like button and everything on the Alpha Light. Lincoln Bailey Arlington has just liked everything. So there we go.
Big shout out.
Big shout out right there.
Thank you very much. And Josh Selway. Big up. We're getting fed into our ears. All these names.
You know what's going to happen? We're going to try and concentrate on this race, and it's going to be
in our ears
throwing names.
This guy's
in our
liking
ears.
everything now. This guy's liking everything now. Yeah, big shout out. Thank you very much for supporting our channels. We do really appreciate it.
And please give us a follow on the Instagram page.
Yep. Everyone's doing it now.
Oh, Aaron Knight, I know that fella. Yeah, follows me on Instagram. Look, I think the name count is just going to go like this. Go.
Yeah.
Like that.
We love to see it. All the support. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated, everybody. Really do like the fact that everyone in the community likes to get involved, and that's what we want.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you very much. The algorithm now is going to start loving our account. But here we go then. Watch the lights for the Honda Cadet drivers. Red lights go out now. And we are underway for the Honda Cadet final. Once again, 8 minutes for these finals now. Rocco Shenton is getting squeezed at the first corner. Who's going to make it out ahead? It is just going to be Rocco Shenton, but he gets nerfed a little bit wide. Two drivers are trying to up the inside. The 64's there, but Rocco Shenton closes the door. Oliver Majewski almost finds himself on the grass. There's a couple more. Squeeze over back to the outside. Max Endicott nearly got shuffled onto the grass on the outside as well.
That was from Oliver Majewski, I believe. Oh, bump over the curves from Luca Holmes-Balak, going through Inkermans as they go through, and we've had
two
a couple.
spinners.
That's probably going to be a couple of and there's a little bit of gesticulation there from Alfie Mew, but Rocco Shenton hits the front, being followed by Charlie Wolfett, and there is Finley Lines in the number 6, rounding out the top 3.
That battle in the sort of mid-pack has allowed for these 4 to open up a nice little lead, hasn't it? So we do indeed have Rocco Shenton leading the way on Charlie Wolfett. Then the 6 of Finley Lines. He's had a good start and he's looking for P2 already. There he goes, up the inside at the final corner, and already a change. But there's the number 10 following in the wings. That's Majewski. Oh, he clatters the curb quite a bit on the inside there. Oblivion really unsettles him through the corner. He's lost a couple of tenths a second because of that. Fighting back is P2, but there he goes to the lead. The number 6 Kart of Finley Lions takes the lead. Rocco Shenton tries to fight back. He squeezes up the inside. Just about is given racing room, and that pushes the number 6 of Lions back down to 4th.
Actually, good spatial awareness there from Finley Lines.
It was great spatial awareness.
He knew it was coming, and he thought, right, I've got 6.5 minutes or so just to see how this unfolds. And when it comes down to that final lap, I want to be there, and look how quickly Max Endicott is closing, and now Rocco Shenton's getting a bit frustrated. He's like just gesticulated to Charlie Wolfett saying, come on, let's just go forward. Let's just pull away from these guys behind us. And Max Endicott now
is
in
right there.
He is right
Already.
there.
Oh! That was close. Bit of contact between Starbuck and the 28 of Luca Holmes-Ballock. Starbuck loses a few positions because of it. But just a bit of side-to-side contact there going into the final corner, but all keeping on the black stuff and pushing ahead for the 6 minutes left to go in this one.
Luke Ford also gets a shout out for liking everything on the social media. Max Endicott, love his race helmet. It's very much a tribute to the 2009 Formula 1 World Champion and 2018 Super GT 500 Champion, Jenson Button. He's got ME done in the style of JB, and
nice.
That's a pretty nice little touch there.
That's cool.
But he set the fastest lap of the race, 54.72 seconds. So whilst this quartet are in a line, this gives Endicott a little bit of slipstream advantage here as well. And now going through, that is Finley Lines on Oliver Majewski into the boot, and there is Endicott waiting to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, and now he's right on the back of these 4. But yeah, they've got to make sure they're not doing too much chopping and changing, because that is going to allow for Rocco Shenton and Charlie Wolfett to push ahead at the front. But the gap between these 5, back to Luke Holmes-Ballock in 6th, is over 2 seconds now. So if these 5 can continue to work together and push on ahead, it's only going to be those 5 battling for the lead. However, then it's a big gaggle behind, led by Luke Holmes-Ballock. Then it's Zach Starbuck still involved, Mason Brooks, Charles Kirtley, Alfie Mew. You can see them all coming into shot there in the background.
Well, at the front, it's the Rocco Shenton train, and then it's the Luca Holmes-Ballock train. So there are Honda Cadet equivalents of Jarno Trulli on the circuit at the moment. I think Zach Starbuck might have gone for a lunge up the inside of Luca Holmes-Ballock going into Osiers as the top 5 make their way down to the boot. And there goes Max Endicott. Oh. Finley Lines squeezes through, and there goes Oliver Majewski. So they both get past Charlie Wolfett, and there is 2 for the price of 1 at the top of the boot. Well done, Max Endicott. Brilliant move there by the number 4.
Double overtake through the final corner. All of them move for the lead. Oh, that door closed very quickly there for Finley Lines, and that's lost him a good couple of seconds. He's not got a good run up to Christmas corner as well. This is going to open him up for a move down the inside, and through goes Max Endicott and the number 8 of Charlie Wolfett. So as quick as that, less than half a lap, and Max Endicott goes from 5th to 2nd.
4 minutes down, 4 to go, plus an additional lap, and Rocco Shenton still hanging on to that race lead. And he knows that he's got to control proceedings, but the 4 behind definitely think otherwise.
Yes, definitely. From eyesight alone, it does look like that gap from these 5 to the next pack is starting to close a little bit. However, I don't want to call that too early. I think it's going to need a bit more battling than what we've seen to close up that gap. A good few seconds still in between them as we go round the final corner to start another lap of this one. Still Rocco Shenton leading the way, but Charlie Wolfett now sets the fastest lap of the race. The first driver into the 53s, a 53.96.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on the distance between 5th and 6th position is now Max Endicott goes for the lead, and he gets it. Charlie Wolfett goes through, so does Finley Lines. So Rocco Shenton through Christmas corner, and on the run down to Inkermans, loses the lead and drops down to P4. It is very much game on with 3 minutes to go, and now he goes up the inside of Finley Lines. Oliver Majewski trying to squeeze through on the number 6 Kart for 4th position, but Finley Lines defends it nicely.
This is what I've been missing from Honda Cadet today. This is what we love about Honda Cadet. Following in a line, and then one person breaks line, and they all suddenly chop and change, and then they're back to being in the line again. It's fantastic racing. I love watching it, and we just didn't quite get that in the rain. They were fantastic races, but nothing like this. Still 2.5 minutes to go now. The front two just starting to break away a little bit, but give it 2 or 3 corners, and that gap's going to close back up once again. Rocco Shenton has managed to gain back that 3rd position, but still Endicott leading Wolfert at the front now.
Thing is that Max Endicott is the one that's got the target on his back at the moment, because in Honda Cadet we all know that if you are leading, you are in the most precarious position, as Rocco Shenton found out on the previous lap, dropping from 1st to 4th at the drop of through one apex. So Max Endicott, he's got to really just get his head down, try and break away if he can from Charlie Wolfett, or if they start breaking away from Rocco Shenton, that's easier said than done. But Finney Lyons had a quick look through the inside of Rocco Shenton through Wilkins on the run down towards Osiers. Oliver Majewski is there, and I think Majewski could be the biggest danger for the quintet.
Oh, here he goes. Rocco Shenton tries up the inside, bit of a late one. Has he got a good run out, though? He's still alongside. No, he's not. Has to drop back in. That loses them all a couple of tenths of a second and allows Endicott just to eke out by a quarter of a second. But once again, that slipstream is so strong, they're going to be back on his rear bumper very quickly. New fastest lap now goes to Finley Lyons, a 53.60 for him. But here's the change to the lead. Down the inside goes the number 8. Wolfett through to the lead. Shenton follows through. So does Lyons. So from 1st to 4th, as you say, the most precarious position to be in is the lead. But Endicott no longer in it, down to 4th.
Still an opportunity for the number 4 to go for the victory. As they, well, Rocco Shenton bumps over the curbs going through Wilkins. That nearly unsettled the back end of the E-plate cart with Finley Lyons close in proximity. But yeah, I mean, Max Endicott might be thinking, right, I was leading, I now have a chance. I have slipstream. Rocco Shenton looking for the lead, going through the top part of the boot. Charlie Wolfett says, no, you don't. Now Finley Lyons takes a look over his left shoulder. 37 seconds on the clock, penultimate lap underway.
Indeed, he was just pressurising, wasn't he, Rocco Shenton? Showing his nose cone, being like, oh, I'm very much here, mate, and I'm coming for you. They head up into Christmas Corner. No one breaking the line astern as of yet. But it's only a matter of time, I think. Once again, oh, change for 3rd, that looks like, down the inside from Endicott. How did that end up, though? I think he has made his way through, has he? He has indeed, up into P3. Majewski has slightly fallen off the back of the pack now. Very marginally, to be fair, but there is a slight gap. Look at that. Rocco Shenton points forward, says, come on, I'm just going to get sent if you start trying to defend from me, so don't do that. Good exit from Rocco Shenton, but not able to do anything as we go on to the final lap of the race.
So nip and tuck between the top 4 at the moment. Wolfett leading from Shenton. Endicott in 3rd. Majewski now in 4th. Finley Lyons has dropped away from the train. And now it's going to be a real humdinger of a scrap. Rocco Shenton has got Max Endicott in tow going into Christmas Corner. But Charlie Wolfett keeps a hold of the lead as he swings a little bit wide. Oh, bump up into the air. Both left wheels into the air for Rocco Shenton. Didn't cause them any problems there, but going into Ashby, Endicott up the inside. That's going to allow Oliver Majewski to get through, and so does Finley Lyons. Rocco Shenton sideways down to 5th.
I was a bit confused by that from Rocco Shenton at Christmas Corner. I'm not really sure why he decided to defend there, because that's just allowed for Wolfett to pull away. And Wolfett, without some serious mistakes in the final sector here, is going to take the win. The number 10, Majewski's just trying to hold on to this P2 through the final couple of corners. And does indeed, but it is going to be Charlie Wolfett who takes the win in the Honda Cadet Final at round number 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. A great win from Charlie Wolfett there. Held onto it through the last section of the race, but it could have been any of those top 5 who took the win there. Majewski, 2nd place. Finley Lyons in 3rd, then Endicott in 4th, and Shenton and the E-plate ended up in 5th.
Yeah, and the top 3 covered by 0.72 of a second at the checkered flag. It was at one point, you know, the top 4, even top 5 were covered by less than a second. So it just goes to show that how quickly you think it's going to turn out, it can have a very different ending, and that's what we just saw.
Yeah, I'm just a bit baffled as to why Rocco Shenton decided to defend into Christmas Corner there. I didn't really see the positives that came from that, because it meant that he held himself up and let Wolfett get out ahead, so they basically gave up the win there. And then it just meant he held himself up, he lost time, so at the next corner they all just flew down his inside. So I didn't really understand that from my perspective, but we know Rocco Shenton's a fantastically quick racer, so definitely just more of a learning curve there for Rocco, and indeed hits the steering wheel. He's not happy with that result. It looks like they're all free of penalties anyway. So indeed, Charlie Wolfert, what a fantastic win in the Honda Cadets. But that's all done for the Honda Cadet final. What do we have coming up next?
Next up, it's the final for Minimax. So let's take a look at the grid for the Minimax final here for round 10. So Josh Salvadori and Oliver Smith will start on the front row ahead of Joshua Turnbull and Lucas Blanford. Michael Dalton and Matas Miazanskas ran at the top 3 rows with Daniel Kilpatrick, Jonas Klimas, Albert Whilton and Daniel Hartley completing the top 10. Logan Howes and Charlie Neve ran at row 6 ahead of Oliver Neve. Charlie Neve ahead of Oliver Meek, Ethan Carney. Then we've got Eli Baden, Luca Brooks, Victor Hansen, William Webb, Noah McNicholas, Toby Bedford, Maisie Creed, Zach McDonald, Donnell Stratton, Harry Friel, Emily Cotti, Will Archer, Spencer Allen and Joshua Bagembe. Well, it looks like Joshua Bagembe is not taking the start. So we'll have 27 drivers. And at the moment, we're going to... Well, let's see if we can give some shout-outs to you people out there. So we've got Jonathan Morris, Laura Glover, two of our camera crew.
Yeah, the camera crew showing the love.
Camera crew getting it.
It just started flooding.
I think James Fitchew's phone's about to run out of battery soon. Put it on charge then, fool.
Yeah.
Look, come on, look.
Do we have to tell you again? At Alpha Live Productions Instagram, get involved. If you're not following already, drop a follow. And if you like the post, drop them a like. Go through, have a look at stuff. Go through those reels particularly. They are fantastic. Some done by Adam, but most of them done by James. And they're fantastic. But here we go then for the Minimax final. Can they get it underway? First time of asking.
Understarter's orders, red lights are out, we're underway. And through into Oblivion and Crook for the first time. Josh Salvadori leads the field as Lucas Blanford looking to get past, I think that's Oliver Smith for 4th position. We've already had a little bit of an incident going through Oblivion and Crook. Blanford sideways under braking through Christmas Corner. And Oliver Smith retakes the position. Oh, Blanford was very, very skyward going over the curbs, going through out of Christmas Corner on the run down to Inkermans. So that has dropped him down to 5th position as the field makes its way through Ashby. And Daniel Kilpatrick actually ahead of the number 59 as it's nearly 3 wide going into Wilkins. Careful, that's the number 96 just coming through. That's Albert Wilton. Logan Howes not too far behind.
Look at that gap out front. That is huge. After one lap, you barely even see him. Look, that gap between the front sort of 5 and then back to the rest of them is massive. But Josh Salvadori has lost the lead. Joshua Turnbull has gone through in the 83. Contact warning for Michael Dalton in 3rd as well. He's got to watch out for those. But the top 3, oh, this is going to be spicy. I'm excited for this. And, oh, don't forget about Oliver Smith. Oh, someone's off on the outside. That's from up near the top of the order.
That's Mizanskas. And look, scrapey bumper time maybe, methinks.
No, not again. Not again.
Scrapey Mizanskas. There we go. That's a real shame for Matas because he's done really, really well despite having that front bumper penalty in one of the previous heats. It's dropped him all the way down towards the, well, that'll probably be more than likely outside of the top 20. Michael Dalton, very, very close to Josh Salvadori, but he's got to watch his rear bumper because there's Oliver Smith in the number 38 running out the top 4. 5th, it's now Lucas Blanford, who's got past Daniel Kilpatrick. A little bit of exchange here between Victor Hansen and Charlie Neve. That's the battle for P9. As Logan Howes has made his way up into 7th, but runs a little bit wide, manages to close off the door, not allowing Jonas Klimas to get through, the number 19.
And yeah, you're right about Matas Miazanskas, dropped to 24th after that incident. So not ideal for himself. Oh, red flag. We've got a red flag on the timing. So yeah, indeed, confirmed. We can see the red flags out of the window. So the drivers will be pulling to a halt on the back straight. We didn't see any incident. So we've got a driver off at turn number 1. So drivers being called to a halt And we've got our third red flag of the day.
Okay. Well, I was just about to say something, and we got rudely some shrill noise in our ear. Again.
That's all he wants in this world, isn't it? Instagram likes. Pump them straight into my veins.
And subscriptions on YouTube. Jack Goring has just liked everything.
Big up, Jack. Oh.
I really wish that I could put a poll in the Alpha Live YouTube chat saying how much battery percentage has James Fitchew's phone got right now?
It's not bad. 49%. Make that go to 0 with him refreshing the page every 5 seconds.
Please, within the next 60 minutes, we need to evaporate that battery. Stat.
And we need approximately 20 more followers on the Instagram, please, everyone. We can see you watching by the circuit. We can see you. You can't hide from us. Get on that phone, open it up, go onto Instagram at Alpha Live Productions, and we will love you forever, we promise.
Right, the second poll, which has said more rain, 61 votes so far. And at the moment, 69 have said no. 69% have said no. 31% have said yes, and I'm glad I hit no.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be no. We're doing, what's the opposite of a rain dance? A dry dance. I can't deal with any more rain.
Just send smoke signals.
It was too much. It was too much rain. Scary amount of rain. But the drivers braved it, to be fair, this morning. I'm not sure if I would have had the bottle to brave that.
I don't think I would either. So medical crew on the scene with Ethan Carney in the number 34, who's gone off at Oblivion and Crook. So medical team is on site as we speak. And we were 2 minutes and 13 into the race before the red flag.
Drivers are getting up and out of their carts, so might be a bit of a stoppage, this one, I think.
Oh, right, we've hit 34 out of 50 Instagram followers.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
James is getting very excited in our ears that we're getting more followers, more likes. We love to see it. He's addicted to the social media machine, and he loves it. Let's keep that rolling. Keep that ball rolling. We're gaining the momentum now.
If there's one of those like AA groups or something for him, it would be SMA. Social Media is Anonymous.
He does need that. We're going to have an intervention, James, I think.
I'll have to give Luke a call. Luke, tell James to stop it.
All that serotonin being pumped into your veins with every like.
And the grin on his face getting bigger and bigger.
I can almost see it from in here.
I can feel my ears burning when it happens. It's like, oh,
12. Oh, we're shooting up. We love all of you. We love you. Thank you very much for getting involved. We love to see it. 12 more. That's almost single digits. Almost. We've been smashing it today.
Well, we are
11. Oh my goodness.
Well, to detract slightly from that, a big thank you to the 113 likes on
That's
the
huge.
Alpha Live stream for today. So thank you very much, and a big thank you to everyone that has bared with us, those that have been watching at home. So yeah. I'm waiting for Big Ben to sound in a minute. We're going to get like a...
He'll be running in here with his top off, swinging it around his head.
Oh, no.
That's what we'll put on the Instagram story. 9! Oh my goodness. I can't contain my excitement.
Right. Joel Taylor has just said, tell James I've just followed the Instagram. I'm sorry for not doing it sooner. I blame Lauren. Haha.
Oh,
there you go.
Thank you, Lauren.
WH Racing, like the video for you guys. Love the footage and the commentary. Ella Haynes saying, anyone want to spill what happened? Well, we have just explained, Ella. There has been an incident at Turn 1. Medical team is on the scene. The driver is... you know what? I'm waiting for the...
6!
I'm waiting for a Thunderbirds Are Go style countdown in a minute from 5 downwards.
Oh my goodness, we're on 5.
Oh dear.
5. We've just gone from 12 to 5 in around a minute. This is unbelievable scenes, Jeff. Keep going, everyone. Share it with your friends. Share it with your mum and dad. Share it with your cat if you've got an account for your cat. Get that going. We're so close.
I do know friends of mine that do have accounts for their pets.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they're busy. That's the funny Oh dear.
Oh my goodness, 4. We are so close now.
Yeah.
Before the red flag ends, we could hit our goal here.
I think he's gonna faint with excitement.
He is. You know, one of us is going to have to do the producing. We're down to 2 people. 2 more people, please, who are watching the stream. If you're in the paddock or at home, we're so close. And also, don't forget as well, get involved on the stories. Be sure to tag us and anything you're doing. Any pictures of your car. What you're eating for lunch is a bit late for that now, but what you're having for afternoon tea. 1 person left. 1 person left. Who's going to be the man or woman who does this for us? We hit our goal. Then they will get a shout out, according to James Pitching. You will get a big shout out on stream and on the Instagram story. Oh my, that was so loud. Oh my goodness.
My ears are ringing now.
All right, our producer is screaming. So thank you very much, everyone. Unbelievable scenes.
So 50 new Instagram
that
followers.
actually really hurt.
I know. I've got perforated eardrums, and that was Rowan.
Shout out, Rowan.
Yeah, big G. Well
Thank
done.
you, Rowan. We love you. And everyone else that...
right.
And everyone else
Ella
that did
Haynes has said, what am I meant to do? Ella, if you head to @Alpha Live Productions on Instagram and hit the follow button and like as much as you can and share any stories, that'd be greatly appreciated. Enjoyed it.
Really?
I mean, like literally, you cannot
this.
hear what we are hearing from James, our producer. Oh, right. Ella Haynes has just gone. Be right back.
Yes, Ella. We love to see it. Fantastic. Thank you as well. Mikey Theo, dropping loads of likes. This afternoon has really become a bit of a beg of a stream. It's been begging for likes, begging for followers. Thank you, everyone. We love you very much.
Well,
Thank you for getting involved and being part of the Alpha Live
Well, at least
community.
now that we've hit the 50 target, we can say, if you do want to follow the Instagram page...
Now you have a choice.
Now
Before you didn't. Now you can just choose.
No, James has said you must.
So
Motorsport Magpie. Never do anything that James tells you to do. He just retracted it as well. Oh, dearie.
He knew he was going to get a telling off from Mr. Fitchy. He's going to take moderating status away, apparently.
Access denied. Computer says no.
Right, so it looks like we're getting back into a grid order for this. We're 9 over. We're smashing this, everyone. You have smashed this. Give yourself a pat on the back. Unbelievable.
Well, we can give ourselves a pat on the back for
being
to get
absolute legends.
Yes.
But indeed, looks like we're getting ever closer to getting this race back underway. We completed 2 minutes and 13 seconds of that one, with 5 minutes and 50 to go.
Hayden Phillips has just gone, I may or may not have followed on all my old accounts as well.
Yes, Hayden.
That's probably why we've got an influx of more to the...
You love to see it.
James just had to bring something else to the party, didn't he? Sounds like a... Now, we did have it earlier in the Junior X30 third heat where we actually had a full restart, didn't we?
We did indeed.
But
feel like that because that was only maybe 1.5 laps, wasn't it, that we got through?
well, it was it was just over 1.5 minutes. We're 2 minutes in, so
yeah, we are only a similar way through this. So
it's dependent on what has been decided.
yeah, we'll wait and see how that goes. They're all in single file at the moment.
So looking at the way things stand, it looks like they've actually put them in the order at the point of the red flag, so it might be a resumption as opposed to a full restart.
I think so. I think you might be right here. So I think that'll mean single file restart, won't it?
Normally that
Rather
means
than 2x2.
single file restart, and you can't break that until the green flag starts to wave again. We have that rule in Europe as well.
Okay.
And it's normally, you actually have to go between the tram lines in Europe, because otherwise you get a penalty. But yeah, seriously, I mean, commentating the UK and commentating Europe, I enjoy both of them. Don't get me wrong, but there's little nuances where I go, oh, I didn't know that when it comes to the UK karting, and then when I go back over to Europe, they go like, what do you do for this? Oh, we do that.
Also got to give a shout out to the number 59, Lucas Blanford, in the FastR branded suit.
And also, looks like a new race helmet as well.
I think so.
There we
hey,
go.
He can hear
heard us. I know his dad. He even looked back at the camera. Good boy. Good lad. I know his dad had it.
Get an even bigger shout out now, Lucas.
And he's also sponsored by the series sponsor as well. Not a bad thing.
I do think those the sort of gold and black colour scheme it just looks quick, doesn't it?
It
looks great.
With a nice little
he's nodding his head. He's nodding his head. He agrees.
With a nice little fleck of dark grey on the shoulders as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. A nice breakup of colour. So they're going to bring out the Battenberg flag.
Okay, yeah. So we are going to be single file restart for this.
So they're telling the
There we
drivers.
go then, engines on.
Yep, start the engines and get through around this lap. So it'll be Joshua Turnbull leading on the restart from Josh Salvadori. Michael Dalton in the 44 rounding out the top three. Oliver Smith, Matas Mizanskas, Daniel Kilpatrick, Lucas Blanford, Logan Howes, Jonas Klimas and Charlie Neve rounding out the top 10. Victor Hansen, Albert Wilton, Daniel Hartley, Ethan Carney and Zach McDonald round out the top 15. Maisie Creed, Danielle Stratton, Eli Baden, Luca Brooks, Oliver Meek. Ethan Carney obviously attended to by the medical team here at Whilton Mill. A big thank you to them for the work that they've done today. So there will be no Ethan Carney, which would have seen the number 34 start in 14th position. But with the Battenberg flag, that is basically single file, slow speed, no overtaking permitted. And now they get to re-warm up those tyres.
Let's do this. I'm very excited to get this underway. Let's see as well. I want to see what Josh Salvadori can do from second here, because he's been very, very quick throughout this weekend, but just pipped at the start by Joshua Turnbull. Joshua Turnbull sent a lovely move. But can he hold on to that lead? We're about to find out.
Okay, Minimax Final about to resume. 5 minutes and 49 seconds on the clock. Revs rise. Green flag waves. We're back underway. Good start by Turnbull. Salvadori, Dalton and Smith follow as well. So top four trains starting to move away. A little bit sideways from Lucas Blanford behind Daniel Kilpatrick. And now Blanford's got through on him. And now has Mizanskas in his line of sight. Great move by Logan Howes. And also, Jonas Klimas goes wheel to wheel with the number 20 of Daniel Kilpatrick and is through at Christmas Corner.
Oh, we got the 112 off at Christmas Corner. That's Emily Cotty. Pulls over to the side and is out of this race. But yeah, as you say, it was a good start from Lucas Blanford. Just grabbed that position early on. I think our pep talk definitely gave an extra few tenths of a second or so. I'm going to put that down to us, I think. But no, Lucas Blanford done a great job there. It was a bit of a slow start from Matas Miazanskas. He got dropped by about half a second off the rest of the pack. But now being chased down by Blanford, and then this pack behind. Look at these three, just squeezed onto the grass there for the 86 of Donald Stratton, as that pack continues to battle, and these front four now breaking away. Change for third, possibly, no, maybe a change for second. Michael Dalton goes through up the inside, squeezes Salvadori onto the grass, so Salvadori is going to rejoin in fourth place. Is he going to get overtaken once again? Now under pressure from two behind, Miazanskas tries it down the inside, but doesn't work, so just about holds on to fourth.
That's brought Blanford into play right there and then, because he was looking for an opportunity. Blanford's got through on Miazanskas, I believe, and that'll be a change for fifth position. So if Blanford can get past Salvadori, as now we've got a move, that is for second position. Oliver Smith, I thought he might be a danger driver. We've seen this youngster in the number 38 come on strong as Miazanskas and Blanford go side by side, coming out of the boot and into pit bend.
And they're still side by side going down towards T1. Eventually, Blanford relinquishes the position. Miazanskas back through into fifth. That's allowed for Salvadori to clear him just slightly. Points forward as Miazanskas. Lucas Blanford ignores him completely and goes down the inside. Behind them as well, Victor Hansen goes through on Jonas Klimas. So it's all kicking off. Less than 4 minutes to go in this Minimax final.
Logan Howes has got a real fight on his hands. Charlie Neve and Daniel Hartley are behind, and I think that Charlie Neve has gotten on through, which looks to be the case. So the number 56, based not too far outside of Snetterton in Norfolk, currently rounding out the top 10. But Lucas Blanford, now he's got past Miazanskas. He's got 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and up ahead is a championship rival. Salvadori has dropped off a cliff.
Top three all move into the 49 seconds along with Lucas Blanford. So the track's still getting quicker. The driver's still getting quicker after that red flag stoppage. And we move on into the final part of this race. There's a move in the background. Down the inside goes the 96. So that's Albert Whilton going through on Zach McDonald for P12. There's a move down to Ashby. That was closing up at the apex, so I don't think any move's going to happen from it. Howes wasn't too happy with an attempt there, I think, from Hartley. That's over P10 that they're battling. But here we look back to fourth place battle. Here's Blanford. He's all over the rear end of Josh Salvadori now. So what can Blanford do? He's had a decent run after that red flag period. And now he's pressuring for that fourth position.
Might be a tall order to get into the top three, but this will be good championship points, as he came into this weekend as the points leader by just 4 points, and now he switches to the inside, up Manuel's bank, through into Christmas corner, and through goes Lucas Blanford.
Gives a little tap of the head as he goes through as well, typical Carter. Now I've got past you. Don't try and fight me back. Let's just push on ahead. There's a move in the background, the late one down the inside. That's Hansen trying it on Miazanskas. Has he made it stick, though? We'll have to wait when they come back into camera shots.
He has.
He has indeed.
That was a good move there by Victor Hansen. Just sent it like he meant it and got the job done. And now Matas Miazanskas has Jonas Klimas for close company as they both go into the boot.
Indeed, no move there on entrance, and they stay as they were out as well. There's Neve just waiting in the background as well. He's in a bit of no man's land now.
Blanford with the fastest lap of the race, 48.83, and he's just taken 1.1 seconds out of third place. Oh, Blanford is gunning for more than just P4. He wants the top three. He might even want to try and go for that victory, but Oliver Smith and Michael Dalton switch places, going through into Ashby, and there is Blanford.
He's already there.
He's a rocket ship as the number 59. Here we go.
He's already right on the back, and he's already gone for the move down the inside of Smith and makes it up into third place for Blanford, and now he's got all eyes on Michael Dalton in second place.
That's a great run there from Lucas Blanford. Josh Salvadori's picked up the pace, 49.54. Oliver Smith's last lap was a 49.95, and then you've just got behind Victor Hansen. So this is a three-way scrap. Smith runs wide, Salvadori and also Hansen looking very racy indeed. And there's the move for second. There's the move for second. Lucas Blanford bounces up the inside of Christmas corner on Michael Dalton for P2 with just under 30 seconds on the clock remaining. Dalton back up the inside through Ashby, but still Blanford is hot to trot. He's got a great opportunity for P2.
Brilliant re-overtake from Dalton there, to be fair. Oh, that's a late dive down the inside for Miazanskas. Going to squeeze out the 38 onto the curb. They're going to get a bad exit. So Hansen might try it around the outside, but no, there's a yellow flag down at the boot. So who's going to end up deciding, no, I'm in the lead here of this pack. I'm taking it. And it is indeed Oh, that's it. Race over. Joshua Turnbull's already won it. What an end to the race there. Dalton holds on to P2. Blandford behind. Then Salvador in 4th. Smith in 5th. Hansen 6th. Miazanska 7th. And Klimas 8th. Neve 9th. And that was the end of that battle. Look at them going across the line. Nearly 3 wide across the line. I got so held up with that battle there. I didn't realise it was the last lap. My goodness. What a finish.
That was so close indeed. But great exchange between Dalton and Blandford. You know, Blandford sent it really, really well, but Dalton just had the presence of mind to go, well, if you're going to throw it up the inside, I'm going to return the favour, and did it at the right place at the right time at Ashby.
I was going to say, I didn't realise how much that re-overtake really mattered there on the last lap. It was a fantastic re-overtake for Dalton to hold on to that P2, so fair play. Blandford was on fire there through the last bit. They look like they're still racing to the line there. But we definitely saw the checkered flag the previous lap, so I'm a little bit confused. We're not sure what's happened there with the timing and the guys on the road. They were definitely still racing to the line there.
So if that's the case, then Blandford will have taken P2 from Dalton.
Yes, I think Salvador might have overtaken Dalton before they got to the line there as well.
Yeah, well.
So on our timing, officially was what I stated, but we'll have to wait to confirm that to you. Of course, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, and the proper official results will be making an appearance on there in due course.
Yeah, just to confirm the IAME Cadet final result, Will Green confirmed as the race winner by 0.14 of a second ahead of Finley Hines, with Austin Newstead rounding out the top 3 positions with 9.5 tenths of a second between them. Also, Simeon Stone, Jacob Nairn and Levi Sangera did get 5-second front-fairing penalties. I think there's a little bit of confusion as well with Michael Dalton just explaining. Well, he's just trying to sort of like say, well, what happened? So we're not the only ones here confused on that front. So, well, that's the Minimax final completed. So, like we say, head to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. We have got some more finals coming up, and we have got 4 to go here at round 10 of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a very, very brief commercial break, but we will be right back when X30 Junior is about to go on circuit. Right, now time for the Junior X30 Final. And Junior X30 has provided a bucket load of entertainment all the way through the day. So the X30 Junior Final will have the following starting grid. Leo Brown and Jack Mowat on the front row. Rylan Eschberg and Harry Bartle, row 2. Micah Taylor and Jaden Gregg round out the top 3 rows, with Morgan Hill and Dayton Coulthard on row 4. Completing the top 10, it's Henry Gregory and Riley Bishop. Adas Majauskis and Luke Sintler on row 6. Archie Heron, Joe Cheek and Josh Jones ran out the top 15, with Harrison Leach, James Shotton and Oliver Harris running at the top 18. Jack Collins and Tristan Powell set to complete the top 20, with Katie Ashman, Kieran Hamdy, Kira Harris and Levi Daniels-McKenzie in 24th. Macaulay Guy, Caden Everett and Will Forber set to round out the 27-strong starting grid. So we'll have this and 3 more races remaining. The order will be X30 Senior, Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax will bring things to a close here at round 10 of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship, with the last round set to take place on November 27th, where we crown our inaugural Whilton Mill Plate winner.
Well, winners. Every class.
Yes.
Going to get a WM plate. Which, I mean, it'll make it easier for us. We don't have to remember, oh, who won the championship last year? We just look at the carts. Oh, the WM plate, it's got to be them. And what an achievement to have. To be able to wear that WM plate at every karting competition that you go to.
In the United Kingdom.
Yeah, in the United Kingdom, of course.
So, right. So you've got the GP plate for Kart Masters, you've got the E plates, you've got the O plate. I think you've also got the S plate for Scotland, I think. There's quite a few plates. The good thing about Europe is that if you are the champion, you normally have 0-1 in your number. Or you normally have the 1 or the 0-1 in your number, depending on whether it's, like say with Micromax, it's 2 numbers, so 2 double-digit race number, but then from Minimax upwards, or the interclasses, inters will be coming in through the new ladder through Motorsport UK next year. The interclass, that will be more of a three-digit number and upwards and above. We've got some more shout-outs coming, folks. So we've got Donna Edwards and Sumner Speed as well. So thank you very much to everyone that's been helping us where we have breached our target. And Mr. James Fitchie got all giddy with excitement and nearly fainted in the process.
Nearly blow out our eardrums as well in excitement. Yeah, I know, we can tell. Thank goodness you turned you down.
My ears thank Mr. Fitchie for that, turning that volume down. At least we don't have to hear him start singing about when we were halfway there. At least that was a bit better.
You can hear it, it's just like quieter now.
It's just like a peep.
That's deafening. Here we go then. We always run through the finals. They always go so quickly compared to the heats, and they're always fantastic racing. No holds bars for the finals, and absolutely going for it. But we have seen often in the finals it is literally absolutely go for it, nothing held back. We have seen a little bit more holding back, I would say, from people at the front. Obviously thinking now more about the championship and thinking, right, I'd rather just get the points here for second than go for first and lose all of these points. So, but still, brilliant, brilliant racing, and only a few races left to go here today.
I think the WM plate, I mean, Joel Taylor makes a very good point. I think it was just, you can run it at the Whilton Mill, but you can't run it anywhere else.
Okay.
Like, say, with a GP plate, you can use that. There are certain plates that you can use in the United Kingdom, but you have to if you want to use the WM plate elsewhere, you have to have special permission, I understand.
Okay, gotcha. My apologies, everyone.
121 likes on the YouTube stream. Thank you very much, folks. More rain. 100 votes now on the poll. 69% say no. 31% say yes.
Well, judging by the lovely sunshine out there, you can all see, I think it's going to be no.
Computer says no.
Yeah.
Or the man upstairs says, hell no. I don't know, I'm just trying to refresh the YouTube stream so I can get the chat.
Some scary horror advertisement. Don't like it.
Like I say, with regards to Europe, we don't have to worry about these kind of plates.
Yeah. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it all. There's so many to remember.
Three-sided said, who's going to win in Kota? I'll watch it and find out later.
Mr. James Fitchie was never happy. He only wants more.
Shall I give him a
slap
slap
later?
enough? Shall I give him a slap later?
Yes, I think you should. I want to see that. We'll post that to the Instagram story. Alex Goldschmidt slapping producer James Fitchie.
With a big kapow sign for good comic value.
Oh, this is fantastic. James Fitchie is so quiet. We can't even hear him over the cart noises now. This is brilliant. I know he's going to turn himself back up now. Great. As predicted.
That was he was nearly raising the dead with that voice. Yeah. Crikey.
Right. Here we go. X30 Junior Final. Drivers now out on circuit. There's a lot of drivers in this one that we've seen up near the sharp end of the field. So this is one of the ones where I can't even really call it down to even 3 or 4 drivers. This is a field with lots of quick people involved.
We won't have Jack Collins because obviously he had medical attention during the red flag stoppage. So
Right.
about to get things underway. Leo Brown and Jack Mowat on the front row, followed by Rylan Eschberg and Harry Bartle, Micah Taylor, Jaden Gregg, Morgan Hill, Dayton Coulthard, Henry Gregory and Riley Bishop. That's your top 10. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Lights are out first time. We're underway in the X30 Junior Final as they filter their way. A lot of loading up going in through into Oblivion and Crook for the first time. A couple of drivers getting compromised on the curbing. And now it's going to start fanning out. Dayton Coulthard looking for a bit of a send through into Christmas Corner. And he managed, well, he's doing the old Nigel Mansell dummy, back from the old 1990s in Formula One. Yep. And he's trying to go around the outside of one competitor going through into Ashby. And he's made it through. And that was with the 59. Contact warning for Harry Bartle early doors. And then there's the number 70 trying to get their elbows out as well. That's Joe Cheek.
Very cheeky move there from Joe Cheek. It's been a great start for Jaden Gregg as well. He's made up a few positions through the first few corners. I think he's now up into P4 is Jaden. There's another move through the final corner. Was that Morgan Hill still moving up? No, it wasn't.
Rylan Eschberg now up into P2, followed by Micah Taylor.
Indeed, that's a great start.
And Jaden Gregg. Oh, right, Micah Taylor. Rylan Eschberg's got the lead, but now it goes to Micah Taylor through Christmas.
I'm not sure what happened to Leo Brown there. He got completely swallowed up by these three, and he dropped a decent amount off them. So, there's another move for the lead.
Eschberg through now.
Indeed. He's had a great couple of laps, and now he moves to the front, but not for much longer, maybe. Tries to the inside as Micah Taylor, but he's now going to get overtaken by the 34 of Jaden Gregg. Jaden Gregg up to P2, and the 273 of Harry Bartle now right on the rear end of them. They're about to go 3 wide into the boot. Oh, my goodness. Up the inside goes the 34 of Jaden Gregg. Now takes the lead away. Up through goes Micah Taylor as well, and following through goes Harry Bartle. So all changing at the top of the field through that lap.
It's X30 Junior musical chairs right now here at Wilson.
It really is.
But now already, the number 34 of Jaden Gregg has started to pull a little bit away. So is Micah Taylor, but you can just see when they're slamming on the anchors.
It was a problem. It was a problem for the 33.
James Shotton has now got a contact warning. The number 73 currently sitting in 13th. But yeah, that's a real shame.
So Leo Brown, he looks to have sped up again, so I'm not sure if it's an issue that keeps coming and going or what's going on, but Leo Brown was very much in the lead. There's been a big incident down at Ashby. Joe Cheek, you can see involved.
Number 33 has just exited the scene of the crime. Leo Brown. And
38 as well.
That was Macaulay Guy. And also the number 17 of Kieran Hamdy. And his front bumper looks a little bit pushed in. Well, not pushed in, but pushed downwards on the left-hand side. It's getting a bit elbows out here. 40 and 63. That's Levi Daniels McKenzie. And the number 63 of Oliver Harris. Harrison Leach has had a contact warning as one of the Argenti carts. That's the number 52, Adaś Majauskas, getting through on Dayton Coulthard, who now has Josh Jones trying to go through on the inside of Ashby's, and he gets through.
Late move. That was nicely placed. They're going to go side by side on the exit there. Still fighting side by side. Takes to the inside of the 84, but tries up and under, does Dayton. He is there on the inside and gets the re-overtake done. A good bit of racing between those two. I do just want to say Macaulay Guy, I feel very sorry for him. Tries to bat down the inside as the 34. Not going to work, though. But yeah, Macaulay Guy is always so happy to have a chat with us on the Paddock Show. Sadly, of course, we didn't do one today, but Macaulay Guy luck has not gone his way today. And in the final, gets involved in that incident down at Ashby.
And Leo Brown's in the pits.
So definitely was a problem with that kart then. It wasn't just a sudden loss of pace. So indeed, out is Leo Brown.
Archie Heron in the meantime, 46.63, fastest lap of the race as we're approaching half-time on the counter. Dayton Coulthard still ahead.
Micah Taylor's got through to the lead, so he's overtaken Jaden Gregg there. And so has Archie Heron. He's up into third. He's now overtaken Harry Bartle.
Jack Mowat's looking racy as well in the number 23. He's right with Henry Gregory going into Oblivion and Crook, as it's nearly sideways by both Gregg and Heron going through Crook and into Fine Lady.
Indeed. Interesting there, going slightly wide was Jack Mowat out of the final corner. He saw, despite how long we've not had rain for, the amount of water that was kicked up as he went over the sort of rumble strips on the outside there, as that was a late dive down the inside in the background. That would have been the sort of the lower end of the top 10 there.
Possibly Jack Mowat. Maybe Jack Mowat in the 23. I think I saw a glimpse of... and he's
fifth.
Yeah, he's got past Henry Gregory, but still, Jaden Gregg holding on to second position. But Archie Heron looking very, very close indeed, the number 59. Running with Jack Dex Racing. You can just see how hard these drivers are pushing now that they've got the perfect weather conditions. A little bit of a run wide through Fine Lady by Jaden Gregg could give Archie Heron the run he needs going up to Christmas Corner. The number 59 thinks better of it.
Indeed, all setting personal best, really. Basically the entire field almost, but watch out for Luke Sintler, fastest lap of the race in 8th place at the moment, so let's watch him possibly come through the pack here.
Heron's got through Greg through Ashby for 2nd place, and now the chase begins because Rylan Eschberg, I still remember when that youngster was running in Honda Cadets a couple of years ago, and now he's running in X30 Juniors, and he's actually really come on song this weekend.
Indeed, and a massive shout out to Archie Heron. He started in 13th for this race, now up into P2, of course, starting so far down because he didn't have an ideal final heat, did he? We're not sure if he was maybe on wet tyres or whether a small issue with the kart was occurring. Either way, he was a good amount of time off the pace. Well, he certainly isn't now, and he's closing in on Micah Taylor out in the lead.
It might have either been one of two things, a gamble on wet weather tyres, or maybe even the fact that if there was no waft from the engine, if there was a little bit of a problem, if it's not firing right, then you're going to have to work with it.
Indeed. Well, he's working lovely with the kart now in proper synchronization with that kart, and he's getting it sliding through the final section of corners, and he is right on that rear end of Micah Taylor, seemingly like it's only a matter of time before he goes to that move, but he's only got a minute and a half to do so.
Sideways from Archie Heron, fully committed, lighting up the rear tyres sideways, and Micah Taylor can feel the pressure that Archie Heron is now exerting, and Heron could get a good run going down into Ashby's. Taylor defends. Heron keeps it a little bit tighter on the apex and on the exit. Now he might get a good run going into the boot coming out of Oshers. No, he goes now. Now he goes through, and they're side by side. They nearly interlock wheels, and Archie Heron gets through for the race lead with just over a minute to go.
Really nice move there. He was chasing them down, and just went for it at the first opportunity where it looked like he could get alongside and close the door, and he did just that. They come around the corner to start another lap of the race. They're doing 46-second lap times, so this is either going to be the 3rd last or the 2nd to last lap when they come around again. And look at that, he's already pulling a lead.
Now Micah Taylor's got to worry about Harry Bartle and Jack Mowat, because those two could really put the frighteners on the number 48. Now there's a little bit of a send. I think that might have been Morgan Hill on Jaden Gregg, possibly going into Ashby for P6, as Henry Gregory's now up into 5th position. The battle for what is 2nd place. Archie Heron is pulling away. 20 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap. This battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Oh, there we go. Harry Bartle up the inside of Micah Taylor. Micah Taylor on the grass, and he goes sideways. And that allows Jack Mowat to get through. And Micah Taylor drops like a pebble, dropped into a pond.
Oh, so gutting for Micah Taylor. That's such a good race out front, but that's always the case when the momentum switches. You just go further and further back, and yeah, he just got a little bit on the dirt on the outside there, slowed him up, and everyone filtered straight through. So that drops him down into 7th place at the moment, near the back of this train. Still got Jaden Gregg just behind him, who was, again, another person who was really up near the sharp end of the field now, just dropping down near the back of this pack. But Archie Heron almost built out a lead already at the front now, but he's got Jack Mowat chasing him down now, as we're almost going on to the final lap of the race.
So Henry Gregory now finds himself in P3. Morgan Hill is at the back of that 3-cart train through Oblivion and Crook for the final time. Oh, that was a bit of a run wide and a little bit of a touch between Morgan Hill and Harry Bartle. Had the biggest wake-up call just then. He's now got to start defending. But look who's behind. Sintler, Taylor and Gregg. They're all waiting in the wings as Harry Bartle has gone ultra defensive on the final lap. And Morgan Hill still forcing the issue. And now Micah Taylor gets passed by, I think that was that was Luke Sintler. Jaden Gregg trying to get through. He's trying to get through on the 72 with a clash. Sintler off the track, coming out of the chicane, and it's all kicking off for this final couple of corners. It's going to be Archie Heron that takes the race victory. Jack Mowat's going to get 2nd, but who's going to get 3rd place? It's Henry Gregory. And now, out of the final corner, it's Morgan Hill that steals 4th at the line.
What a finish to that race. Absolutely fantastic battling throughout. And Archie Heron take a bow, son. 13th on the grid to a race win in the X30 Junior Final. Absolutely fantastic.
Big shout out to the 400 people.
That's the most I've ever seen for a Whilton Mill Kart Club. 400 people, and you've just witnessed a fantastic race. That's why you tune in.
Shout out to Micah Taylor. How on earth he held on and still came back to finish fifth. He could have been in with a sniff for fourth. He was actually at one point leading the race.
He was very much well involved with that after, having a bit of an off at the final corner. But as you say, he managed to get back up into a good position, so a good recovery there over the last couple of laps. The 21 has pulled to a halt. That's Kira Harris after the line. As well, the 77 Henry Gregory, penalty. Penalty for your third place finisher. 5 seconds. So what's that? That's going to just about drop him down to 9th, I think. So that is gutting. So that obviously makes Morgan Hill up to podium positions and Micah Taylor up to 4th place as well. The 34, Jaden Gregg, penalty as well. 5 seconds added on to that too.
Right, so...
And the 72 as well. Luke Sintler, loads of penalties going out that way. I mean, we saw a lot of battling, so that doesn't surprise me.
Well, there's always a rate of attrition. There's a 50-50 chance that you either do or you don't get a bumper penalty. And what we just saw just then was an absolute slobber knocker. Like haymaker after haymaker was being thrown in terms of overtaking.
That was quality. I very much enjoyed that. Well, since there are 400 people watching this, James is telling me that I'm not allowed to keep my job unless I keep pushing this. So please head over to Alpha Live Productions on Instagram. Drop us a follow if you haven't already and go through and like. If you see a post that you like, drop it a like. Why not? And James will love to see it.
And if it's a reel, you can share it on your story. And then all of a sudden, if you tag Alpha at Alpha Live Productions, and if you're here at the circuit at Whilton Mill Ltd, we'll share that.
We will indeed, so make sure you get involved over on Instagram. But that's it for X30 Juniors. We're going to quickly move on to X30 Seniors. "19 karts on the grid for this X30 Senior Final. Let's run through that running order. Lucas Ellingham, of course, lines up on pole position alongside is Alex Johnston. Behind them, Jack Cox and Christian Brooks. And it's Jordan Brown and Remy Gilbert. Row number 4 sees Tiger Dixon and Jensen Buckingham. Then it's Vishal Patel and Stephanie Hobecker. Can't even get my words out. Rounding out the top 10.
You made Vishal's surname sound like a knee tendon, patella.
Sorry, Vishal. Then it's Paul Simard and Benjamin Southgate, who round out row number 6. And it's Jacob Huang and Hugo Gilbert. Then Martin Alger and Jack Norton-Heavey. And Sheldon Davey and Liam Crabb. Then Lewis Halliday rounds out those 19 karts on the grid for the start of this X30 Senior Final. I've just done so much talking today. I'm getting my words all mixed up. I'm getting too excited. That race was just too exciting in the X30 Juniors. And let's hope that the seniors can be just as good.
I hope you got your shoelaces tied up because you don't want to trip over them on your way to the car.
Just about.
We've got some more shout-outs coming. Sam Flynn. Runs in Minimax, I think, if I remember correctly. Sacred Skin Aesthetics, thank you very much. Claire Tester. James Beattie. And Mike, well, I mean, it's quite funny just hearing James trying to say the last name and it just went completely wrong. I'll just go, hi, Mike. Oh, dear. So we've got the X30 Senior Final. For those wondering what's the running order after this, we'll have 2 more finals to go to conclude round 10. Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax will bring the action to a close. A big thank you to everyone that has been watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, also on the Whilton Mill Kart Club Facebook page too. Big thank you for everyone that has done so. Hayden Phillips goes Senior X30, the Lewis Ellingham class. Yes.
We have got slightly used to that now, haven't we?
Well, that's what we said at round 9. One of the Blanford family, Gillian Blanford. Hello, Gillian. Hope you're keeping well.
I think it was because we were saying how lovely her son's suit was, so she felt, I've got to go and like the Alpha Live Instagram page now.
She probably got a nudge from Addy.
Ella Haynes says, "Go on, Lucas." Well, he's starting from pole position, the best place to be.
How many S's on the end of Lucas?
Quite a few there. That's why I had to just really show the Lucas. It is Lucas Ellingham. That's Terry Ellingham, the one and only.
Yes, the man, the myth, the legend.
Let's see
Mr.
what he can do.
Number 99.
Oh, like a ice cream. The 99 leads us away. Let's see what he can do from this start. Let's get it underway. First time of asking X30 Seniors, and we do indeed. Lucas Ellingham takes the lead before we even get through the first couple of corners. They all managed to follow each other through. Oh, we've got one off, though. Is that the number 17, was that, or 15 of Benjamin Southgate? We'll have a look as they come through to finish sector 1. All keeping it all right through the first couple of corners there. Oh, almost rips the nose cone off at the 54 there. That was Remy Gilbert.
Remy Gilbert nearly went old school with no front bumper on there, but Jack Cox got a great purchase ahead of Alex Johnston.
It was the 10 of Jacob Wang.
Oh, dear.
He got knocked off at the first corner there.
Uh-oh. You know what's coming in our ears very shortly.
James.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm not saying it.
Well, he's got back going, though.
He is back going, so fair play, Jacob. There he is, heading up to Christmas corner. Now it's going to be a bit more of a practice session for Huang. But here we go then. Already pushing on into the lead is Lucas Ellingham. 1.5 seconds he nearly has at the lead. Oh, that's late. Down the inside and makes contact. 82, a bit of a half spin there. So it was the 54, Remy Gilbert, who sent it and just collected Christian Brooks. It wasn't even Christian. He was making the move on, but just went a little bit too deep.
Oh, Jordan Brown's getting a bit feisty as well. They definitely have said they've kept all their pent-up aggression up until this point and just decided, right, we're going to let loose. Martin Arroga gets a mechanical black flag, the meatball flag out, but ascend up the inside. That's Vishal Patel and Remy Gilbert going into the approach into the boot. There's Jordan Brown not too far behind. And also the 82 of Christian Brooks.
Indeed, that gap from third to fourth is already pretty big. Over 2 seconds between Alex Johnston in third and Vishal Patel in fourth. There's a move down the inside from the 80, though. Jordan Brown goes through on Remy Gilbert. Remy Gilbert just about managed to hold off the attack from Christian Brooks as well, though. Not for long, though. There he goes. Christian Brooks down the inside at Ashby and makes it stick. Remy Gilbert now under attack from Benjamin Southgate. Southgate tries up and under. He does go for it. That was late. Makes it stick, and through he goes. And, Gilbert off onto the grass. Almost becomes an aeroplane there and loses another position there to the 50 as well of Jensen Buckingham. So it's not been an ideal lap for the 54 of Remy Gilbert.
And Hugo Gilbert not having a great time either. You've got also the number 50 of Jensen Buckingham behind them. Paul Simard, Lewis Halliday, Stephanie Hobaker, hopefully looking to have a better run this time. There's now up the inside as the number 25 of Paul Simard loses a handful of places. And the last driver to get past was Lewis Halliday, who now sends up the inside of Tyler Dixon. Oh, that's very, very wide out of the exit of Ashby's. That's the number 15, Benjamin Southgate, getting it all crossed up and off the circuit.
He did hold the slide very nicely, though. They're very easy to find yourself facing the wrong direction after going onto that grass. Because remember, it was raining heavily earlier. That grass has not dried at all through the day, so it's incredibly slippery. There's an up and under move there. Is that Vishal Patel going through? It was a nice move. No, it was the 59 there. That's Jack Norton-Heavey going through. My apologies. Taking fourth place from Benjamin Southgate.
Jacob Wang's letting everybody through at the moment. He knows that I'm not going to battle for position, but if he sees someone in his peripheral vision when he looks over his shoulder, he'll let them through, which is great spatial awareness, but also good recognition of the circumstance that he's currently in after that moment coming out of Fine Lady.
Exactly, yeah. Doesn't get annoyed from having an incident that was not his fault. just gets on with it and respects the racing that's going on. So fantastic from Jacob Hang. Really appreciate that.
Alex Johnston, in the meantime, is closing in on Jack Cox for second position. The gap is now 4/10. Johnston did lose nearly 2/10 of a second on that last tour. As we're halfway through the race, 4 minutes down, 4 minutes to go, plus a lap.
Lucas Ellingham continues to pull away at the front. Fastest lap of the race last time around, a 45.54 for Lucas. You can see that gap just ever so slightly eking out every lap. But Alex Johnston versus Jack Cox, a P2. Here is the 19 of Jack Cox. And then behind them, you've got Vishal Patel, Jordan Brown, Christian Brooks fighting over 4th place.
In the meantime, Lucas Ellingham has just put in the fastest lap of the race. No surprise there, 45.54 seconds. Last time around had a 1.88 second lead. That gap is now nearly 2.3 seconds between him and Jack Cox in the number 19, with Alex Johnston still rounding out the top 3.
As Lucas Ellingham went even faster that time around, 45.45 for Lucas. So just because he's nicely in the lead doesn't mean he lets off the gas at all.
No.
Continues to push harder and harder, does Lucas Ellingham, and moves himself further into the lead. Now this gap between Jack Cox and Alex Johnston staying relatively stagnant. So we look back, here is the 80 of Jordan Brown, currently sandwiching Vishal Patel and Christian Brooks. Christian Brooks ever so slightly closing in, but it is always easier when you're chasing a car rather than when you're one being chased. Just find those couple of extra tenths over your competitor. 2.5 minutes to go in this X30 Senior Final.
Alex Johnston has closed the gap to, well, just under just over 4.5 tenths of a second. So the best that Alex Johnston will be able to do.
Oh no, we've got an issue.
No, that's Jacob Hwang letting people through again.
Oh, you're right. Ignore me.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Don't worry. But there is a nice little battle. You got Hugo and Remy Gilbert, and in the middle of the Gilbert sandwich is Jensen Buckingham in the number 50, who's made a little bit of a recovery after that off-track excursion at Ashby.
Indeed, yeah, making his way back through nicely. And indeed, in a bit of a Gilbert sandwich there in 8th place. Here we look back to Alex Johnston. He's close. He's really, really close to Jack Cox, but just not quite close enough to think about a move just yet.
Hayden Phillips has said we need to be open. We need to bot Lucas to make the races more interesting. What kind of penalty are you thinking, Hayden?
An extra 30 kilos on the cart, maybe something like that.
That probably might not make that much difference.
I mean, this morning it would have helped. So.
Well, it would have weighed the cart down a little bit. But contact warning this time for Jensen Buckingham in the number 50. And it's now got Lewis Halliday behind, because Remy Gilbert's now up into 8th place in the number 54, behind the number 51 of Hugo Gilbert. So some good exchanges that have been happening in this X30 Senior Final. But Lucas Ellingham is just over 65 seconds plus an additional lap away from the victory.
Vishal Patel now holds the fastest lap of the race. He's closing in on Alex Johnston. We could see a 3-way battle for second place coming up pretty shortly. Less than a minute to go in this one, so he's going to have to get on the back of it and go for it as soon as possible.
Oh, Johnson was sideways through Incumbents. He launched that over the curbs and kept the slide going. Well held there, Alex Johnston. Great control.
Yeah, that was really good. He's trying to push, isn't he? Just eke that extra little bit out so he can get himself on the rear end of the 19 and try and push for that move. Not sure if it's quite going to fit into place. Only 20 seconds to go, so 2 more laps of the circuit, it looks like.
Yep, that will bring us to a total of 12 laps of racing around this 1,200-metre circuit. Steepest elevation change up from Manuel's Bank through, or from Fine Lady up to Christmas Corner. And Vishal Patel, he's taken nearly another 3 tenths out of Alex Johnston, but the timer hits 0.
Fastest lap now goes to Christian Brooks in 5th position. There he is in the 82, being followed by Jordan Brown, who's now got ahead of Hugo Gilbert. Oh, bit of contact there between the 48 and the 19. Alex Johnston looked for it down the inside, didn't quite work, and that's actually allowed Jack Cox to move even further ahead, but that's given the opportunity to Vishal Patel. He's right behind him now. He's got 1 more lap to try and do something about it and get onto the podium here. Yeah,
Alex Johnston and Vishal Patel. Patel sideways through Crook. Johnson looks over his right shoulder. Well, actually looks more towards downwards to see how close the bumper is. using his peripheral vision to a different aspect there. But you can see the pair of them all. Everyone was sideways through Inkermans. Johnson runs a little bit wide coming out of Ashby's. Patel looking towards the outside. He switches to the under.
Switchback.
That's an undercut and a half, and well done, Vishal Patel. Slingshotted past coming out of Ashby's into Wilkins. The 95 makes it stick, but Alex Johnson not done yet. He returns the favour through into the boot for the final time, but Lucas Ellingham dominates, and I think that pretty much wraps up the title for 2022 for Lucas Ellingham.
Indeed it does. And Vishal Patel ended up losing out to Christian Brooks there around the boot. So Vishal Patel looking like he was on for a podium there, but ends up losing out to Christian Brooks in the dying moments. As you say, though, we'll have to wait for confirmation. Our maths is not good enough to work it out. We'll wait for confirmation on results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC as to whether Lucas Ellingham has indeed wrapped up the X30 Senior Final, but it's one of those things, like Max Verstappen in the F1, I feel like it's only a matter of time. If he hasn't won it now, he's going to win it pretty soon at the last round in November.
Yep, so there he is.
What a dominant performance, though. Dominant.
This season, no one has come close.
No.
No one has come close to him, and he's just proved it again, time and time. I mean, Hayden Phillips has just said, give him a Honda Cadet engine. Ollie B96 said he'd probably still win it, though. Hayden Phillips says probably. But then would it meanwhile, would it meet technical inspection? Possibly not.
Looks like they're all good for penalties. At the end of that X30 Senior race, the 54 does get one. That's Remy Gilmert from 8th place. Looks like he's going to drop down. But there we have it for X30 Seniors. Indeed, as RS72 says in the chat, what a final lap that was. Absolutely brilliant. From race number 28 of the weekend, we're going to move on to race number 29, which is the Senior Rotax Final.
So here's the Senior Rotax final grid for round 10. Ryan Willis and Jamie Rogers on the front row. Tommy Edmonds and Harry Gibson row 2 with Thomas Byrne and Jensen Watts rounding out the top 3 rows. Scott Smith, Jamie Perrelly, Lewis Wild and William Young round out the top 10, with row 6 completed by Samuel Hawthorne and Benjamin Burrows. Archie Elliott and Benjamin Ballou on row 7, Max Lee and Samuel Cook row 8, Jack Cooper and Alexander Mikos on row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Sam Light and Alex Duncan. Tommy Lee Davis, Kasper Bajecki, Joshua Burton, Chris Banderi, rounding out the top 24 with Marcel Lasicki and also Luke Collins, comprising the 26 Senior Rotax drivers in the final. So we've got this and one more race to go. And Hayden Phillips says, just slap some IAME stickers over the Honda ones. Then it'd be an IAME Cadet engine. So a total of around about 18 minutes of racing action still to go, including this race. So drivers weaving from side to side. Some good overtakes, actually. Jamie Rogers was pretty handy in the third race, the third heat a little bit earlier on. That move where he did 2 for the price of 1 was absolutely golden and nailed it on the curbs, launched it, and just had full commitment.
That was a great move. Hopefully we'll see more of those in this final. But yeah, again with this one, there's a number of drivers in this one that I've seen up near the sharp end of the grid, whether in this round or previous rounds this season. Let's see how this one goes.
So, drivers coming out of pit bend into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out. We are underway in the Senior Rotax final, and Jamie Rogers keeps it at the front of the field, and everyone trying to get through. Oblivion, Crook and Fine Lady up Manuel's Bank for the opening time, and they're all jockeying for position. Harry Gibson, there's a little bit of squeezing going through into Christmas, and then down in towards Inkermans. Too wide at some point. Some drivers getting a bit brazen on the curbing, but Jamie, well, it was just the case that Jamie Rogers managed to get the jump on everybody else, but there is a problem emerging. That is for the number 36, Jensen Watts, who is tumbling down the order a little bit, and he's got William Young right on his rear bumper.
He's rejoined, so not sure if an incident there and just rejoining or whether there is an issue for the kart. We'll keep an eye out for him.
Shout out to Cian Bernard, who's liking a hell of a lot of stuff on the Alpha Live Instagram page. He's like
Cian
everything
Bernard.
and anything. But Ryan Willis has the fastest lap of the race. He's got Harry Gibson close behind in the number 99. They have started breaking weight. Jamie Perrelli is about 1.1 seconds off of the trio. Sen coming here from Thomas Byrne, and that compromises the number 23 of Tommy Edmonds. And then also Lewis Wild. Right behind them, they've got the number 36 of Jensen Watts, who seems to have re-picked up the pace. And, bit sideways there for Archie Elliott. Tags the back, I think it was of Jensen Watts, and goes sideways into the approach into Ashby. And there's William Young going off on the exit of Wilkins and on the approach into Osiers. He loses a couple of positions. One to Sam Lights, one to Alexander Mikos.
We're only a minute and a half in, and this has been an absolute scrap already, hasn't it? Complete scrap between the drivers, but it's brilliant for us to watch. Number 40 of Jamie Perrelli now sets the fastest lap of the race. Down into the 46s, 46.82 for fourth place, and he's chasing down the top three. There's a move from the 38. Scott Smith tries to go through on the 70 and does make it work. Samuel Hawthorne down to 6th. Scott Smith up into 5th, moves over to defend and holds on to that position.
Jamie Perrelli took nearly 4.5 tenths of a second out of Harry Gibson on that previous lap, so it is now becoming a four-way scrap for the race victory with 5 minutes and 50. But Jamie Rogers in the number 59 leads the way. Ryan Willis, Harry Gibson, Jamie Perrelli, Samuel Hawthorne, Scott Smith, Benjamin Burrows running at the top 7. Well, that is the case that Scott Smith is ahead of Samuel Hawthorne now for P5. Thomas Byrne, Tommy Edmonds and Lewis Wild ran out the top 10. As it looks like there might have been a little bit of a drama for Sam Light just then.
I think you're right.
And William Young now pulls into the pit lane. So the number 22 on the Croc Promotion chassis, unfortunately retiring on lap number 3. Well, lap number 2 there. But still, Harry Gibson. There's Jamie Perrelli. He's really caught up as the Project 1 driver. Did you say... did I just catch some lettering on the side of Jamie Perrelli's pod? I think I might have seen, it might be on one of the sides, I'm not sure. There was one, I think it said Red Lightning or something on the side of the side pod. Some obscure lettering, which you normally don't see. But Perrelli is really coming close to being a part of this four-way scrap. The top 4 after the previous lap. We're on lap number 5. It was just over a second between the quartet. And I think, well, Jamie Perrelli did have the fastest lap at one point. Now it's Scott Smith, 46.15. As Jamie Rogers is sucking up all the pressure like a sponge, courtesy that's being provided by Ryan Willis in second place in the number 42.
Still got over 400 people tuned in here to round number 10 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. He joined us at a brilliant time. What a race we've got on our hands. 4 drivers battling out for this race win. Jamie Rogers versus Ryan Willis versus Harry Gibson versus Jamie Perrelli, and they're all closing up as we get into the dying moments of the race. And there really isn't that big of a gap back to a lot of the rest of the field. You can see Scott Smith in the background of the shot there. There's the move for third place. Jamie Perrelli goes through on the inside of Harry Gibson. We've seen it coming for a little while now. His pace has been fantastic. And now I think Gibson is going to play this smart. Just sit behind and move forward with Perrelli and try and close up to those top 2.
Thanks to Hayden Phillips. I did say, I thought it said red lighting. It says mid lighting, MID lighting on his side pods. So a big thank you there from Hayden.
We've got one driver stood out of the kart there who's come to a halt.
That is either going to be Benjamin Boris or Thomas Byrne.
So coming together, that was down at Osiers. There was certainly one driver stood at the side of the circuit there.
Well, they're both tumbling down the order.
They are.
Benjamin Burrows it is, unfortunately, in the number 86.
Just as we had Hayden Phillips in the chat saying, let's go Ben Boris. So we're going to blame you entirely there, Hayden. I'm just kidding, Hayden. I'm just kidding.
Chat curse.
Chat curse, yeah, that's it.
But 2 minutes and 3/4 minutes still remain, plus an additional lap. Jamie Rogers has really just controlled proceedings, and that's the case when you've got some hard chargers like Ryan Willis, like Jamie Perrelli. Jamie Perrelli has lost a little bit of time. It's just under a tenth of a second. Top 3 covered by 1.1 seconds. Top 4 covered by just under a second and a half.
the fastest laps of the top 7 are all within a 1/10 of a second.
That's crazy.
That is mental.
Actually, make that the top 8.
That is completely crazy. The driver's so close on pace here, and the top 2 could start fighting here. Look how close Willis is now to the rear bumper of Rogers, and if they even have an inkling of a fight, Perrelli and Gibson are going to be involved immediately.
Yeah, you can just see Jamie Rogers sort of tilting his head towards the right-hand side just to keep Ryan Willis in his eye line. And that's quite crucial because he'll know how to measure that gap. Jenson Watts now becomes Lewis Wild. They both set identical lap times, 45.82 seconds, with a minute and a half on the clock remaining. But Jamie Rogers still keeping a hold of the lead of the race with less than 90 on the clock to go.
Indeed. Oh, there's a cheeky move down the inside. I think that was Jenson Watts going through on Tommy Edmonds for 7th place. So clearly a late charge from Jenson Watts here. Now with the fastest lap of the race, trying to move himself through. Is he close enough for the move to the lead here, the 42? No, thinks better of it. Just going to wait until the dying moments to try and go for this race win, I think. From the 42, sits in the wheel tracks as we go on to another lap of this one.
3 to go, including this one now. With the pace that they're setting, absolutely consistent lap times.
So consistent.
Jamie Rogers, 46.04. Here comes the move for the lead. Ryan Willis up the inside through Christmas Corner. He waited for the opportunity, but now it's a different kettle of fish altogether. Willis has got to defend against Rogers, but then you add another combustible mix in the form of Jamie Perrelli in 3rd place. You are guaranteed to have some fireworks, folks.
Gibson's just not quite been able to stick with them, has he? Just fallen off, maybe about half a second, just over half a second. But Perrelli is right involved with this leading battle now.
Well, it could be very, very... Well, if Jamie Perrelli gets past Jamie Rogers, then that could be a Project 1 1-2. And that's not easy to say on the first time, but now the timer hits 0. One more lap to go after this one. Lap number 11 out of 12 as the top 3 make their way through Ashby for the penultimate time.
There's just enough of a gap between each of them when no one's quite able to go for a cheeky move just yet.
Jenson Watts has now set the fastest lap of the race, 45.75 seconds.
He's had a resurgence at the end, but he's a good 1.5 seconds off of Hawthorne in 6th. So I think a little bit too late there from Jenson Watts to gain any more positions, but still had a good race there in P7. Here we go then, last lap of the Senior Rotax Final. Who's going to take this win?
Ryan Willis is doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He managed to get through on the previous lap, but look how close Jamie Rogers is now. Rogers is teeing him up. Perrelli is waiting to see what happens in front, but maybe he might have a last chance opportunity as they come out of Ashby into Wilkins. Rogers needs to be, I think, a little bit closer, but it depends on the run he gets out of the chicane. I don't think he's going to do it, but Jamie Perrelli could have one chance, probably through the top of the boot.
That was late. He's still there on the inside, but chops him off, does the leader through the final corner. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to get it? They're going to be side by side. It's Rogers. What a win. There's 0.00 across the line.
It came down to thousandths of a second. Jamie Rogers sent it up the inside of Ryan Willis going through into the boots. Rogers, that was his cue to tee things up.
I'm going to have a heart attack.
Defibrillator on standby, please, medical team in the commentary box. Jamie, if we can get a replay of that in a slow-mo, that is one of the best tee-ups I've seen. And it was a run to the line. It came down to thousandths of a second. Jamie Rogers effectively sent it through on Ryan Willis. Willis had to respond.
They don't know who's won. They were just putting their hand up with it. I don't know who won. I don't know who won.
It was that close. It was that close. Because consider this, the delta between the lap times from Jamie Rogers. Here's the replay. So Rogers goes for it. Now this is to the inside of the top part of the boot. Willis keeps it pinned to the outside. No contact. Now Rogers has to slot in. Willis cuts across the front of his front bumper, but out of the final corner, Willis drifts wide. This gives Rogers the opportunity he needs, pedal to the metal, and he takes it by thousands. Not hundredths, thousandths, folks. That's how close. That's the closest finish you and I have seen.
That was amazing.
That was brilliant.
I've got to see Foxy Red's photo of that finished. That will be mega. Absolutely mega.
Top three, rounded out by Jamie Perrelly. This is how close it was. 2/10, folks. Harry Gibson, Scott Smith rounded out the top 5. Samuel Hawthorne, Jensen Watts, Lewis Wild and Tommy Edmonds complete the top 9. Benjamin Ballou rounding out the top 10, setting a personal best on the final lap of the race. Archie Elliott, Max Lee, Alexander Mikos, Jack Cooper, Samuel Cook, Alex Duncan, Luke Collins, Sam Light, Tommy Lee Davis, Kasper Bajecki, Chris Banderi, Joshua Burton, Marcel Lajicki running out the 23 that made it through all 12 laps of racing. And with that, folks, we have one more race to go. And I think...
I don't know I can take another one, to be honest, mate.
Do you want me... You need...
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to need the medical team, I think.
Okay, well, I'll take us through the final grid. Here it is, the final race of round 10 of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship season. It's Junior Max closing the show. So, whilst John Ratcliffe gets a quick breather, let's take you through the grid. George Donald and Jacob Jukes line up on the front row in the Junior Rotax A final. Sam Baker and Spencer Braw on row 2. Finn Leslie and Tom Holden complete the top 6. Completing the top 10, Jessica White, Bobby Rozier, Reg Hayward and William Ray. Zaki Hussain and Alexander Zingarevich line up on row 6, with Harrison Morrow, Oliver Kerr and Arthur Thacker, birthday boy today, ran out the top 15. Jack Spencer, Alfie Richards and Archie Buttle complete the top 9 rows, completing the top 20. George Spilsbury and Lord Macmut Farquhar in 20th position. George Allen, James Tester, Thomas Behrman and Blake Noble round out the top 12 rows ahead of William Pemble, Luca Magni, Deacon Russell, Harry Hurstgrover, Harrison Whitcomb and Zach Heslop rounding out the top 30. Harry Maynard, Holly Meal, and we've got Ross Tyler and Daniel Gurney rounding out a 34-strong capacity grid.
Fantastic. Oh, my goodness. Right. Let's do this. 34 karts on the grid. I don't think I can take this. This is going to be epic. This is going to be epic.
Right, folks. Comments, please. Who do you think is going to win the Junior Rotax final, please? 34 drivers. Pick a driver, please. It's like name your card, pick a card sort of thing, isn't it? And you got to pick a driver instead.
I think I've said it for almost every final now. I couldn't pick between the top, 15 of who's going to take this.
Oh, right. We
Oh,
oh, my goodness me.
we have heard that it might be spitting down at the gantry.
Well,
this
It
could
is.
throw a bit of a spanner in the works here.
Well, if it's spitting on the gantry, that's a very, very small amount of rain with slick tyres.
Oh. I'm excited.
I know, he's rubbing his hands with glee, folks.
I literally am.
It's like a kid in a candy store. My God,
That's just what happens when I watch karting. I love it. Let's do this.
Well, you're not the only one.
Oh, I know. We're all here for the same thing. We want to see fantastic
Right,
racing.
okay. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort says, can we wait until it gets a bit heavier? We've had enough delays today, mate. Ollie B96, Jacob Jukes, Mick Barlow. Funny enough, Leon Barlow, his son, runs in Minimax. Leon not well. So get well soon, Leon. Emma, Harry Hurstgrover's mum says, good luck, Harry. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort says, or Bagelvort, as it shows on his YouTube ID, I wish it to be as good as anyone. Hayden Phillips, best comment of the day. I think if it rains anymore, Whilton might sink. It'd be like Atlantis.
Yeah.
Steve Wild says Finn Leslie. I'm done with that. Ollie Cook says good luck, Finn Leslie and Zach and Alfie. Good luck, Bobby Rozier and Harry Maynard, says James Webb. Ollie Cook says Finn Leslie will win. Oh, Dearie me. Motorsport Magpie, shush. He says, I think the winner will be the person to cross line first after the time limit runs out and the extra lap complete. No. Oh, yes, really? So, Thai Racing 88 says, let's go Harry Maynard. James Tester's been given a bit of a good luck shout-out by Claire Tester. Gemma Burgess, mum of Jack Burgess, who's been running in Minimax this year, wishing, well, come on, X-Kart, so that will be the likes of Tom Holden. Rain is starting to pick up a little bit. John, again, rubbing his hands with glee, and he's smiling from ear to ear like the Joker from Batman. Aaron Knight says William Pemble for the win. Oh, dearie me. There are so many people bringing random... Alfie Richards will win, to be fair, says Ollie Cook. Well, Ollie, can you make your mind up, please? Ricky Archin says, Harry, go for gold. LMA30 on Instagram, you need a shout-out because you've been liking all the posts and the reels and everything. Daniel Gurney saying, come on, Daniel Gurney, says Murphy Aldridge. Right.
I can confirm it is raining. I've just been outside.
Da, da, da.
You can see a few droplets in the puddles. As quite a saturated ground that Wilton Mill now sits on. As said, any more and it might sink. Oh, you can see it on the cameras now. Oh, I am so excited for this. All of the drivers on slick tyres. Let's see how this goes. 34 karts on the grid. This could be calamitous. And I'm here for it.
We might as well nickname this the Junior Rotax Jensen Button Final. It's going to be about who's going to be brave. I mean, the thing is that if that rain starts intensifying significantly and can't start going off the track, then we've got a different situation on our hands. 36% of you said there was going to be more rain. You were spot on the nose.
I said no, and I was wrong.
Well, we both said no.
I'm very happy to be wrong.
So 37% of you were correct. And that was a poll that was set an hour ago. Sophie Kinghorn says, Brandon says, Alex, clean the cameras before the rain gets any heavier. No. I've got a job to do, Brandon, and it's on this microphone, buddy. Thank you very much. Wendy Collette says, not the rain, in capital letters. Okay, Junior Rotax A final. Let's see if we get underway. First time of asking. Oh, they are going to let them go.
It looks slippery.
It's going to be a bit treacherous. Oh. Jacob Duke's already having to make his way over the grass. Gets through. So neat bit of a negotiation there from the number 34 from X-Kart.
We've got the slippery surface flag out as well. Look at that. Leader almost going off. Has he gone off?
This is really, really tetchy right now. 3 wide with a bit of a squeeze on the 127, James Tester.
Oh, we got a spinner.
And that is James Tester. He was in the middle of a sandwich and then gets a little bit of an assistance.
It was one of those, as we were saying earlier, when you're just on the limit there, a little touch, and that's it. You go over the limit and you're round.
Terry Ellingham says, how about Sam Baker for the win, the number 50?
We had another spinner in the background there as well. Sorry to cut you off.
That was probably the same kart as well. That
No. I was down at Ashby. It was down at Ashby. There was another spinner.
That might have been probably, well, James Tester did.
Jacob Dukes.
Jacob Dukes is off.
Gutted with himself, but... Oh, and another person off on the exit there as well, the 37.
Jessica White.
Yes, it is. So some big championship players falling off here. We got another person off. Is that Jacob again? It's an X-Kart, I believe, down at the boot.
Just going to see as they come through. This is like skating on thin ice.
Look how slow they're going. But it's literally just trying to keep it on the circuit.
It could be either Jacob Dukes or Harry. Well, Harry Hurstgrover has pitted, so that would have been Jacob Dukes. Yes. Tom Holden is in the 84, is currently sitting in 4th place. That rain is coming down harder. That like literally, that has come on cue.
I think I could run the circuit faster than this.
I've been told to go on.
Should I go out there right now, yeah? But it is Spencer Brougham who's taken the lead of this one, up from P4.
Had a 0.2 of a second advantage after the opening lap, and there's more drivers. You can just see, well, yellow flag and slippery surface flag. This is coming through into Wilkins.
Hopefully no more flags needed, or Marsh doesn't get enough hands.
Harrison Morrow was sideways.
Move for the 49, that's Bobby Rozier going through.
On Tom Holden. That's Alexander Zingarevic in the number 16. He's gone off. Tom Holden just really wrestling with the steering wheel and also the brake and the throttles. Throttle pedals. So 5.5 minutes to go. Spencer Brougham leads by just under 0.8 of a second. George Donald, Finn Leslie, Reg Hayward, Bobby Rozier, Tom Holden, Oliver Kerr, Zaki Hussain and William Ray rounding out the top 10.
It is. It's like replaying on slow-mo.
It's like someone putting it at half speed.
It really is. It's so odd. This is so odd. And the thing is, they're going so slowly. Like, it looks so easy, but it's so difficult. Like, they're going this slowly, and they can barely keep it on the circuit. Yeah. And it's not just about keeping it on the circuit. You're trying to go for moves as well. Look at these two going side by side.
That was well, that was the 24. That was Blake Noble and Jack Spencer, I believe. That's for 13th. So now we've got the 116 going through. That's George Donald, and that is on Sam Baker, I believe. Reg Hayward's got past... well, no, that was probably more than likely Finn Leslie in the number 60.
And was indeed having a good battle over third.
You might as well have the Viennese waltz playing on this in the background.
Oh, a little bit of bump into the rear end between those two in the background, goes deep. Does the black car? I think that might be Tom Holden getting involved.
Look at the differing lines.
A couple of places on that last lap. Yeah,
they are hooking their wheels onto the curbs just to rotate the karts, because if they don't do it, and Brandon Klein-Nuggevort saying, I'm waiting for the curb paint to fall off again. That depends on how many people hook their wheels, the inside sidewall of the wheels, onto the curbing.
Everyone's going to be trying to do it. Oh, we got the 116 and the 222. That's Ollie Kerr and George Donald getting together. They've dropped a couple of positions there. Who's got in between the 131 and the 131? And Zaki Hussain now dives up the inside for 7th place. The 73 and the 49 are side by side as well. Reg Hayward dives to the inside to try and cover off Bobby Rozier. I wonder how many laps they're going to do in 8 minutes here.
We're on lap number
6, 7?
Lap 4, I think. Yeah, probably 7. Maybe, 7 probably the best. Oh, that was a bit tail happy, was the number 73 for Reg Hayward. And he just literally launches over one side of the curbs. And you know what that's done? That's loosened the back number plate. It's like flapping about in the breeze.
So he's still trying to hold off Bobby Rozier. I think it's Zaki Hussain that's now right behind them. It is indeed. So that's their little battle over 4th now.
Oh, that was Arthur Thacker getting a little bit sideways at the top part of the boot. Managed to hang on to it. And Zaki Hussain now has Bobby Rozier right behind for close company. Tom Holden's keeping it nice and steady, but everyone else behind, it's a concertina effect. That was the likes of George Donald, Oliver Kerr and William Ray. William Ray's got past Oliver Kerr for position. So number 41 up to P9. So we're on to lap number 5 with 2.5 minutes to go. That was Bobby Rozier trying to go alongside Zaki Hussain, but and there's the number 20, Paul. That's Holly Mile. But both, I've just noticed a little bit of a trend here. Jessica White and Jacob Dukes look to be moving up the field.
Oh, look at that slide.
Reg Hayward looks like he's ice driving, let alone being on a wet track with slick tyres. He was literally just putting the throttle down and just stepped out to the side.
Proper Tokyo Drift style. Get that on the TikTok.
Tom Holden's about to get through on Bobby Rozier. Well, has to back out of it, going into oblivion. It's like da 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 over the curbs. A bit sideways there from Bobby Rozier, and now he's nearly looking up the inside of Reg Hayward. Tom Holden keeping with them. So on to lap number 6. So with 1 minute, what we got? 1 minute 28. I think we're on lap 6.
Yeah, so we should get 2 more laps after this one.
Yeah, so we'll be on 8 laps at the end of it all.
Indeed. Arthur Thacker's got through on William Ray. He's up into the top 10 now. Good end to the birthday if he can hold on to that. He's actually going side by side with William Ray down the straight there. All a little bit wide for the 84. Tom Holden's then going to lose the position to Bobby Rozier.
Holden had actually taken that position, so a re-exchange of those places.
One little mistake and that's so many seconds lost in these kind of conditions. Look at that. Yeah, I see what you mean about the rear number plate of the 73, where Hayward nearly falling off, because they're practically going off the circuit on the entrance to the boot there just to try and shorten the amount of time as possible. All side by side down the rear straight. Who's able to get the power down? It stays with Reg Hayward.
That was close.
Zaki wheels over the grass.
Zaki Hussain has just put in the fastest lap, and it's a 1 minute 8.15. We were doing, what was it, sub 47s in the senior Rotax final, and now it's gone complete. The pendulum has swung, folks. Reg Hayward gets a track limit warning. That would have been for coming a bit too wide out of pit bend, which it always seems to be.
A little bit, yeah. This is our quote-unquote battle for the lead. Who can keep it on the black stuff long enough to take the win here? Spencer Brougham ahead of Sam Baker for the moment. Sam Baker looks for it down the inside, but you've really got to be committed in these conditions to the move, or you could send both yourself and your competitor off the road.
Time has hit
He's
zero.
going to go for it. Oh, just gets closed off to the apex.
You know what he did? He didn't brake. He lifted off the throttle.
It's probably a
and
better
that's the
idea,
better option to do here. Sometimes a little bit more throttle modulation and manipulation goes a long way, and he gets a better exit. And now the last lap board is out, even though they were showing the track limit warning.
Zaki Hussain had the fastest lap. He nearly just went 4 seconds faster than the fastest lap.
And he's just got past Finn Leslie. He's just got past Finn Leslie.
Zaki Hussain is flying.
This would be an apple cart upset if ever there was one. Ah, there's the 24. Blake Noble.
Oh, Sam Baker's looking for it down the inside. He's got him. Watch for Zaki Hussain, though.
Hussain's really timed this well.
He has, hasn't he?
And now
it's a 4-way battle for the win.
Oh, that was a bit of a send from Finn Leslie up to second position, and now they're all getting a bit it's like...
Oh, Spencer's got knocked off. Oh, he's going to have to get that back on, but goes down to 4th in the process. So up into the lead goes Sam Baker. He's been looking for it the whole race.
Oh, Finn Leslie nearly loses it on the entrance curbing. But now it's going to be the run to the line. Who's going to get the better purchase? It looks like that's it. Sam Baker out of the final corner. Zaki Hussain pitched Finn Leslie for second position. And Spencer Brougham disappointed at taking P4 after what was the most dramatic way to end the day. And Sam Baker absolutely ecstatic with that.
That's the most dramatic half-speed race I've ever seen. That was ridiculous. They were going so slowly, but the action was awesome.
It was... Oh, right, Lord Farquhar. No. Alexander Zingarevich pips Mac McFarquhar. Like, literally, there was a fist bump to the air by John Ratcliffe because Mac McFarquhar had just put in a 1 minute 1.40, and Alexander Zingarevich, who lost the back end of the number 16 Argenti, just put in the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 1.12. So fair play to the number 16.
How quickly those lap times were dropping. So it must have stopped raining, and the guys were just trying to find where that extra bit of grip was, and they could gain a few seconds a lap from doing that. But what an end to the race that was.
Right, there we go. Sam Baker, no front fairing penalty. Zaki Hussain waved through. Now Finn Leslie waved through. Top 3, pretty much. Now they've got to get through scrutineering.
Oh, penalty for the 116 of George Donald.
That's going to promote Bobby Rozier. And that is going to drop George
out of the top 10.
That's going to be putting him down to 12th place. Yeah. So,
well, what an end to the day. Oh, my goodness. 2 very different races to end off on, but 2 fantastic races.
Both Rotax as well.
Did you see how happy Sam Baker was there? A grin from ear to ear there.
That's a good sign of team play there. Harry Hurstgrover giving a high five to Tom Holden, who I have to say, on his debut in WMKC, P9 in the final, he was running in a very, very competitively. And also X-Kart picks up a win in Heat 2, courtesy of Jacob Dukes. Bit of a shame for Jacob, and also for Jessica White, because they've both been in the top 5 coming into this championship round, and then we go a few weeks from now, and then it's the final round of the championship. So But Sam Baker, well done. Zaki, I thought Finn Leslie was going to upset the apple cart this time. He sent it, got to second. I thought, is he going to get one over on Sam Baker? Sam Baker said no. Zaki Hussein went, right, Finn, there you go, P3.
Yeah, that sudden resurgence at the end for Zaki, he just found grip where no one else could. And I thought, oh my goodness, it's going to be upset for the lead here. He's not even been involved, and suddenly he's going to take it. Not quite. Does grab second right at the dying moments, though. So what a race there, all on slicks in the wet. Always fantastic to see.
Oh, I think we're going to call time now, folks. Thank you very much for joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and John Ratcliffe here for the penultimate round of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Don't forget, like, share and subscribe. And if you haven't already, follow us on Instagram at Alpha Live Productions. If you do want to send some stories in, like some of the challenges we did today, as many people's faces in a selfie as possible, as many karts from front to rear bumper, including all four wheels, in the shot. And also, if you're at home, send in, whether you're watching the stream or people at your house with you, the more the merrier. John, final words, buddy.
Yeah, indeed. James Fitchie's going to be working through the night to make sure that all those stories get shared onto the account.
And he's got no respite on that one because we'll hold him to it.
We will.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Stay tuned for more great content from the Motorsport Derivative here on Alpha Live. And we bid you a very good evening. Thanks for watching.